Hey guys, what's up? Judy, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hang on, I forgot to mute myself again. Yes, I was late. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome to new members. Hey Jen, hey Nancy, hey Judy, hey Marty, hey Jill. Yes, I was late because it's not a good reason, but I'll tell you anyway. I got a really nice compliment on my live stream from uh Disney World. And so I was just going back and looking at different parts of it. I didn't mean to be late though. I'm sorry. I was specifically making sure, I thought I did, but I was making sure that I captured Tinkerbell flying out of the castle. I've been messing with my camera again, y'all. So I'm crooked. I was trying because it looks like I'm looking up. Because when my monitor's up all the way, no, Disney is not more important than you guys. Not at all. I wasn't that late. I was only like a couple minutes late. See, when I put it up, it looks like I'm looking up. If I put it down, then I'm not looking up, but my camera or my phone that is my webcam covers part of the monitor and then I can't see like the controls and stuff on StreamYard. I guess I'm just gonna have to. Marty likes looking up my nose. Guess we'll just have to. You guys are just gonna have to keep looking up my nose until I can get a webcam. Where's Wiggles? I need to say this when she's in the chat because she buys me stuff. She sleep shops. Is what she does. I need a webcam that attaches to the top of the monitor. That way I won't look like I'm. Marty can't see my boogers in. Michael Peterson reportedly had a book deal lined up to share his side of the story. It is believed that Peterson's constant writing of notes throughout the trial was to aid a future book. The book, ow. The book was allegedly to be published by HarperCollins. However, after Peterson was found guilty of Red Rum, the publisher rescinded their offer. Yeah, that is it's actually in the documentary. And that, I'm crooked. I don't like it. Why am I crooked? Oh well. Yeah, that was in the documentary and it kind of turned my stomach because he's on trial for his life, right? They think he killed his wife. And there's a scene in the documentary where he's sitting at a typewriter typing about the very last moments that he saw his wife alive. Nancy, you just told me I was good. Actually, I could have sworn that book was on Amazon. Maybe. Oh. There's a book called Behind the Staircase that he wrote. All profits go to charity. And then there's another one that he wrote called Beyond the Staircase. And it has on the cover, it has a bunch of pictures. Oh, it's too bright. Oh, you can see a little bit. It has a bunch of pictures from the trial. You know, I'm curious. Hey, Paul. I'm curious, but I don't want to pay $9 to read it. I wonder if the library can, if they don't have it, they might be able to find it at another library and get it for me. Let me see what the little blurb says. Good Lord, the blurb is a book. In Behind the Staircase, Peterson shares the devastating events of Kathleen's death, his trial and conviction for murder, and the many grueling years that he spent with murderers, rapists, gangbangers, and pedophiles. In Peterson's own words, he painstakingly describes what his life has been like since that fateful night nearly 20 years ago and what it has meant to him to be ultimately released from prison. Is he gonna tell everything that happened when he was in prison? I don't think I want to know that. Okay, what's beyond the staircase? That's just distasteful. After my trial and conviction for murder, 8 years in prison, my release from prison, the Netflix documentary The Staircase, news stories and photographs, and the first 4 chapters on my new book, Atman, a novel about evil, included in this volume is a re-edited version of Behind the Staircase. See, that's misleading. What if someone's like, oh, I'm really interested in this case, so I want both these books, and they're actually the same book, just one re-edited. I think that's distasteful, though. I mean, he was found guilty. He just pled it down to voluntary manslaughter. It's library. Don't start with me on that, woman. It's library. I should say, don't get me started. Not you, but don't get me started. But that's just so distasteful. And I know the man doesn't have a filter. So I can only imagine what he writes about things that happened when he was in prison. I don't even want to know. Oh my God. And all the profits go to charity. He's not doing it for monetary gain. So he's a narcissist. That's just all there is to it.
Good afternoon. I just had the opportunity to ask you a few questions this morning. I want to begin by asking you a little bit about your background.
Sure.
I was looking here at your CV to try to make a determination about what type of experience you might have with certain subject matters. And I wanted to ask you, first of all, what type of research that you've ever done on lacerations.
Lacerations, impact lacerations, scalp deformation. That's something that's been done. And what I've done is applied, existing knowledge. By definition, research is, sort of venturing into something new, learning new knowledge. And I wouldn't do that because there is already information on the modulus of elasticity of the scalp, the bulk modulus of the scalp. There's the energy absorption rate of the scalp. There's the tearing ability of the scalp, which is called the strength. So all all that comes into play. This is fairly simple. It's a fall. That impact to cause a laceration is not it's not rocket science, so to speak.
So was the answer to your question my question that you have not personally done any research in this field as far as lacerations? Is that your answer to my question?
I want to clear it up, because the implication there is that to be able to address this issue, you have to do the research yourself. So for the past 2,000 years of engineering, I have to do everything that's ever done to address it. The fact is, no, I didn't. I didn't need to. It's done.
Have you personally done any experiments with lacerations? For instance, with cadavers?
Yes, for dropped skulls.
You have done that before with cadavers?
Yes.
Instead of crash dummies?
Yes.
Okay. In what context? Or where?
It's as part of my program. I had to conduct research to determine fracture strength of the head, to continue to improve on our understanding, because we are trying to move to developing mathematical models that are predictive. So we're constantly doing experiments on biological tissues so that we can at some point have enough confidence in these models to be able to move forward without having to do an experiment every time we want to understand a new phenomenon. Because the state of knowledge is constantly expanding in biomechanics and understanding how tissues fail and how they break.
What experiments have you personally done, particularly with scalp lacerations, or to make decisions about them?
Well, generally, in our world, even skull fractures are not considered significant injuries if they don't hurt the brain. The skull basically has a leather type layer under it. It's called the dura, and it has the brain under it, which is a balloon-like fluid structure. When a skull breaks, the dura, like tape on glass when we're expecting a hurricane, it maintains that glass together. So the dura, which is the leathery glue kind of layer under the skull, keeps the skull together, so it breaks, but then the brain pushes it back and it just sits there, and the way you treat it is you wait for it to heal. You don't put a cast on your head. And so less injurious are lacerations. If you have a laceration, if you sit there and bleed for a long time, it can be harmful. But if you have a laceration on the head, in the scalp, you run to the emergency room, they sew you up, it's over. And I would expect that that would have happened in Kathleen Peterson's case if she were taken to the hospital and those lacerations were taken care of, because a laceration is not a life-threatening injury. We're trying to protect in our research against brain injury, which is the more lethal injury.
Your Honor, I would ask the court please to direct the witness to answer my questions.
Let me talk to y'all. Yes, ma'am. You have other questions?
Yes, sir, I sure do. All right, sir, my last question, I don't believe you answered yet. What personal experience have you had regarding any research or experiments in the field of studying scalp lacerations?
I haven't done that research.
What personal experience do you have as far as any research or experiments have you done on the thyroid cartilage?
I have experience in all of this stuff. I haven't done the research myself. I understand how materials. I did not do experiments on a thyroid cartilage. It has been done, and all those questions that I answered are based on research that has been done.
But none that you've done personally, is that correct?
I mean, do I have to build a 707 to fly in one? I don't know. I haven't. I'm trying to understand your question so I could help explain, but no, I haven't, of course. I haven't done all the research. The proper way to answer them
would be yes or no, and then if you need to explain, you may certainly do so.
Sure, okay.
What kind of personal research have you done or any experimentation in looking into people that have fallen to their death?
The dynamics of the dynamics of falling. We've looked at fall cases. I've looked at fall cases, trying to understand how people fall, how children fall. I have research that is nearing publication right now.
Is that personal research of your own?
Yes, I have personal research, but we also analyzed fall cases to determine injury criteria on the head, which means looking at past experience in falls and analyzing that data that is not necessarily doing a cadaveric experiment, but looking at the natural experiment. People fall. And so whenever a fall is documented reasonably well, we try to understand, how that fall figured in injuries.
In regards to the research that you're talking about concerning falls, where did you receive documentation or data in order to make conclusions about it?
From the literature, there are many.
What literature?
Many cases. I can't cite them all now. Forensic pathology literature, where they've looked at cases of people falling and talking about how what impact surfaces they hit and what type of injuries they got.
And what type of surfaces have you studied?
Concrete, wood, grass. I think carpeted floors.
Over what period of time did you conduct this particular research?
This is research. This is work that you look at to sort of validate what you're doing. It's not. I didn't particularly. This is sort of reading reference material.
So this is not personal research. Is that correct? Or you're talking about you reading things other people did?
Yeah. Understanding, going beyond what they did and understanding fall velocities and trying to confirm previous results.
Have you done any research on dropping cadaver heads on certain types of surfaces to determine what type of lacerations might be caused?
Well, we did it for skull fractures. We did it on rubber.
Lacerations, scalp lacerations.
Go ahead, repeat that, please. Have I what?
Have you done any research or experimentation with cadaver heads to determine what type of scalp lacerations they would receive from different distances that you might drop their head from?
We didn't stop at that. We were the drop heights were enough to cause skull fractures. The work was not directed to look at lacerations, if that's what you're asking. It was directed to look at skull fractures. Yes.
Okay. So you did not look at the scalp lacerations to study them to determine their size, shape, configuration, things like that?
No, I don't even think there's a study that talks about those in general. I mean, the scalp itself is a material that has been characterized for its strength and its response, and you can use its thickness and its properties to estimate when it will tear.
Do you know a man by the name of James McElhaney?
Yes.
And would you consider him to be a person that is well respected in your particular field?
Yes.
So if he's read studies or done studies in that particular area, you're just not familiar with those?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. If he's read studies?
If he has performed experiments and done things of the sort that I'm speaking of to study scalp lacerations, you are unfamiliar with those?
I'm familiar with some of the work Dr. McElhaney did, but you can show me something, I'll tell you if I'm familiar with it or not.
And actually, Mr. Rudolph showed you this book, this blue book that I brought into the courtroom.
Yeah.
That has your name at the top. Actually, James McElhaney has some articles in this book. Is that correct?
I personally invited him because this book was designed to highlight new things, and I invited him to give me a chapter on mandibular causes of basilar skull fractures. And that's what he has, mechanisms of basilar skull fractures, meaning when you impact your head on the chin, you get a fracture at the base of the skull. So, yes.
And one reason you would have invited him, as well as others, to write articles to put in this particular book would be because you respect his work.
Yes.
And his intelligence in this particular field.
Well, I hate to just be so self-gratifying that I bless Dr. McElhaney, but yes, I do. And of course, I haven't seen everything he's ever done. I've seen.
Paul, I don't think you were in the chat because that was towards the end. Maybe not towards the end, but later in the day yesterday. Hardin tripped over the word hypothesis. And Dr. Lee tried to help him out. He said hypothesis. I got so tickled at that. After that, Hardin made sure he said it right every time. And I know it's mean and I feel bad, but I just couldn't. It was because Hardin tripped over the word and Dr. Lee was trying to help him out. But he can't say the word right, and it's not his fault. Because, anybody that can speak 2 languages is smarter than I am. So no shade on that. But he can't pronounce the TH diphthong. And if English is not your first language, don't be correcting people. It just struck me as funny, and I just giggled and giggled and giggled. I don't know for how long after that happened.
I've seen quite a bit of his work.
In regards to this book, you only wrote just a few articles in it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Others wrote different
I'm an
things.
editor. I'm not an author. I'm an editor. I invited each person individually and asked them to talk about the specific topic. So it's an editorial role.
Okay.
Rather.
Now, tell me, please, what type of personal research have you done into beating deaths? Homicides that the cause of death is a beating.
I'm not sure if you're talking about, are you talking about impacts to the head or beating with
Beating
a fist?
with some type of an object. You've testified that you think Dr. Radish is just plain wrong about this. So what type of research have you done into homicides?
This guy really does not like her questions. You're an expert, dude. You're supposed to be impartial. Just answer her questions. They're yes or no questions.
Well, there is cadaveric data dropping heads on flat surfaces and dropping heads on different diameter cylinders. And you could see that when you drop a cadaver head on a cylinder of a ½ inch or a little more, it fractures at about 1/3 of the force. And then when you drop it on a flat surface, the force is higher for fracture. So again, I guess if I had infinite resources and time, I would do more in every area, but that one there's sufficient information. I didn't spend my life thinking about this day here where I applied my 25 years of experience and knowledge and had to have done every bit of research to myself to solve it. There are lots of people, Dr. McElhaney and others, who have done, he's done viscoelastic scalp research. And so all that information together with my experience of how things break and how they tear and how they puncture, it gives me a fairly reasonable ability to give that opinion.
Tell us, please, how many autopsies have you attended before?
Many autopsies and on animals and children for research, different types of animals. And I've attended live surgeries, so I can see. I'm interested in the brain, and the brain needs to be perfused. It's mostly a living person. In a cadaver, the brain is shrunk. So I've attended surgeries, so I can.
There should never, ever be a swivel chair on a witness stand. Ever. He is driving me crazy.
Continue to understand more the anatomy and the response, and I've done enough of that to help me understand things and to get a feel for the tissue, and there's still a lot to learn.
Sir, I didn't ask you about surgeries and I didn't ask you about animals. How many autopsies have you attended where the ultimate opinion of the pathologist was that that an adult person died as a result of a beating death? Can you say?
No, I didn't.
Any?
None.
But not having had that experience and not being a forensic pathologist yourself, you've come into this courtroom and told this jury that Deborah Radish, who actually performed the autopsy, is just dead wrong about this.
Well,
that's what you've told them, correct?
you know, I don't see why I have to get paraphrased and say she's dead wrong about it. What I'm saying is, it's more likely that a fall impact caused this, and we have biomechanical evidence that an impact with a hollow cylinder wouldn't do it. I don't have to understand what evidence she used and whether this is one time where. I don't need to say but she is wrong if that's what she's saying.
Well, let me just, instead of paraphrasing, let me try to ask it to you about the way that Mr. Rudolph did. He asked you if you were aware that Dr. Radish testified in this case that the number and location and severity of lacerations on the scalp were inconsistent with an accidental fall. If you were aware that that testimony had been given for the jury, you said that you were. And then he asked you if you agreed with that. You said you do not agree.
Yes.
Well,
I didn't say dead wrong. I said I disagree with it.
Oh my God.
Well, you're saying that you're right and she's wrong. I don't know how you want to categorize that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Right?
I don't agree with her conclusion.
Okay. Would you agree that a person that's actually there performing the work on a body, whether it be surgical work or work as a forensic pathologist, would you not agree that that person who can actually look at the body, feel the organs, feel the wounds, might have a better vantage point in making a final decision about a case than a person later on doing like what you did?
A final decision meaning what?
An educated scientific decision about a cause and manner of death.
Well, I object to that. Dr. Radish testified she had absolutely no training in injury biomechanics whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know how she could determine how those injuries occurred. If she determined that those injuries were the cause of death, whether it's bleed out or subdural hematoma or some other injury, or that's fine. But the causation, the mechanism by which these things occurred, whether they're cut with a knife or a cylinder or a flat object or a fall, that I don't think she explained that at all. And I'm not sure. I think even I would be surprised if Dr. Radish would be able to do that. If I know medical training, they don't have causation training, biomechanics, the mathematics and physics and the material science required to handle the deformation and tearing of living tissue. So
Do you remember my question?
Objection, argumentative.
Assuming it's not argumentative overrule.
Sorry, my question was whether you would agree that a person that's actually there, whether it be a doctor or a pathologist or even someone in your position, actually there visualizing a person's body, looking at their wounds, feeling their wounds, measuring their wounds, looking at all the different things on the body, would you not agree that a person with that vantage point would really have an advantage in making a decision in a case like this?
Overrule.
making a decision
A person that's right there with their hands right there.
not on the,
Eyes right
not
there.
on the cause, not on the causation, the event that caused the injuries. I don't want to get into semantics as cause of death, and I'm talking about the cause of injuries. My definition is the injuries caused death, and something biomechanically caused the injuries. I don't believe just by being there you have sufficient insight, knowledge, training, experience to determine how those injuries were caused.
Okay. Now, according to your testimony then, there were how many impacts in this case?
Four impacts, counting the glancing contact against the north wall.
Yes.
Can we do what?
All right, Mr. Deputy, we need to take a 10-minute break, sir.
What's that now?
All right, further questions?
Yes, sir. Now, when you were testifying on direct examination, Dr. Van Dyke, you were talking about the most likely scenario, and several times Dr. Rudolph, there you go. Mr. Rudolph asked you about, your level of certainty, basically, or how certain you could be, and a lot of times your response was, "This is possible." Is that a fair assessment?
It's likely, reasonably likely.
Okay. And I believe you even gave an opinion about this scenario. You said to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Yes.
According to you, then, how many different scenarios can you envision, in your expert opinion, as to how this might have happened and not be a beating death?
What I said to a scientific degree of to a certain degree of scientific certainty was that it was an accidental fall event, not that that this is the exact thing that happened. If that's
okay. So you're not willing to say that this reenactment that was depicted on the screen, nor your reenactment with the laser light on the model, you're not willing to say that that is the most likely scenario with a degree of scientific certainty?
I tried to demonstrate that a false scenario in that stairwell, the way it's configured is very possible. That's what I tried to do with that scenario. So I'm not clear about what it is you're
well, it's possible, but you're not certain. Is that correct?
Well, it's a likely scenario. I mean, it's a likely scenario that it's an accidental fall event, such as one of the possibilities is what we showed, that the scene does provide, the contact surfaces and the impacts to cause those injuries from an accidental fall scenario.
So what I'm trying to understand is, you're saying it's likely, but you are not certain. Is that correct?
What certain means 100%? Is that what you mean by certain? I just need to clarify that.
Well, what do you mean when you use the word certain?
Well, it's to within the degree of certainty. I mean, it's not 100% that it happened exactly this way. It's a reasonably likely. It's quite likely from the evidence that this fall, these lacerations occurred from that type of sequence of falls.
All right. Well, apparently you think certain means 100%. How many percentage points would you give to your opinion?
We'll object to that, Your Honor.
Well, he used the percent.
Sustain.
All right. You said that this is the most likely scenario. How many different scenarios have you been able to envision or come up with that would result in these types of injuries in that type of stairway?
I said the most likely between the two, between the meeting with the cylindrical object and the fall scenario. It's the most likely of the two.
Now, in the voir dire this morning, when I asked you about scenarios, you said there were a number of different scenarios. This was outside of the presence of the jury, correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm asking you about.
Yeah.
How many different scenarios have you been able to envision during the last year and a half that you've been working on this case that would result in these types of injuries in that type of stairway?
This is what I try to do is point to the possible impacts. Now, those impacts can happen in different combinations against different surfaces. I didn't spend my time looking at every possible scenario. There are many of them. It's it's quite.
How many?
I don't know, lots.
Well, how do you define lots?
Well, that's I can't quantify. There are many parameters I can't quantify. Lots of maybe infinite.
Well, did you spend any time trying to come up with any other scenario other than the one that you've exhibited for the jury by way of the reenactment or the animation, whatever you want to call it, and the model?
Well, this took quite a bit of time to work out all the details and the parameters of this false scenario, and we felt that demonstrates the possibility that this demonstrates that this is a real event. It's not something that's impossible.
What do you mean there's more time? Today's the day you're testifying before the jury. What more time are you talking about?
To develop this scenario, and this is not just pick a couple of things. It took a long time to make sure that this scenario fits all the facts.
You were the person that was hired by the defense to testify in this particular field. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm trying to find out from you, what do you mean that we have more time to figure this out? You're the one that's supposed to tell us about it, right?
That's what the doctor said. I think he said they spent a lot of time doing this one. I think that's what he said.
You're not
Object to
testifying,
the
Rudolph.
mischaracterization.
Overruled.
That's what I said. It took a lot of time to do this one, to demonstrate the reality and the likelihood of this event. I mean, this is a real thing. It's understandable. It's plausible. You can see it. It's not a far-fetched scenario.
So you're saying is your testimony that it took so much time to come up with this particular sequence of events that you ran out of time to come up with any other likely scenarios?
Well, this one shows that those sequences of impacts that hitting those different places could cause the laceration. So, doing another scenario that shows that it could hit those same places in a different order or a different way, or could hit something else, would just prove that it's possible another way.
Do you remember, in response to my questions during the voir dire, telling me that you would have to spend some time thinking about it to come up with more scenarios?
No, you asked me to answer a question, and I said the question you answered requires a lot more than just a yes or no answer. Yes, it would need more time. You need to think about the questions. They're complicated.
So in order to come up with any other type of scenario, you would have to have additional time to think about it. Is that correct?
Yes, there are many factors. And it wouldn't add to what we know already. We know it's a very realistic, very possible scenario. It's not far-fetched. So what would I gain by finding another combination of impacts involved?
Well, what we know already from your testimony, is that you say this is possible, it's likely, but you're not certain. That's what you told this jury, isn't it?
Objection. I think the testimony was that it was more likely than a beating.
Rudolph, you can't testify.
Object to the mischaracterization.
Overruled.
I
Do you have a
object to your
question?
face.
When we were comparing a fall versus a beating scenario with that poker, I said this is the most likely of the two. This is the most likely scenario, that it's an accidental fall. That's my opinion.
Well, is it your opinion regarding, for instance, something like the number of impacts? During the voir dire, you said 3 or 4. Which is it, in your opinion?
It can be 3, it can be 4.
Can it be more?
It's possible, but we found a scenario that this is a realistic scenario that caused these injuries. I don't need to add more or subtract. This is a scenario where she fell twice. She hit the place that's described where she was found, and there's biomechanical analysis that shows that these all are energetically possible, and they fit her size and shape and the size of the shape of the stairs.
So you found a scenario that would fit the defense.
Objection.
Overruled.
No, it's not a scenario that fits the defense. I tried to understand what caused these lacerations, and what caused these lacerations is some sort of fall type impact against surfaces. I tried to find out what type of surfaces are available in the scene, and I found out that the scene has the type of surfaces that would cause these lacerations, and that's the crux of it.
Now, how many times did you talk to Dr. Leetsma about his work or his findings in this case?
We talked, and I like to check myself and consult with others who have looked at the scene and understands. I've talked to them frequently. I don't know how many times. But
Could you estimate it for us? That would include whether it be by email or telephone, anything like that.
Many, I don't know, by email, telephone, in person, maybe, I don't know, many times. I don't know. I'll choose a number. I don't know, maybe 30 times, give or take. I don't know. That's
a number.
Well, when you say you've consulted with other people, what in the world would you all have to talk about, whether it be by email or by telephone, 30 times before you testified as experts in the same case?
What do we have to talk about? It took that much time. It took quite a bit of time to orient from the pictures to orient the lacerations in the right part anatomically of the scalp. That's not a simple thing to get those right, because if those are different, then if those are in a different place, then some other biomechanics might be at play. So that's one aspect that took quite a while to make sure that anatomically we're okay, and that his interpretation of those lacerations as as a neuropathologist is something I was benefited of, just to what he thought anatomically of these lacerations.
Did you ever think to contact Dr. Radish? Maybe since she was the one that actually performed the autopsy?
No, I didn't.
Have you ever talked to Deborah Radish about her findings?
No, I didn't.
Is there a reason for that?
I just didn't think of it.
You didn't think of that?
No, not.
You didn't think to talk to the very person that performed the autopsy on Ms. Peterson?
I was trying to biomechanically find causes of these lacerations, and I didn't realize that was an option available to me. I just didn't.
Okay. Now, regarding this most likely scenario that you've come up with, I understand that you stood at the model before with the laser light. You want to approach the witness?
Yes.
I'd like you to take this doll, if you would, please. Excuse me.
I don't think that kind of doctor.
And describe for us with the doll the scenario that you described previously for the jury, and show us where the impacts are, and those types of details. First, I want to be certain that all the jurors will be able to see. Or we can move it closer.
I don't think he's that kind of doctor, Nancy. I don't think you need to worry about him working on patients.
Do you have any idea if this?
I'm sorry. One's on the inside, they cannot see. I'm sorry.
I haven't done anything.
It would be helpful to a little closer.
I haven't done anything. Just right off, do we know if this size is proportional? I mean, let's see. She's 5 feet.
We had one of those, and
It's hard to fit. If she were this size, I wouldn't have been able to show you what I showed you, because, I mean.
if you can do the best you can, because that's the best we've got.
I mean, if you'd like me to just use the head where it impacted on what.
You do it as best you can describe it to the jury and as accurately as possible based on your expertise.
I think they wanted to move closer.
Yes,
You're on there. We move this off forward.
All right, just to keep it in perspective, if the hit right here was 5 feet, this person is about 9 feet tall. So I can't really. I'd like to try to do the best I can as I'm asked. And so what the whole point of this is to show the contact of the head. The first contact was right here, as you recall from the simulation. And
Excuse me, sir. You have to keep your voice up. I can't hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. The first contact the first contact is on this door jamb, and there's a possible glancing contact on the north wall, and then there's a contact on this step. That's the first sequence that I mentioned to you, both verbally and graphically. And then as she gets up, she slips and she falls back. See, there are no moldings, but in any case, she falls in the corner against this flat floor and a corner molding against this vertical north wall. So these are two falls. First fall, of 3 impacts. Then she gets up, and second fall, 1 contact.
I can't hear you, sir.
Is it?
Second floor.
I
People said that the second floor. I think right there.
I think you said second fall, 1 contact.
Yeah, after the second fall, 1 contact. I'm sorry,
All right, so the first time that, according to this scenario that you described for us, the first time you say she's falling from a full height?
She's standing on the step and she loses her balance and falls back. Yes.
When I say full height, I mean she's on
Yeah,
the
she's
bottom
standing.
of her feet. I mean, at least she's standing.
Yes.
And the second time, how is she seated when she's trying to get up and falls the second time, according to you?
She's trying to get up, and she doesn't get up and fall from a full height. She achieves about a 3 foot, maybe 3 or 3.5 feet, standing up and she falls back. So I don't believe she stood up, got balanced, and fell again. I think as she stood up, but other possibilities are possible. But for this one, it's not. I don't believe she fully stood up and was balanced and then fell back again.
Well, that is what you describe as the most likely scenario, which you've now showed us. Is that correct?
Again, the most likely of the two, which is the poker scenario and the fall scenario. These are just most likely categories. This is one category of how the injuries occurred, which is an accidental ground level fall, and another category is the poker. So it's the most likely of the two, not the most likely of all the constellation of things that could have happened.
Well, can you show us another scenario of how it might have occurred, such that she received those injuries in the stairwell and that sort?
Any scenario where she hit, those surfaces or similar surfaces, where there are a couple of contacts, a couple of falls and several contacts would suffice if she falls, from the same height and that type of thing, for the energy of to achieve the same energy that's required to cause a laceration.
All right. Let's use some photos if we could. Tell us, please, in using State's Exhibit AKP1, where on that stairwell Ms. Peterson would have received those facial injuries. All right, maybe is it easier for you to use one that's a little more close up, or is that one?
This is fine. These injuries are incidental injuries. I didn't account for every one of them. They're not life-threatening. It's possible.
Incidental injury. Sorry.
Well, it's not. They're not. These are not life-threatening injuries. They're secondary to the lacerations.
Are you trying to say that she had these injuries? This happened that
No, I'm not saying that. But these two injuries right here could have been caused as she tried to maybe get up in another way and just slipped out with her hands and caught the edge of the step.
Which two now?
That's the one right over the eye and on the inside of the nose. Those could have been possibly hitting one of the steps.
Now, when we saw what was on the screen a little bit ago, she stayed face up the whole time. You didn't account for those injuries on that
No, I didn't.
representation, did you?
No.
Is there a reason for that?
I was trying to account for the lacerations on the back of the head, the serious injuries, and some other things could have happened in between. That event, I don't know how long it took. She might have tried to get up and fall again, and then tried to get up. I don't, I didn't need to account for that as a cause of death.
Okay, so were you not looking at the injuries and trying to decide what happened to her based on the totality of her injuries? Or you only looked at the ones on the head?
Yes, I did. I mean, like I said, it's possible that she tried to get up in a different way before she got up and fell back for the second time and just slipped out.
Well, how would she scrape her nose in the process as depicted in State's Exhibit AKP2?
Well,
That scrape there.
yeah, I don't.
I mean, where?
I don't know exactly. I could.
Do you need to look at this again?
No, I think I'll just use my glasses. I think those two injuries. It's not on this side or on the nose. It's on the inside of the nose and on this bone. This protrusion and this one happened to actually lie on a flat line. So if she just was getting up and fell a foot or so or just slipped out, it's possible that she caught the step along that line, and those actually are collinear, those two bruises.
Colin. How about State's Exhibit AKP3? You see this injury to her eye here?
Yeah, this one and this one, that's what I'm talking about. These
Okay.
two could have been caused by a straight fall to the step.
The curvature of the eye, she can fall down and hit her eye like that on the step.
Sure, the eye would just bend in. It's not very severe, and the two bones would actually stop. Since it is across a bridge between the two bones would stop the interference with the eye. I mean, you could just do it with a pen.
I can't hear you, sir.
The eye would bend in, and the two bones on the nose and around the eye socket would stop the intrusion of the step. So just bend it a little, stop. It wouldn't be so difficult to do.
Now, what about these bruises on the back of her arms? And even those, that looks like that's been bleeding. Would you agree with me?
Can we run the animation to show you what possibly could have caused these bruises?
Perhaps y'all can do that on redirect.
Okay.
Can you just tell the jury?
If she'd like to know whether he took into account those bruises, and I think she should give him an opportunity to show on the animation where he attempted to account for it.
Well, I'm the one asking questions in here, and I'd like for him to show me on the model if he can show me it on.
This is real shit.
Well, the animation are still over.
First of all, let's show the jury. Well, let's start with this one. AKP9. Show them that picture, please. There's a number of bruises on there on their arm. And if you need to point it out in the model where you think she might perceive those, that'd be fine.
Well, I think you remember the animation and try to map the animation to this scene here. These bruises, I think you noticed the scene was stopping every once in a while with the arms hitting against something. And you noticed that the angle of step 17 is right along the line of this back bruise. So the first drop was right. Her back hit this angle right here. So you have this bruise on the back, and you have these bruises hitting the floor as she fell. You saw the animation stop as her arm hit this part, and then as she fell with her arm laying on this part down here and another part. So there were multiple contacts as she fell twice that actually geometrically fit reasonably well with these bruises, and that's another one of those really reassuring features that such a thing happened, because the length of her body, as you clearly demonstrated with that doll, the length of her body plays a big role. The length of her limbs plays a big role, whether they reach an edge or how they hit. For example, if her arms were really short and she fell, she might catch this part, and if it's long, she might catch that part. So as we worked that, we noticed that some of these quite a few of these bruises are somewhat consistent with somebody falling and catching the parts of their arms on the various surfaces. And I think you probably noted the stops in that simulation.
Now that you brought that up, first of all, you are telling this jury that the bruises in AKP9 are reassuring to you. Is that what you said?
Everything is reassuring to me when it fits the biomechanical, when the biomechanical events fit the bruises, when the injuries fit the biomechanical events, they fit the energies, they're the right amount of energy to cause it, then, I check myself all the time, and I use that in a scientific way, that I'm constantly looking for more and more evidence and more things that line up rather than just one thing or two things.
Did you notice from either the autopsy report or the autopsy photos that there was not bruising on the buttocks area?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you noticed on the animation, or whatever you want to call that from the screen, that her buttocks area was constantly hitting these wooden stairs?
I wouldn't say constantly hitting. But,
Well, how many times would you say, if you can recall from what we saw on the screen, that her buttocks area hit steps as she either fell backward or fell down?
the hits that she hit, for example, when you fall, you notice this part moves a lot faster. So if her buttocks is right here, then the impact velocity is lower, and of course we know that that's a more padded area, so to speak, and so it's lower. So from a sitting position, she wouldn't drop very high, and it's not unusual that area is not bruised, given the impact velocity of that region of the body. It's very low.
So you're saying, according to your studies, you've done studies on bruising to the buttocks?
No, I haven't.
Let's look at AKP 11.
Okay.
Now, there on the elbow area, there are actually some redder marks that look like they're actually scratches, or they represent an area that has been bleeding. Do you agree or disagree with me?
I can't tell. It's possible, but I see the bruises, so the bruises indicate an impact.
Well, I'm speaking of these other areas that are redder than the bruises, that aren't as spread out, that are more particular.
Oh, yeah.
These. I mean, would you agree with me that those are different, that those aren't bruises, that those are more like areas that have either bled or
Possible.
got cut in some fashion?
Possible.
Okay, if you would show that to the jury, please, and then tell us where on the stairwell, on the staircase molding, where you think she got those.
This region here, I think the bruises are possible from her arm flinging and hitting something. I don't know what these tiny cuts are from, whether there's some
I can't hear you, sir.
I don't know. I can show you the bruises here and account for them possibly, and kind of her arms flinging and hitting something as she falls, as you saw the simulation. But these tiny things here, I can't even tell when they occurred, whether they were here before or whether there was something on the floor itself or the molding that scratched, that actually abraded or scratched that surface. So that's the time.
You don't know?
No, I don't.
How about the this area of her hand, AKP 10? Would you agree with me that there is some area of bruising, actually up the wrist and forearm too, on some of the knuckles, and then once again we have the red marks that actually look similar to these red marks as far as just their appearance. Do you agree with me?
Let me see, is this her left hand or right hand? Okay, it's her left hand. These bruises, I think, if you recall from the simulation, there's a type of hit and that was caused against the steps or possibly on the way back. This one could have been a pinch because of the fall. This one could have been a pinch. I don't know what this.
Okay, let's show that to the jury, please.
Okay.
What you're talking about.
These are the impact bruises as her arm hit that.
Sir, I can't hear you.
How about
these
give
these
him a
are
microphone?
these are the impact bruises that you possibly remember from her arm impacting from the simulation, and these scratches or I don't know what they're from other than hitting a rough surface of some rough surface or something on the wood that caused these.
Okay, now let's take a look.
This one,
Yes, sir.
she's gonna move on.
Jump in my chair with me. Walk in my chair. We're almost finished with this part, but.
Well, you know, she needs to get it. She needs to get it on the record. She needs your deputy's help right here. Mr. Deputy, she needs you.
Ready? Let's look at AKP 5. Now, would you agree with me that this is a picture of the back of Miss Peterson's head?
Yes.
Now, I want to draw your attention particularly to this mark, which would correspond, at least arguably, with what you marked as number 1 on Defendant's Exhibit 242. First of all, do you agree with me?
Yeah,
That is
that's what I
representative
think.
of what you all have marked.
Yes.
1. Okay. The first thing I wanted to ask you about that is, do you see here on Defendant's Exhibit 242, is the original up there? The original exhibit, this is just a copy. Okay. Let's see. Now, you said you spent a lot of time trying to get these things accurate, is that right?
Yes.
All right, let's compare the wounds on AKP 5, which you would agree with me, that's an autopsy photo, right?
Yes.
And you looked at it and making some of your decisions, right?
That's correct.
And Defendant's Exhibit 242, are you telling us that you believe that in comparing the two, that the wounds depicted on Defendant's Exhibit 242 are accurately placed on her head?
Yes.
Do you see here where this is the top of her head and her ears are here in AKP 5?
Well, this is relative to the occiput, not relative to, I mean, her ears are, this is a two-dimensional picture.
Mm-hmm.
And this is relative to this the occiput right here is right here.
All right, then look more particularly then at the one you've designated 1 with the circle around it.
Yes.
You did realize from reading the autopsy report that there was an avulsion associated with that, meaning the skin literally was flapping forward or flapping up. You'd literally stick fingers under there. Do you remember that from the autopsy report?
An avulsion means that that it's separated from the bone. I don't know about flapping.
Yeah, that's what she just said,
Well,
dude.
if you thoroughly read the autopsy report, you might have claimed that it literally would come up. All right, I want you to explain to the jury then, in regards to that wound right there, the one you marked number 1,
Yes.
how that could occur with it flapping forward toward the top of her head. This is the top of her head now.
Yes.
How that could occur when she's falling backwards, according to your reenactment. How could that possibly be?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what I think happened.
Okay.
As the head, can I use the styrofoam head?
That's fine. That'd be fine. And now, you would keep in mind, we've got the styrofoam head, but
That's what
as
she
you know from
said.
other pictures of Peterson, she did have a full head of hair.
Yes.
I don't know the skill though.
Yeah, I
You
don't.
need this?
No, I mean we might if you like, but
It's obviously not a
basically
one-to-one.
this region right here, as it fell against the door molding, with the door molding having those waves, some of them are angled, some of them are round. As she fell this way, where there's, like I mentioned before, the perpendicular part of the impact which causes pressure, and then there's a tangential part on the way down which causes the pulling. It basically moved the skull. It's like a wrinkle in a carpet. So it just like wrinkling a carpet, it just did that, and that's it. It ripped, and you see that in that. You see that laceration. You see the flap.
It reminds me of Trooper
that Ms.
Paul.
Black mentioned. That flap, as it was pulling up like this with the molding impacts causing the weaker points there. As it was pulling, it tore. It tore the bottom of it, creating that flap. And I don't say that the flap was flapping backwards. It just basically pushed it like a carpet. And
All right, now in conjunction with that wound, as well as the rest of the wounds we discussed, how would the fact that she did have a full head of hair impact on your decision making? Would it be different for a person that's bald as opposed to somebody with a full head of hair as far as what stairs or molding might do to their head upon a fall?
yeah, so this is with a full head of hair. Yeah.
So her hair has nothing to do with the opinions that you've made.
Her hair does have something to do with it. It's there, and the thickness of her scalp, and it's that's how you get lacerations with hair. You don't, not just without hair. So.
Thank you. Sorry, my
Why did you pull the staircase out? You didn't move it.
Now, in conjunction with Ms. Peterson's injuries, how many distinct lacerations would you contend that she had? Or do you contend that she had?
Do you mean, for example, the forked, the sort of crow's feet, the stellate, the star-shaped, would sort of like a propeller? Would you want to count it as 4 or as 1 laceration?
You mean the owl feet?
I think that was a result of 1 hit. It's 1 injury. It's an impact. It's 1 injury. If the laceration, were zigzag shape, does it have to be separated to be counted as a separate injury, as an individual injury, or if it's all connected, it can be caused. It can be 1 injury. I would say that's 1 laceration.
Okay, sir, my question was, in your opinion, how many lacerations do you contend that she has to the back of her head?
If you count it per hit, she has 4 lacerations. If you count it for individual slices, she has more. If each individual fork is counted as a different laceration, it's just a bookkeeping issue.
So the number of lacerations she has is a bookkeeping issue.
Object. Argument.
I think she's asking a question. Overruled.
No.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, if you want to count every fork and record that, every branch and record that as a laceration, that's so you could count many more than if you want to count the result of the impact, the injury resulting from the 1 impact as a laceration. So, for example, the laceration that we showed in the book has that's considered 1 laceration, but it has several branches to it. So if one decided to count it as several, you can.
So the number of lacerations was not important to you as far as the work you did?
It's what was important to me is that cluster that I labeled 1 was an injury resulting from 1 impact. The cluster I labeled 2 was an injury from the 2nd impact, and the cluster I labeled 3 was from another impact. How many branches each one of those has? Again, it's just something that we can agree to count a certain way.
So what was the answer to my question, sir?
Three lacerations.
Okay.
Overruled.
By my way of counting.
Now, would you agree that at least some of them were long linear lacerations? Would you agree with that characterization?
Linear meaning in a straight line?
That's the way I define it. I don't quite know how you might in your science.
Oh, of course, yeah, they're curved. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Would you agree with the measurements of them that they are, some of them at least, are between 3 and 5 inches long?
Yes.
Would you agree that at least some of those lacerations are positioned such that they go over the curve of the skull?
Yes.
Would you agree that the floor and the steps, those are inflexible objects?
That's a relative term. Yeah, they're rigid. Yeah, they're relatively rigid. Yes.
And even the chair, for that matter, it would be an inflexible object.
Yes, relatively speaking. Yes.
Now, I believe you said on direct examination that you can have a skull fracture without a laceration, and vice versa. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if I said that, but I'll answer that. Yes, you can.
Okay. Is it fair to say that a laceration of the scalp depends more on the velocity of the striking object or the velocity of the head than the energy transfer?
You'll have to repeat that. I'm not sure I understand.
Well, a lot of it depends on the velocity of the object. Is that correct? Or the velocity of the head when it hits an object, as far as what type of injury you would receive? Force, velocity.
Yes, but that needs some clarification.
Okay,
I mean,
you may explain.
if you had a big, for example, if you know those, the hanging ball bearings that you hit and they pop back and forth. If one ball bearing was this huge and another one was really small, and you take the little one and you drop it on the big one, it'll just keep bouncing on the big one. You wouldn't get the velocity. So for example, if the head were to hit, if the poker was hanging in the air and the head were to hit it, it'll just deflect it out of the way. So something has to be stationary. When the head hits the floor, it's hitting a massive object, and that velocity is different than the velocity of the head hitting something light. So it's not just velocity; it's also the velocity, and it's just the transfer of momentum is what's important. Velocity times the mass.
Now, what would you say would be the biomechanical factors that are associated with a skull fracture?
The way we associate a skull fracture is by an equivalent drop height against a specific surface. Now, that drop height can vary if the surface is softer or harder. So it's a drop height.
Well, in conjunction with this case, would you agree that the location of these wounds would play into that? The biomechanical factors that would be associated with the skull fracture or lack thereof?
I'm really not clear on that question.
Would you agree? Let me name a few variables for you, and I'll see whether you agree or disagree with me that these came into play in this particular case.
Sure.
Under your field.
Okay.
Or within your field with with the lack of a skull fracture.
All right.
Okay. The location of the wounds, the length of the wounds, the severity of the wounds, the number of the wounds, the directionality of the wounds, and the energy or velocity it would take to cause those wounds. Would you agree that those are appropriate variables to consider in a case like this, in the biomechanical field, to make decisions about whether there should be a skull fracture or not? Or where you would find one or not?
Biomechanically, I really can't follow all of that, but biomechanically, what determines whether a skull fracture occurs or not is the object you're contacting it and the sort of equivalent drop height of the head on that object. And different velocities cause different types of fractures. Different heights cause different types of fractures.
What I am having trouble
Now,
with.
would you agree that a human head weighs on average 9 to 10 pounds?
Yes,
Right around there?
8 to 12.
Okay.
What I'm having a problem with is that he doesn't seem to be answering the questions that she's asking. It's like he doesn't understand the question. So he's just answering whatever he wants to answer. It's this whole cross-examination is weird. And then Rudolph keeps objecting. She's trying to get him to answer what she's asking.
And I believe you previously testified that the blow poke weighed 3/4 of a pound.
Yes.
Now, given the severe laceration on the back of the head, the one that I showed you that you had marked number 1,
Yes.
and the fact that there was no skull fracture, would it not be more consistent that her head was hit with a lightweight object than her head hitting a solid, immovable object?
No.
And why is that, in your opinion?
Because of the thing that I said, that it's a balance of momentum. The head being a 10-pound, roughly, like you're saying, object with a velocity, when it hits a solid, a wall or a floor, that whole head is exerting pressure and force on that wall. That's not the same thing as a thin sort of light object hitting the head. So the contact time and pressure is different, and that would cause the sort of frictional and the shear pull that would wrinkle, or the rug thing that we said, which is shearing that scalp.
So, in your opinion, how far does a head have to be away from a surface from a flat surface to fracture the skull? How far would the head have to go back to fracture the skull?
3 to 5 feet, depending on the surface.
Okay. And was I correct in hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, did you say on direct examination that, in your opinion, that because the lacerations were so similar to each other, that they were caused by similar energy forces?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, what was it that you said then about the similarity of the lacerations to each other?
I said at every contact point, the lacerations were somewhat of the same impact type energy against surfaces that we know of, none of which exceeded the tolerance of the skull to cause a fracture, none of which exceeded the tolerance of the brain to cause local brain injury or distal brain injury, contra coup, etc., or subdural hematomas. So in that respect, all those impact causing those lacerations were, of reasonable energies against the surfaces that are present in the stairwell.
Now, did you run any tests or experiments in this case?
Did I
No
do?
objection unless
Or did you do any tests?
including the animation.
Okay, other than that.
No.
Okay. Now, according to Dr. Leetsma, there were two lacerations on the back of the head that started at the top of the head and split down. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I'm not sure. I need clarification on that. There were two lacerations that started where?
The longest lacerations on the back of the head started at the top of the head and split down.
Can we use my labeling? Do you mean number one?
I'll be happy for you to look at it and maybe you can. Sorry about that question. According to Dr. Leetsma, two of these top lacerations started and then went down. Okay, which would be.
Which ones?
According to Dr. Leetsma, I believe he said that one of these lacerations that you've got marked 1, at least part of 1, and one that's part of what you've labeled 3, started at the top and ripped down. Now, do you agree or disagree with that?
I don't know. I don't know what that means. Started at the top and ripped down.
That the injury occurred at the top, or the first piercing of the scalp started at the top and then it ripped down.
Well, I object to that. I don't.
No, I
Testimony is, counsel's going to cite the testimony, then I think we ought to have a transcript of it, or at least an exact quote.
Sustain.
All right, now, in speaking of what you've called as the animation, first of all, let me ask you, do you have software that biomechanics use?
software.
An articulated total body model. You use that in your line of work, don't you?
Yes, but I didn't.
To reenact things?
No, I didn't use it in this case.
And why is it that you didn't use it in this case?
Because this is actually a simple. These are simple falls against surfaces. It's just a matter of knowing the person's height and how far they fell and what they hit. It's just a simple formula.
So what you did in this case to depict what we've seen on the screen was just put pictures beside a picture and then another picture and another picture.
It's an illustration. I try to graphically show in a more descriptive way what can be described verbally.
Well, that's more like a cartoon, isn't it?
Objection, argument.
Well, I'm not sure what she means, but what do you mean it's more like a
Well, what Walt Disney developed.
Objection.
sustain?
How much did it cost to make that what we saw? I timed it. It was 1 minute and 50 seconds. How much did that cost?
I was thinking
I'm
we're a
not sure. I don't
roadrunner.
know.
You say you helped. Did you help develop it or pioneer it, or what was your role?
I supervised graphics people to help me illustrate exactly what you saw, that simulation.
Well, according to you, it took a long period of time to actually come up with this scenario and then put it together with engineers to depict it here for the jury.
No, it's the thinking that goes into it. Realizing repeating again the dimensions of Ms. Peterson and how she fell, and calculating whether those falls are consistent with causing lacerations and not skull fractures. Looking at her dimensions, the dimensions of the scene.
So you have no idea how much something like that costs?
No, I don't.
Okay, now you say you testified as an expert. Did you say 5 or 6 times?
Yeah, 6 or 7. I mean, less than 10. I don't know exactly what.
That would be the total times that you testified as an expert.
That's correct.
How many times have you testified as an expert in a criminal case out of those times?
I think all of them.
All
in
of them?
court, yes.
All right, how many times have you
If you
testified?
count, sorry, let me just be clear. Do you count depositions?
No, sir, it'd be testimony in front of a jury.
Right, criminal. They're all criminal cases. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many times out of those 5 or 6 times have you testified in a homicide case where the victim was an adult?
One time, but I didn't testify before a jury. That's the deposition that I'm talking about in the case settled. It was an adult falling.
So did you testify before a jury in that
No,
case?
ma'am, I didn't.
So has there ever been a time that you testified in a homicide case then where the victim was an adult and the contention between the state and the defense was that it was an accidental fall versus a beating death?
No.
Sir, how much are you charging to testify in this case or for the work that you've done?
$500 an hour.
And do you have a retainer fee?
Yes, it's $5,000.
So the $500 an hour would be in addition to the $5,000 retainer fee?
Well, the retainer fee just goes to doing hours, so 10 hours, I guess.
And how many hours have you spent thus far in this case?
I've spent quite a bit, several hundred hours. I mean, they're not going to be billable hours. I just.
Well, how many billable hours have you spent on this case?
Well, I don't know in hours because I've spent more time, but I billed nearly $40,000. That's to develop my understanding and to travel. I've traveled 9 times to different places in the scene.
You've been to 1810 Cedar Street 9 times?
No, 6 times.
6 times. And out of the $40,000 that you've already billed, I take it there are more hours that you will continue to bill based on coming here to testify and things of that sort?
Yes, possibly. I have to go back and look.
I can't hear you.
Yes, I have to look at that. Yes.
All right. So when was this $40,000 bill that you sent? How far into the case were you when you actually sent that bill?
I think very recently. It's up to date before I came here, I think. Yes.
And is the $500 an hour, does that include court testimony?
Yes.
It's my understanding based on your employment that you're a federal employee.
That's correct.
So how does that work with being a federal employee and being able to take on cases like this and be paid this type of money?
I take leave.
So you're on vacation while you're testifying?
Well, you can call it vacation. I'm not at work. I take off leave when I'm testifying.
So you take vacation time to spend
It's annual leave.
time like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't do it enough. I mean, this is I don't. It's 5 or 6 times in the last 25 years.
And how many
6 or 7
cases?
times.
That's the poster that was hanging on the wall at the wall at the end of the stairs. So there, as you go down that staircase, there was a wall, and then the stairs like curved, and the opening was down here. So that picture was on the wall right there. So it's evidence, I guess.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
I mean, the 6 or 7 times are in the last 25 years. I mean, I
See.
don't.
So how many cases do you currently have pending now that you are either going to testify in or you may have to testify in that you're working on outside of your employment with the federal government?
I think. Let me think. I don't know, half a dozen. I don't know exactly. Half a dozen.
And it's true that you're not allowed to testify in automobile cases because it would be a conflict of interest with your employment.
I know I don't do it. I don't do that anyway.
But that would be a conflict of interest with your employment.
To testify,
In any type of automobile case where there's some type of injury associated with it, liability associated with it.
no, I generally don't testify against manufacturers or an automobile. But if it's I can testify in a case where an automobile, 2 people crash and negligence or something. I could do that.
You could do that. So if you've billed $40,000 thus far, you have any idea what your final bill is going to be?
No, I have to look at my time and expenses.
I have further questions.
Yes, Rudolph.
Dr. Bandeck, I'm going to try to be brief because the jury has to be out of here in about 12 minutes. So I'm going to cover what I can in 12 minutes. You were asked some questions about research that you've done on lacerations. And I think you testified that you've not done any independent research on your own on lacerations, correct?
Correct.
Have other people done research on lacerations?
Yes.
Is that pretty basic research?
Yes.
Was there any reason for you to redo the research that other people have already done with regard to lacerations, skull fractures, brain injuries, or anything else having to do with your opinions in this case?
No, that's what I tried to explain. There's no reason, no.
Did you base your opinions on research that has been published in textbooks and peer review articles and other things that experts in your field of injury biomechanics come into court every day in car crash cases and every other kind of case where it may be relevant, products liability, and testify based on the literature and research that other people have done?
Yes.
You were asked about the number of different scenarios, and I think you said that there are lots of possibilities. Dr. Radish's testimony was that there was no possibility that these injuries could be sustained in an accidental fall. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
Was your simulation designed specifically to show that that opinion by Dr. Radish, which she gave to this jury, is simply not accurate?
Yes.
You talked about the bruises on the body. I'd like to show that demonstration. And let me, before I do that, ask you, I think you said you couldn't really tell how to map out the bruises on the face because you didn't really know how that face could have. Maybe you can sit there. Is that right? You didn't really know how the face would have contacted
Right.
during the dynamics of the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Did you, though, attempt in coming up with your scenario to take into account the major bruises on the arms and on the back and try to see if the scenario that you came up with accounted for those?
Yes. Does this teleprompter work during the animation?
Hold on.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Can you put it on, please, Kevin? Just tell me where to stop when we're talking about a bruise.
That's the non-head bruises you're referring to.
Non-head, yes.
Right. Okay, stop. The arm there, the left arm, has a contact. Go ahead. Okay, stop. The right arm has a contact against the molding. Go ahead.
And is there a bruise in that location?
Yeah, these are the consistent elbow bruises.
Okay, so where we showed the arm on the left step, or the left arm on the step, were there bruises in that area?
Yes.
And where we're showing the arm in contact with the molding here, were there bruises in that area?
Yes. Okay, stop. That's a step in line with the bruise you saw on the back that I mentioned to you.
Okay. Just so we're clear.
Okay, see you later, Jones.
Are we talking about that bruise right there?
Yes,
And the previous bruises on the elbow and arm
right.
there?
That's correct. Stop. That's again a contact on the different points on the arm and at the beginning of the wrist.
Were there bruises in that area?
Yes. I want to point out to the dimensions again. If her arm were to be a foot long, or just to exaggerate, it would be extending beyond, and it wouldn't be the bruise right here. There's a contact on the left arm again, and
Again,
You
consistent
can
with the
keep
kinds of bruising.
yeah. Again, that's another contact. That's a possibility.
And you were talking about the buttocks not dropping down as far. Explain just briefly how that affects the amount of force or load that ends up being distributed in that part of the body.
Well, it's naturally lower to the ground, and of course we pivot around the waist, so you get more throw up higher on the head, and the arms, the extremities flail out, and they get moving where the lower part of the body doesn't. And in the limit, your ankles don't see much of a drop, so you wouldn't get sort of heel bruises.
Is that another area of bruise or contact on step 16 there?
Yes.
Were you able, through this demonstration, through this simulation, to account for the major bruises on Kathleen Peterson's arms, hands, and torso?
Yes.
Shut this down, Tom. Now, there was some debate about number of lacerations and how we're going to count lacerations. Was your point trying to determine number of impacts or number of splits in the skin?
Number of impacts.
Is there anything particularly determinative about number of impacts if a particular stellate has 3 prongs or 4 prongs or 5 prongs?
It would be more energetic if it had many prongs. Depending on what it hit, it'd be a little different for different impact scenarios against different surfaces. But it would still be one injury from that impact.
I think you were asking questions about the amount of conversation you had with Dr. Dietzman, as well as the number of times that you went to Cedar Street. Let me ask you, first of all, did you actually go to Cedar Street with some of the people who did the computer simulation that the jury just saw?
Yes, with the graphics people, right?
And what was the purpose of that?
So that we can, get all the information correctly as a group, to make sure they measure the right things, the right dimensions, to get the dimensions of the scene, and to work on the biomechanics of the fall, so we can demonstrate it.
All right. And I think you said you spoke with Dr. Leisman a number of times, in part to help create where the lacerations would be on the scalp.
Yes. Yes.
By the way, these were done by the same company that did the simulation, correct?
Yes.
And you don't have any kind of ownership interest in that company or any other interest in that company, do you?
Never knew them before.
They're not even in your town, are they?
No.
And let me show you what the marked State's Exhibit D7, and ask you do you see where the lacerations are indicated on D7?
Yes.
Are those accurate? For example, looking at the ones down here, is that an accurate place for those lacerations at the bottom there?
No, it's not.
Or the one coming over the top of the head, is that accurate?
No.
Could you have used fairly inaccurately diagrams like that to attempt to do the kind of computer simulation you did here?
It wouldn't give the same result. It's but I don't know if it would be difficult to simulate those bruises.
And would it be would simulating those tell you anything about what actually happened in this case, or are these so inaccurate that simulating these would not tell you anything.
Y'all object to continual leading of the witness.
So I'm trying to get done.
Totally.
Those lacerations are a result of an event that happened, and they're put on a different part of the body. I mean, that's an inconsistency that makes it very difficult to work with.
You were asked about whether or not it would have been easier or better for Dr. Radish to have figured out that none of these lacerations couldn't have all come from a fall simply because she's the person who saw the lacerations in person. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Assuming that Dr. Radish has testified before this jury that she has absolutely no training or experience in injury biomechanics, and assuming further that she testified before this jury that she never even went to the stairway, not one time, who, in your opinion, would be in a better position to say whether or not the lacerations that were depicted on the autopsy photos and on the autopsy diagrams that Dr. Radish did were more consistent with a accidental fall or a beating? Someone like you with injury biomechanical training and a visit or multiple visits to the scene, or someone like Dr. Radish, who's a forensic pathologist with no injury biomechanics, who has never been to the scene?
Your Honor, I would object. That would be for the jury, this jury to determine. I object.
Well, all this is going to be ultimately for the jury, but he has a right to ask that question.
Who do you think would be in the better position?
Obviously, the person who's trained to determine causation, biomechanically trained in injury biomechanics, and someone who went to the source of the information, which is the scene, because that's the source of how these injuries were caused.
Is there a difference between cause of death or mechanism of death and cause of the injury? Are those two different determinations?
Yes, to me they are.
And is your training in determining the cause of the injury?
That's correct.
Anything else? That's all I have. Thank you very much.
One question? You sure it's one question?
Yes, sir.
I do not have as much flexibility as you two think I have today. You can try to ask one.
Sir, I want to make sure I understand. Instead of using biomechanical software that would take into account body movements, you chose instead to use what we saw here, which was individual picture frames to depict.
Okay. That's weird. We're at the end of the video. No.
The flight is delayed this morning. Mr. Harden informed me yesterday that he is at least tentatively planning on calling, I think, up to 5 rebuttal witnesses, all of whom I think are experts. We didn't talk about fact witnesses, but I think they're all experts. And 2 of those would be forensic pathologists, Dr. Butts, and a forensic pathologist from Wake Forest. 2 would be biomechanical engineers, and 1 would be a blood stain pattern analyst, although I don't know that they've made a final decision on that particular expert. what I told Mr. Harden yesterday and what I wanted to put on the record for the court today is that we believe that the scope of rebuttal, particularly in this case, given how long the evidence has gone on, ought to be limited, and indeed the law requires that it be limited to matters that have been raised by the defense for the first time that the prosecution was not in a position to put on evidence about initially. So, for example, when I asked Mr. Harden to give me a summary of, for example, of what Dr. Butts and the other forensic pathologist, I think it's Dr. Lance, intended to testify to, and I'm summarizing what he told me, and there may be more to it than this. I'm not meaning to limit him, but essentially what he said was, well, they've reviewed Dr. Radish's work, and they agree that her opinions are correct. If that's what the scope of their testimony would be, it would be our position that that's beyond what is appropriate for rebuttal. Proper rebuttal, it seems to us, would be something like this. We put on Dr. Bandak, and he presented to the court and to the jury an illustration of how these injuries could have been incurred through an accident. That's obviously not anything that they could have met in their case in chief. It's evidence that we presented that is fairly rebuttable, assuming they have experts who are in a position to rebut it, by calling their own biomechanical engineers and saying, well, we disagree with what Dr. Bandak says, and here's why. That, it seems to us, would be appropriate rebuttal testimony. If all they're doing is calling either a blood spatter person or a medical examiner to say, well, we know what Dr. Radish said, or we know what Dwayne Deaver said, and yeah, we've read what Jan Lietzma says, or we've read what Henry Lee says, and we agree with Deaver and Radish and disagree with Lietzma and Lee. That is not appropriate rebuttal. Those witnesses could have testified in the case in chief. They're not going beyond anything that Deborah Radish had said or addressed, or that Dwayne Deaver had said or addressed, and therefore it would be our position that the court should limit rebuttal to matters that have been raised. And I think there's a very practical reason for that. We've got lined up as surrebuttal, for example, Cyril Wecht and Werner Spitz. In theory, if they simply put on John Butts and Dr. Lance to say, well, we've looked at all this stuff and we agree with Deborah Radish and disagree with Jan Lietzma, then we come in next Monday and we put on Cyril Wecht and Werner Spitz to say, well, we agree with Jan Lietzma and we disagree with Deborah Radish and John Butts and Dr. Lance. Essentially, it could go on forever. And I don't think that that's what rebuttal or surrebuttal is designed to accomplish. So our motion would be to require the state to be limited in their rebuttal evidence to matters that were raised for the first time during the defense case in chief, and to limit the testimony of any experts to new matters raised during the defense case in chief, and to not simply reiterate what prior witnesses on the state's case in chief said. And I think the law essentially is, it's the court's call. I mean, I think it's completely discretionary in the court.
Do you want to say anything?
Just briefly, and Your Honor may be familiar with 15A-1226, which in essence says you're allowed rebuttal, and it's in the scope of it is largely within the court's discretion. So in addition, though, to talking about that, I think one thing to keep in mind is when you're talking about expert rebuttal, and not just fact rebuttal, that the expert opinion has to be useful to the jury. And if we, in essence, they present their expert testimony in their case in chief, and we present ours, then we start taking a poll of other experts of which way they would go. That is of limited usefulness to the jury in assessing the actual substantive expert testimony that's been presented on both sides. It is different if we have presented different substantive expert testimony in our case in chief, which they have not yet addressed. But otherwise, we end up basically.
That little dude gets cuter the more I see him. He definitely looks like Patrick Duffy. Forgot what I was going to say. Oh, I don't think Rudolph is out of line on this one. Because the point of rebuttal is to rebut the expert witnesses that testified for the defense. So he's right. They shouldn't be putting on expert witnesses that are just going to reiterate things that they said on their case in chief. The experts are there to rebut the defense expert. So I don't think he's out of line this time. I'm surprised, though, that he felt the need to file a motion for it, though. That's weird. Because that's what rebuttal is. So why? He just wants to take up more of the court's time, I guess. He's using AI? What? His numbers or bots? That's crazy. I'm not monetized yet. But I wonder if this is going to make it harder for me to get monetized when I get enough subs. Oh, and this is terrifying. And I still don't know the specifics, how or why. Can't remember if it happened at Disneyland or Disney World, but a YouTuber, a Disney streamer, got swatted at the Magic Kingdom. So I think it was Disney World. I think it was Magic Kingdom. Got swatted by another YouTuber, as they do, but at the park. So Disney might not let us live stream because of crap like that happening. So now YouTube's being stupid, and now Disney I might be out of a job. And so I had my Disney friends, we were talking about it last night, I had to explain, no, you don't understand. This is what YouTubers do to each other. And I told them about Tug and about when he got swatted during the Johnny Depp trial. I'm like, it's a thing that stupid YouTubers do to each other, and it's dangerous. And they actually did that to a streamer that was live streaming at the park. He got swatted at the park. Sometimes, like, the internet is so cool. It's made the world a smaller place. And we learn more about different cultures and different people, and also the technology makes a lot of things easier, but at the same time, it's also made a playground for jerks. And they ruin it for other people. It's awful, awful, awful. And YouTube, I don't know why they even started the partner program, because I don't think they want to give us money. I think that they go to any length they can to not give us money. I really do. And I think they fired a bunch of people. Are they saying the people in chat are bots, or the people that are streaming are bots? How could you... What, a bot made a whole YouTube channel and started streaming? That doesn't make sense. And like you said, he's been monetized for years. So they fired a bunch of people to make so they didn't have to pay them, and made it bots to, and I told them that too last night when we were talking about it. I'm like, we got to be super careful because of all the bots. They fired a bunch of people and it's mostly bots now. So we don't know what's going to happen because they're used to, my Disney friends are used to streaming out in the park. They're not used to YouTube being stupid, and it seems like they YouTube messes with the law tube people a lot more for some reason. But yeah, YouTube, I don't know what, they're cracking down on us, man, and I don't know why, unless it's just because they don't want to pay us. But they're the ones that said they'd pay us. They're backtracking on their decision, I guess.
Taking a vote, who can get the most number of experts to come in and vote for their first line of experts, and that would not be useful to the jury. The jury's already heard both sets of experts. They're in a position to make that decision. In addition to going beyond what this court could allow as proper rebuttal, it starts to become something other than proper expert testimony, simply be, in essence, voting on or repeating what other experts have already said. And of course, finally, the court has the discretion in terms of repetitive or potentially confusing testimony to limit the presentation. So as to matters that we raised on case in chief that hadn't already been fully addressed by the state's experts, and we've heard a number of medical experts by the state, that would be proper rebuttal. As to matters that were fully explored by the state in their case in chief, we would ask the court to exercise its discretion to limit that and not allow that to be rehashed once again.
Do you have anything, Mr. Hart?
Yes, sir. I would ask that the court, on an individual basis with respect to each witness, make this decision. It's the state's position that each of the witnesses will offer something different and new as it relates to evidence that was either tendered by the defendant or at least addressed to some degree in the state's case in chief. I don't think the statute limits us from doing that, but certainly with respect to the biomechanical engineers, until Dr. Bandak testifies, we don't know what he's going to say. We don't know if he's even going to be called. So with respect to each of those, they would be specifically addressing issues that he raised. With respect to the forensic pathologist, that's a little more general in nature, although I think that Dr. Butts and Dr. Lance each will specifically address issues that were raised by Dr. Leetsma that were not addressed by Dr. Radish. And from a general perspective, I'd ask you to consider that at the time that we offer the witness and not make a ruling at this particular point.
Well, the court in its discretion will take the motion under advisement and ask the defendant to renew his motion, if at all, at another time. I don't know where we stand at this time. Is our juror here?
No, she's not here yet. No.
All right. Well, we can't proceed without the juror. But yes.
So one other thing, we've gotten now a couple of what looks like opinion letters and a summary of opinions on the two biomechanical engineers. I know that each of them has a CV, and we'd asked that the state provide a copy of the curriculum vitae or resume of each of these folks now or today, so that when they do come in to testify on Thursday, we'll be in a position to have read their CVs, have read their articles, and be in a position to cross-examine them without delay.
It's hard when you wish to. Your Honor, I don't think I'm required to give that, but I will certainly locate those and try to provide them by the end of the day or first thing in the morning.
All right. Are there other issues we can resolve without the jury?
I don't think so.
Let me talk to you, Mr. Deputy, and counsel up here. All right, good morning, members of the jury. I take it we all made it through the hurricane. We are awaiting the arrival of one of our jurors who obviously is missing in the back, and she'll be here. We're also awaiting the arrival of a witness who has probably already landed at the airport, just not here yet. So I think what we'll do is to take a break until about 10:20. You can go where you want to go during the break, but I'll probably need for you to reassemble about 10:20 in the jury pool room. Don't come back here. And we'll find out what our status is at that time. So the jury's excused until 10:20. All right. Well, apparently we have our juror back, and it's about 10:34 or so. So how do you all want to approach the rest of this day? I mean, you want to try to stay on the same? Do you want to try to stay on the same schedule? Do you want to go a little bit longer for lunch, or it's got less than an hour? If you want to stick to the regular schedule, you could go longer.
I don't know that mine will be much more than an hour. It won't be any more than 2, Judge. So
Yeah, well, 2 hours puts us way past lunch. But
yes, sir.
You want to go till 12?
Maybe 12.
You want to go to 12? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to address the issue about Thursday at this time to give the jurors a chance to think about it?
Yes, sir.
And you would like for them to tell us when? I mean, you got to give them a time by which they need to let us know if they can stay late or not stay late. If it's not stay late, then I don't know what we're going to do. But like tomorrow,
Yes, sir.
I mean, they can make inquiry and they can tell us tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right.
You ready?
Continue with the examination of a witness that was with us at a previous time. We will go a little bit longer. I don't mean at the end of the day, but at for lunch. As you know, we normally go to 11:30. We'll take our break. We'll probably go to about 12, if that long, and we'll take about the same length for lunch. However, there is one thing I do need to discuss with the jurors. The lawyers are aware of a witness who may testify on Thursday, and we want to know those jurors who have indicated they do have some difficulty with staying late or who do have to make arrangements. If you can consider for us whether we can stay a little bit later on Thursday, about the same time that we've always gone when we're going late. If you can let us know by tomorrow, or certainly by the next day after that, but give us some kind of idea whether that's possible or not possible. We're talking about this coming Thursday. All right. Okay. We have further examination. We need the witness to return. The witness continues to be under oath.
Sure.
And I believe we have cross-examination, Mr.
Yes,
Hall?
sir.
All right. Witness is with the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Palmbach. When you were talking about your employment, I had the impression that you work full-time with the Connecticut State Police.
Well, specifically the Department of Public Safety, but that's correct, yes.
All right. And also had the impression that you work on a consulting basis with Forensic Research Training Center.
Correct.
Okay. And with respect to that organization, how many hours a week do you work for them?
Meaning the Forensic Research Training Center?
Mm-hmm.
Again, it will vary, but probably 8 to 10 hours a week is an average.
And I have the impression that when you work for them, you work cases primarily with Dr. Lee, is that correct? Or do you work cases on your own as well?
No, I work the cases I do work. I would work with Dr. Lee, but we do more than that. That we also do training and some research projects as well under that entity.
Okay, and you and he have co-authored a book, is that correct?
Correct.
And it's this book right here, or Marcus?
That's
States
correct.
Exhibits 217?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to the the book arrangement that you have, are those royalties paid directly to you, or are they paid into the Forensic Research Training Center? How's that work?
No, they come directly to me. We're paid a third and a third of the royalties. Each of the three co-authors gets the same share, and I'm paid directly from Harcourt Brace, which actually I think is now Elsevier Scientific.
Okay. And with respect to the state of Connecticut, they've got no problem with this arrangement?
With what arrangement?
Well, with the arrangement for you to publish books and to work for the Forensic Research Training Center and to consult and then to go out and testify in cases around the country. They've got no problem with that.
That's correct. They're aware of this, and they have no problem with it.
Okay. Is that unusual for a state law enforcement organization based on your experience?
I think it is unusual, yes.
Are you aware that the state of North Carolina does not allow its State Bureau of Investigation agents to engage in any of the types of activities that Connecticut allows you to?
I'm not aware of that, but if that's true, it would be a shame.
But if it were true, that's certainly something that would be pretty much the norm for the state.
You asked me something I don't know. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're correct in that a lot of states do not allow for that. That's correct.
Now, with respect to the Connecticut State Police, would you say that they are essentially equivalent to the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation in terms of what they provide for law enforcement agencies within the respective states?
I have no idea. You have to explain. I can tell you what Connecticut's setup is. And the reason I explain is state police entities can vary very much. Some of them are merely highway patrol, and some of them are investigative, and some are both. In Connecticut, it tends to be a little bit of everything and then some. They're the primary law enforcement agency for half of the towns in the state. They have all the highway responsibilities, and as well as what you call it in criminal investigations or major crime and other specialized investigation activities.
Okay. Now, with respect to your employment with the Forensic Research Training Center and your consulting that you do with Dr. Lee, over the last 5 years, how many times have you actually testified for prosecutors outside of the state of Connecticut?
Strictly through Forensic Research Training Center.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you mean trials or depositions?
Either. Both.
Well, depositions would be more or less a civil matter, and I have given some of those. I don't believe I have testified at all under FRTC other than this case. That's not true. No, there was one other case earlier this year, and that was a civil proceeding, and I testified on the behalf of the police, but it was a civil suit. They were the defendants in the case.
Okay. So let me get back to my question.
Okay.
With respect to your relationship with the Forensic Research Training Center, you have not testified for a prosecutor outside of the state of Connecticut.
That's correct.
Okay. And with respect to your testimony earlier that 90% of the time when you testify for prosecutors, that would have been confined to the state of Connecticut then, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Okay. And that would relate to your employment with the Connecticut State Police?
Correct.
Now, Dr. Lee indicated that he had worked approximately 240 hours in this case. How many hours have you worked in this case?
Not including since the start of the trial, which have been consultations and my traveling down here, it was about 150 hours.
Okay. And I had the impression that at least last year, you received very little compensation from forensic research training.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
With respect to your work on this case, what is your hourly fee?
From my perspective, it's none. And Dr. Lee does the billings on these cases. I'm vaguely aware how he does it. I'm not sure that he's billed me out per hour or whether it's part of the flat fee that's coming in. So I don't really know how I'm billed out in essence because I'm not being paid directly for it.
Okay, when you say you're not being paid directly for it, how are you being paid?
Well, like I said, the total last year, my total money from the Forensic Research Training Center was just about, and I think it was exactly $2,000. It was basically a check I got in Christmas time, and it was basically because I asked Dr. Lee, like, essentially, it's the end of the year, could I have some Christmas money? He said, fine. And that's honestly why I got that money. Other than that, I hadn't billed, nor had I asked, nor had I received any money for any of the work we had done directly for Forensic Research Training Center.
Well, let me put it into these terms. If he or some member of the organization has worked 240 hours and he at least typically bills $500 an hour for that service, wouldn't you expect to get paid some portion of that at some point?
I very specifically did not want to. I think if I had asked him, he'd have been more than happy to do it. At this particular point, my primary obligation and responsibility and job is with the state of Connecticut. And so I've made it very clear to Dr. Lee that I will occasionally help on these cases, but I'm doing it as a learning experience and as an ability to assist him. I'm not at this point doing it for compensation.
So he's getting all the money then?
I assume so. Well, minus the expenses. There's expenses, obviously, that are being paid. Frankly, I don't know what he does with his finances. That's not a question I asked, but yeah, the assumption would be that he'd be getting the majority of that.
Okay. Now, I think you'd indicated in your testimony earlier that you had processed about 300 scenes that relate to part one felonies.
Yeah, and I think that would reflect what I did when I was in a full-time capacity.
Yeah, his sugar daddy.
For about, I think, around 8 years. That was my full-time job in the state of Connecticut. And so that number reflects that. It doesn't accurately reflect what I've done since then, which is certainly not the volume, but still, there are some that I've done in addition to that.
And just so we can refresh the jury's memory, the part one crimes are homicides, aggravated assaults, sexual assaults, burglary. There may be one other, but those are the
Did you say do you get homicides in there?
Homicides.
Yeah, okay. Kidnapping, perhaps.
Those are the more violent
Right.
crimes, and those are the part one crimes that are reported out through the Uniform Crime Report. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Now, with respect to those 300 scenes that you've worked, how many of those, in your opinion, had been perfectly maintained from the instant the crime had been committed?
And by perfectly, I think the assumption is exactly that, 100%. None of them are entirely done correctly.
Okay. With respect to those, would you, even if they hadn't been perfectly maintained, would you still expect to work those and process those?
You have well, when we're called in, we have no choice. Whatever we can do, we will do, and we'll have to make do with whatever's available for us.
Sure. Now, with respect to those 300 scenes, assuming none were perfect, I'm assuming that at least some number of those got prosecuted. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I would think the majority of them probably did.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many weren't? Do you have any idea how many of them were not prosecuted?
When you say prosecuted, do you mean it's never entering the judicial system at all? That meaning there's never an arrest or an indictment? Or I'm not sure. You mean going to trial, no plea bargaining, what?
No, in the cases where you process the scene, you identified a perpetrator, was process issued to prosecute that case, either on a warrant or an indictment? How many of those would fall into this category?
Most often, like I said, not all times, and the examples that would come to mind are those cases where you start an investigation and the investigation will culminate in no criminal activity. And in that case, obviously, there would be no prosecution.
Okay. But for those where you've got a perpetrator, obviously you've got a crime, you've got somebody identified, even in those scenes where they weren't perfectly maintained, process got issued and at least some level of prosecution occurred. Will that be fair?
Well, yeah, in the majority, not every case. There's certainly cases we've worked on where suspects have been identified and not even an arrest has been made. That's true.
Okay, but it wasn't because the scene was not processed or maintained properly.
It's possible it was. One of the problems is you don't necessarily know what evidence you didn't get. When you end up with very little evidence, one might have to assume that you've missed something that may have made a difference.
but someone above the level of the crime scene technician would make that decision, wouldn't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Now, with respect to various types of scenes, say if you had a man who had been shot in a drive-by shooting, say outside his home in his neighborhood, and family members found him, friends found him, were cradling him, trying to comfort him, and then EMS gets there, law enforcement gets there, and things begin to happen from a processing standpoint. Is that still a crime scene you would process?
You have to process it, surely.
Okay, and would you, with respect to that, take into consideration to the extent that you could, all of the activities around the person that was killed in a drive-by?
Yes, to the extent that you know about them, you must take them into consideration.
Okay. But you'd still process that scene as a crime scene, would you?
Yes.
Okay. What if you had, say, a young woman found in a shallow grave that had been missing for 10 years, and she's found by hunters, and it's apparent that animals have been over the scene. Obviously, weather has affected the scene. Would you still consider that a crime scene that needs to be processed?
Yes.
And I guess you could agree that due to the passage of time or animals being involved in the scene or the weather having affected it would have denigrated or altered some of the evidence. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes, I would.
You'd still process it?
Yes, I would.
How many homicides have you been to where you processed a scene where the residence was in excess of 10,000 square feet?
There are a few of those in Connecticut.
Well, I'm asking how many you processed, though.
It's not a majority by any stretch of the imagination. I'd be hard pressed to give you numbers. I definitely have. I can think of a few that were very large houses, but that's not the norm.
Well, how many would you say that would be in that range of 10,000 square feet that you can recall?
I'm just going to guess it's in the neighborhood of a half a dozen.
Okay. And you'd agree that that's a large scene to maintain, wouldn't you?
That's a large house, 10,000 square feet, certainly, yes.
It's a large scene to maintain by any number of law enforcement officers, wouldn't it be?
It depends upon the layout of the house and how large the scene is and what areas you need to control and restrict.
Okay. But wouldn't you still agree that's a pretty large area to maintain security
10,000
for?
square feet is a big area, yes, it is.
Now, with respect to this case, the evidence has shown that Mr. Peterson called on the 911 system through communications and reported this situation as an accident. Now, would it be fair to say that those responding to that communication would have in their mind that this is an accident when they get to the scene? Is that fair?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think that may have happened, and that's unfortunate. But by human nature, I think that could have happened.
Okay, and you're aware that it happened here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware that the EMS personnel that got there were basically the first folks on the scene?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And would it be your position that it would be appropriate for them to go about what they have to do to determine whether they can render aid to the victim?
Yes, as a general proposition, this is an area that's frustration, concern, whatever you want to say in the field. Without a doubt, their first obligation, ethical and moral obligation, is to render aid. They need to do that. So, yes, they should have had access to Kathleen. But it's always a balance and a struggle. Is at what point is she going to be declared dead, or is aid no longer possible? And then it's that point that they need to be removed, and they need to stop their activities because they only potentially could harm something for no value.
Well, when they get there, would you agree that their focus has to be on that victim and not necessarily are they to be concerned with their surroundings other than as it relates to what they can do for that victim? Would you agree with that?
I would agree that the focus absolutely has to be on the victim. What I will say is we have tried We've had some training for EMS personnel. We've tried to go out to the medical community and say, we understand what your needs are and we understand that it's a priority, but perhaps there's a way you could do your job or in a manner that may minimize the damaged evidence. So it's something we're aware of and something we've tried to educate people to minimize that risk.
Okay. Well, with respect to EMS personnel getting to that scene, you'd agree then that as it relates to their activities, it would be helpful, at least, if you were aware of the actions that they engaged in to render aid to the victim.
That would be helpful, sure.
Okay. Now, are you aware in this case that the EMS workers and that the firefighters that got to the scene, and we've got the first responder system here in Durham, so those two entities usually go to a scene together, or at least they try to render aid about the same time. So if the EMS workers that got there and the firefighters that got there were held at the scene and interviewed and questioned about their activities as it relates to all that they did for Kathleen Peterson, that would be an appropriate thing for law enforcement to do for them, wouldn't it?
Yes, I think they could do more. Perhaps they could get inked impressions of their shoes and but yeah, I mean, the fact that they held them and talked to them is an appropriate thing to do, yes.
Okay, and I think your book refers to the fact that when you get a scene secured, you want to talk with folks that were at the scene to figure out what actions they took so that you can take that into account when you're going through your analysis of what the scene reveals. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that that was done in this case, that the EMS and fire folks were interviewed actually twice. That
I'm not
evening,
aware of that, no.
that evening, and then later on in the week, and that they, on each occasion, gave statements. You aware of that?
I'm aware that there was some communication, not that they gave two statements, no.
Okay. But that'd be helpful to know, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the first officers at the scene, I'm not sure whether you saw all the reports, but the evidence has been that Corporal J.C. McDowell and Officer Victor Figueroa were the two first uniformed officers to get on the scene. Do you recall seeing that somewhere in the documents?
I don't recall the names, but they sound familiar, and that doesn't, I mean, I know there was a couple of officers that arrived. I do not recall what their names were.
Okay. And with respect to those officers, they got there right after the EMS and fire folks had gotten there, and the EMS and fire folks had already begun their activities. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
With respect to what Officer McDowell and Officer Figueroa were doing, how long would you give them to assess the scene and secure it? And exactly what would they have to do?
Right. Well, I think we've discussed this before. Security begins as you're approaching the scene. So, in my opinion, that process must begin immediately. Now, it'll change scope, it'll change perhaps intensity, but a trained police officer needs to be in a security mindset or mode even before they get to the scene.
Is that true when they go to a scene and they've been told that it's an accident?
Yes, it should be true. Now, perhaps that may make somebody put their guard down, but I don't believe that's an excuse. It still should be treated the same regardless of the cause or the manner or reported manner of death.
And I think at one point in your testimony, you talked about they needed to be concerned with officer safety. They need to be concerned with the preservation of plain view evidence. Needed to be concerned with victim safety.
Yes.
And there may have been one other, separating potential witnesses. Was that one of the other things they, in your opinion, were supposed to do?
Well, that would be a good one. I would agree to that, yes.
Okay. Well, let me go back to the original question. How long would you give them, assuming they're there with the mindset, this is a 911 accident call, how long do you give them to secure a 10,000 square foot scene?
Again, initially, they do not need to secure the entire, 10-foot scene. They need to secure what they can control immediately and again, work into the more critical area, which in this case is right there where Kathleen's body is in the stairwell. I agree, it's going to take time to fully secure the entire residence. But the question is, can you secure the priority area immediately? And as you're going through whatever you're doing, whether you're looking for more victims or more suspects or looking for evidence, you have to do it in a manner and a mindset that says, I need to secure the scene. Now, again, the guard may have been down because it's been reported as an untimely death and no criminal element or activity, but doesn't excuse or change the responsibility and the obligation to treat it that way until you leave.
Well, let's go back to the question. How long do you give them to secure the scene? How many minutes do you give them to assess the scene, determine that this isn't an accident, that it is in fact a homicide or a crime, and then go about all these things that, in your opinion, they must be doing to maintain and secure a scene? How long do you give them to do that?
Well, your question has many parts to it. I don't think that you'll even appropriately leave that scene knowing the answer as to what the manner of death is. I think that would be proper to be open-minded and objective. I'm not sure you could leave there knowing what happened. So you're not going to have that opportunity. What I said, and I still believe, is that at least from moment one, second one, they had to have the mindset of security and integrity. And yes, there's no way they could do all their functions right away, but they could begin to approach it in that type of a mindset.
How long is it going to take them to do all those functions?
It's a matter of mindset. It's a matter of process. And that process is from second one throughout till the time you leave.
Well, do they have 10 minutes to go through the house and do their safety check and check for plain view evidence and separate witnesses? Do they have 20 minutes? Do they have 30 minutes? How long do they have to do those things to your satisfaction?
As long as it takes to do it right.
Overall. As long as it takes to do it right.
Correct.
Well, do you have some time period in mind?
Again, you're asking me to break down. My opinion is they're going to have this mindset the entire course of action. And my feeling is the second that officer walks through the door, they need to be cognizant of the fact, yes, very much cognizant of their own safety and safeties of others and who else potentially be harmed. But they've got to be aware of where am I going? Where do I see evidence? Where could there potentially be evidence? What can I do to further protect that? Who are the players? People outside of uniform, they should be immediately, at least you should be saying, who are they? Who are these people? And get some level of control over them.
It goes back to what I said. How long should it take for them to do
Good
those
Lord,
things?
Hardin! As long as it
I'm just saying,
takes.
I'm not sure we're making progress.
Yes, sir.
Question, Mr.
Now, with respect to this defendant's actions prior to the 911 call, to what extent would an officer be able to take those into account without information about those actions?
To some extent, you're simply not going to know. Now, sometimes you can garnish some of that information, and perhaps the best example would be that we were able to fully enhance and fully evaluate all of the footwear evidence and transfer evidence, perhaps fingerprint evidence, in and around the stairwell. That may shed some light on the possible actions or movements or inactions of the defendant or anyone else. But there is also going to be a big piece of this. Simply, we don't know, and we're not going to know.
Sure. And would it be fair to say that whatever happens prior to that 911 call is information that we may not be able to use because we simply don't have it? Is that fair? About this defendant's actions?
Yes.
Okay. Would you then agree that for whatever period of time existed before the 911 call and Kathleen Peterson's injury, this defendant had some time to move about that scene and at least theoretically, just with that movement, altered that scene, regardless of intention? Would you agree with that?
I don't know how much time he had. I haven't seen anything inclusive that would indicate how long he had since Kathleen's
That
injuries to the
wasn't the
time he
question.
called. So that's the big starting problem. I don't know what that time frame is, but assuming that there is time there, then yes, he would have an opportunity.
Okay. And you're not able to take those really into account because we don't, number one, we don't know how long that was. And we don't know exactly what those actions were. Is that correct?
We don't know what all those actions were. Like I said, I think we can look to some of the evidence and some of the patterns. And maybe something as practical as the fact as there's towels. There's towels, a series of towels underneath her head, and he states he placed them there. Well, that speaks somewhat to some of the actions, but certainly we don't know all the actions.
With respect to actions of others who might potentially have been there, we don't know necessarily what they would have done to alter the scene based on.
Maybe approach on this question.
Yes. All right, Mr. Hart.
With respect to others that might have been in the house prior to Officer McDowell and Officer Figueroa being able to secure the scene, there could have been actions in that residence that would have altered that scene.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that with respect to this defendant's actions prior to the 911 call, some of those alterations could have been intentional?
Well, do you have an opinion? If you have an opinion, you can give it. If not,
With the stipulation that there's an assumption there are alterations that he did, if that stipulation, then yes.
Okay. With respect to the movement of others in that residence after the 911 call, would it be your opinion that they could have altered that scene intentionally?
Objection. Like good faith basis.
or you can answer if you have an opinion.
Again, it would be a possibility, yes.
Okay. Now, I think you had indicated that Dr. Lee accompanied you, or you accompanied Dr. Lee down to this residence on February the 14th of 2002. Is that correct? Is that the first time y'all
Yes.
went to that location?
Correct.
And I think I recall from your earlier testimony that you took some notes and that you took some photographs. Is that right?
Correct.
With respect to the time period between December the 10th, when the house was released by law enforcement back to Mr. Peterson, what assurance do you have that there weren't alterations in that scene that law enforcement had nothing to do with between December the 10th and February the 14th when you all actually viewed the scene?
Well, certainly something we were concerned with, and to that extent, we inquired with Mr. Peterson and Attorney Rudolph and Roderick as to what cautions had been taken. For one, they had literally boarded up the entrance to the actual stairwell, and that was actually present when we got there. And it stated to us that they had not accessed it, that they had left it boarded up. Secondly, one of the things that we did during the course of our review was we took the photographs that were taken by the Durham Police Department that night, and we compared and contrasted them to the ones that we took during our observations on the 14th to look precisely for that possibility that things had been changed or not.
And with respect to some changes that have occurred, I mean, you've seen photographs from the Durham Police Department that were taken December the 9th of 2001, and some of those pictures are, or at least the evidence shown, is very different from what you've presented here to this jury. Wouldn't you agree with that?
That's just the specificity is what we're asking about. I object to that.
Well, overall, that's a contention, members of the jury of the prosecution. They could need to have a good faith basis for their contention overall.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You're aware that there were photographs taken by the Durham Police Department on December the 9th of 2001. You took photographs on February the 14th, and with respect to some of those photographs, some of the evidence appears to be different, doesn't it?
There was a series of photographs taken by the Durham Police Department on the 9th, and I can see differences even amongst the state's photographs. Some of them that were taken in the morning versus some that were taken later on in the day. So yes, I see differences even amongst their own photographs. So if you're my question then would be, what do you asked me to compare my photographs to what I observed in the latter photographs taken by Durham and North Carolina, or by the very early photographs taken by them?
I'm asking about the photographs that were taken from the Durham Police Department on the 9th. Some were taken in the morning, some were taken later in the day, right?
Correct.
You're aware of that?
Yes.
That's what he's
With
asking.
respect
Which
to
one?
those photographs as compared with what you took, there are some differences, aren't there?
Now, pardon, Zachary.
Not with very, really not substantial differences from those taken later. There are from the earlier ones. Like I said, there's some remarkable differences between early 12/9 photographs and late 12/9 photographs. But comparison from what we took till later on 12/9, there's some minor differences, but not substantial.
Let me approach the witness board.
Yes.
Well, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit P45. You recognize this, don't you? You've seen that before.
Yes, I have.
And that's a photograph of the north wall, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, with respect to that, it was taken, at least according to the entry on the corner of the photograph, on the 9th of December, right?
Oh, there's a date stamp there that says 12/9/01. Yes.
And if the testimony were from the person that took it, it was taken on the 9th, you wouldn't have any reason to dispute that.
No, I wouldn't.
Let me also show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 155. You're familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
With respect to that, that's the north wall as well, isn't it?
That's correct.
With respect to the run lines on the photograph that you have, they're different from those on the 9th, aren't they?
Well, I think for clarity, what we're referring to is the drip lines that come down the wall and approximately the center of the wall. Yes, that's correct.
They are different.
They are different.
They appear to at least be more prominent in what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 155.
Correct.
So that would be a difference, wouldn't it?
That's correct.
And I think you also indicated that you saw some hazing or a cloudy area on the steps of 18 and 17. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think you indicated that was what, in your opinion, was luminol.
Correct.
Is that correct? But you don't see that in what's marked here is State's Exhibit P45, indeed.
Correct.
Okay. So those would be a couple of differences, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So what, in your opinion, would be the impact on your examination for this 2-month period of time that you're not able to see this residence? I mean, you got 2 months there where you're not able to get into the house for whatever reason, or you don't. And we've obviously got some differences here. What impact did that time period have on your ability to assess this scene?
That difference you showed me transpired on the 9th, not over the 2-month period. The later photographs on the 9th show that same change in the run pattern as what you've shown me right there.
Well, you're aware that Candace Zamperini, the sister of Kathleen Peterson, indicated in her testimony that she had gone into that scene late on the 10th, after the photographs were taken on the 9th. After this photograph was taken, where you don't see those runs quite as prominently, that she had been in that scene and that she had tried to clean up the blood. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was.
Did you take that into account when you assessed this scene and rendered your opinions?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So, with respect to that, is it your opinion that Ms. Zamperini did anything to alter this scene?
No, I don't. What I see there is not consistent with a atypical cleaning action.
Okay. With respect to what you've described as in your opinion, being luminol on the floor here, what testing did you go through to determine what it was?
Just a visual examination.
So you didn't chemically test it to determine what it was?
No, I did not.
Okay. So at least if she testified that she thought she used some spray cleaner and possibly Ajax, at least that's a possibility that that's what these things are?
Well, if she testified that she sprayed it uniformly along the bottom of the staircase, I would be suspect that it looks exactly like the area up on the above staircase with the same residue. So I don't know if you asked me to give veracity to her testimony. I don't know.
Okay, but it's at least possible.
Anything's possible.
Okay,
Yes.
and you, like I say, you didn't test it, so you don't know what it was.
I didn't feel I had to test it, correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to luminol, I assume you've used that at least some point in your career. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you still use it to this day?
Occasionally.
And would it be your opinion that luminol is a substance that's used throughout the country?
Yes.
Still today?
Yes.
And it's still taught and trained. Is that correct?
Correct.
With respect to the training that you get involved in, is it one of the reagents that you all at least teach in your classes?
We reference it and talk about it. We don't, when we actually do the practical teaching modules, we don't use it, but we do talk about it, yes.
Which is the reagent that you use to show the presence of blood most often?
Most often, we'll use otolidine or tetramethylbenzidine in a colloidal ether suspension. That's a lot of words, but it's a solution that, when sprayed lightly, will quickly dissipate and minimize the chance of runs. And the color transformation is a green to a dark green, very easy to see. It stays that format. It doesn't dissipate. You can look at it all day long with the lights on. It's very, very easy to see.
Now, with respect to the stairway, especially right there off the hall as you go in where the north and east wall are you aware that Dwayne Deaver has testified that he instructed the Durham Police Department not to spray anything in that area?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware that Eric Campen, one of the ID technicians, and Dan George, one of the other ID technicians, indicated that they never sprayed anything like luminol in this area? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that Agent Deaver instructed them to spray luminol in the area of the 6th to 7th step up to the top landing? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
So, at least with respect to what your opinion is that this is luminol, then I guess they're not telling this jury the truth. Would that be your opinion?
I base my opinion on my observations, and I think it's up to them to infer whatever they want to infer.
Well, if it got there, are you saying that they would have had to do it?
I believe somebody did it.
Okay. But if they say they didn't and there was no other opportunity for anybody to do that, then they would just not be telling the jury the truth. Is that your opinion?
My opinion is I saw what I believe to be luminol. I still feel that that's what it is. What other people say is up to them.
Okay. Yeah, I think you'd indicated that some of the things that could have been used to determine whether there was cleanup on this wall, and I think you listed several of those, and one of those was the tetramethylbenzidine that you just talked about that you all use?
Sure, so long as you put it in the colloid and ether-based solution, yes.
Okay. Well, are you aware that the State Bureau of Investigation here in North Carolina does not allow the serology section or the blood spatter analyst to use that solution because, at least from the State Bureau of Investigation's perspective, based on some research they did back in the late 70s, this has carcinogenic properties and they don't use it and don't allow its use in the serology and blood spatter sections. Are you aware of that?
You sure you're not mistaking it with benzidine? Benzidine was
They don't allow benzidine either.
Right.
You aware of that?
Benzidine was outlawed. It was a very good reagent, and you're absolutely correct. It was about the late 70s. There was a lot of studies that benzidine was highly carcinogenic, and all of us stopped using that. So this tetramethylbenzidine is another derivative that is less carcinogenic. But you're dealing with organic solvents. None of it's good for you, and so you have to apply it cautiously and with as much precaution as you can.
Sure, but if our State Bureau of Investigation had decided that they weren't going to use either benzidine or tetramethylbenzidine because of the carcinogenic properties, then obviously they couldn't use that as a suggested reagent on something like this, could they?
Well, they could put otolidine in the colloidal suspension. That would work as well.
Not if our State Bureau of Investigation says they can't use that substance, right?
Maybe it's time to revisit that issue. I don't know.
Okay. I think you also indicated that the officers could have used, instead of luminol, assuming they used the luminol on the wall, leucomalachite green.
Okay, it's just one of the other test reagents that's available as a possibility, yes.
Okay, are you aware that our State Bureau of Investigation has decided that it's not sufficiently sensitive to the presence of blood so that they don't use it in the serology section or in blood spatter analysis? Would that surprise you?
Yeah, it would surprise me. I'm not aware. There are sensitivity ranges, and luminol actually happens to be one of the more sensitive. I think it's about 1 in 5 parts per million it's sensitive to, and leucomalachite green is probably down in the 1 per million. I'd have to look, but 1 in a million is still pretty sensitive. And we're at this point, I don't think I would use that as a means to say I wouldn't use reagent or not. I think all of them have good utility, and you tend to pick them more or less by contrast, by what color they're going to form for you.
And that's something that an investigator or a crime scene technician or a blood spatter pattern analyst would exercise some discretion in, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I'm still trying to figure out exactly why anybody would spray anything on what clearly is visible blood.
Objection. I've got spraying on the void area.
Is that a question?
Yes, sir.
And your question is,
Can you figure out, do you have an opinion as to why anybody would spray any one of these reagents that show patterns for blood if you've got blood on a wall?
Well, the way I believe it was applied, no, I can't understand why anybody would do it. But I myself would be extremely interested in spraying that 6 by 8 inch void area. I think that's exactly the type of area you'd want to enhance.
But if you were going to do it, you'd have to use some things that our State Bureau of Investigation doesn't use, right?
Well, I guess what you're telling me, yeah, that's why I would use tetramethylbenzidine in that colloidal suspension. That's exactly what I would use.
Okay. Now, with respect to certain types of evidence that were collected, let me see. Your Honor, may I go to the clerk's area, please?
yes.
Now, with respect to evidence that was collected, I think you talked about the fact that certain things were taken and they weren't packaged in a manner that you thought was appropriate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I think you talked about the fact that all of these items that had blood on them needed to be packaged separately. And I wasn't sure, but I think you said that they needed to be wrapped and then placed in a paper bag.
That's ideal in that if there's trace evidence, hairs and fibers adhering to the clothing, if you wrap it inside a piece of butcher paper, it just makes it easier to maintain the trace evidence and locate it. So that would have been the ideal.
Okay, but that's not necessarily what's required to still get a good result from
No, I don't.
evidence.
Generally speaking, taking an article of clothing that's properly dried and putting it in a bag without an additional butcher paper, that would.
That items weren't collected and properly contained and stored. Is that what I would call your testimony being?
Some of the items, yes.
Okay. And which one of those in particular are you talking about?
Well, I think for starters, the shoes were not independently packaged, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe there was also some other commingling of some of the items of evidence. That is that, in my opinion, any item of evidence, let's say there was 4 socks, that should have been 4 distinct, separate packagings and bags and nomenclatures.
And that's the ideal?
Yes.
Why is that available to anybody? Where do you get it? And why would just anybody be able to get it? What purpose does just anybody have for it? I mean, if you're going to buy a house, maybe spray it while you're looking at it. I don't know why.
With respect to these shoes, please tell this jury exactly what alteration occurred or what contamination occurred because they weren't packaged according to what you describe as the ideal.
The problem is I can't tell you exactly. All you can say is that if they're not packaged to the ideal, there's a possibility that an alteration or contamination occurred.
But it's not necessarily so that they were contaminated or altered, even though they weren't packaged in the ideal. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay, and with respect to the pants, what evidence do you have that there was any alteration or contamination of these articles, these being Mr. Peterson's shorts? What evidence do you have that they were contaminated or altered so that you couldn't get a result, a reliable result from the analysis?
Same issue. Improper packaging leaves the possibility of a contamination issue, and my feeling is you need to minimize and prevent against that. Why even allow that as an opportunity? But do I know for a fact that it did? No, I don't.
Okay, so you don't have any specific evidence that there was contamination or alteration of these shorts?
Correct.
Same question with Kathleen's sweatpants. What specific evidence do you have or that you can demonstrate to this jury that there was any alteration or contamination to this article such that you couldn't get a reliable result?
It's the exact same issue. There's just the possibility of it because of the way it was packaged.
Again, you don't have any specific evidence to show that this was altered or contaminated so that we couldn't get a reliable result. Is that right?
No specific evidence, correct.
Now, I think you indicated that certain things were not.
I'm being guarded. Should I be worried? They have their backs to me, like they're guarding me. I don't know whether I should be worried or not. They usually don't do this. I don't know what's going on. Or maybe they're plotting against me.
Collected, and that in your opinion they should have been. And you correct me if I'm wrong, I think I recall you saying that you thought the glasses should have been collected.
Eyeglasses?
Yes. On the 15th stair.
Correct.
That the sandals in the hallway should have been
From
collected.
what?
Correct.
And that all of the towels at the scene should have been collected.
Correct.
Now, wouldn't you agree that we have numerous photographs of these various articles?
Yes, there are photographs.
What specific impact does it have in this case because these particular things were not collected?
Can I address them piece by piece?
Sure.
Okay. With the glasses, I'd like to look at them. Were they damaged?
There's
Or
nothing
not?
to park at.
Is there
No.
blood spatter
No.
or transfers on them or not?
No,
Is there any other trace evidence on them or not?
there's no reason to
With
park.
respect to the sandals, are they damaged? Are they broken? Are they scuffed? Is there blood on not only the bottom of the soles, but on the inside of the soles? Is there blood spatter on them? Perhaps even is there fingerprints on them? With respect to the towels, I would be looking at primarily trace evidence. Is there trace evidence there? And the kind of trace evidence I think that would be very, very salient and of interest would be, again, those towels are in direct contact with the wound sites on Kathleen's head. And so whatever caused that damage or injury to her could have transferred paint chips or any other material into the wound site. And now adhering that wet towel to her head, you might at least have then secondarily transferred that trace evidence to the towels. Knowing what that is could have been very beneficial in helping us to pinpoint precisely what contacted her head and where that what was.
Well, let's talk about these individually. You're aware that the defendant has those glasses and has had them. In fact, I think they even brought them into the courtroom. You could have looked at them because the defendant's had them since December the 10th of 2001, couldn't you?
Correct. With all the evidence, there's an issue from our perspective, from us working for the defense looking at that. Twofold. One, the evidence is in the custody and control of the state, and they have all the relevant, what we call control evidence. They have the known blood samples, they have the known hair samples, they have the known fiber samples. That's the kind of stuff you need to conduct a meaningful examination. Secondly, it's not appropriate. As a matter of fact, I think we were told not to, and in almost every case we are, not to do testing, independent testing of the evidence, unless it's fully agreed upon by both parties.
Well, wait a minute. These are items that were in the custody of the defendant. He has them in his possession. He can ask you to do with them whatever he chooses. Did you conduct any type of analysis on the glasses?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
All right.
Hey, Mr. Palmbach, let's stay with the glasses. I want to make sure I understand. You didn't look at those glasses, right?
I visually looked at them, yes.
Okay. Well, did you determine that they were broken?
No, I didn't see that they were.
Okay. With respect to the sandals, did you look and test the sandals in any manner?
No, I did not.
Okay. With respect to the towels, did you look at or test the towels in any way?
Objection, unless it's evidence he had access to towels.
Mr. Harden.
As far as we know, Judge.
To the objection.
Well, they're not, obviously not in our possession. The assumption would be that they remained in the defendant's possession.
Well, I don't think that's a false assumption.
All right. Objection is overruled. However, the jury has informed me they need to take a brief recess. So we'll take about a 5-minute recess because we're going to break at 12 o'clock. So let's take about a 5-minute recess.
Put some stand recess for 5 minutes.
Lunch in about 15 minutes, so stick with me. Questions?
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Palmbach, I think you said that some of the documentation in this case was well done and some of it was not well done. I had the impression that you thought that some of it was deficient. Was that a fair statement?
Correct.
Would you please tell us specifically what documentation you looked at that, in your opinion, was deficient?
It's more of what I didn't see than the quality of what I did see. Again, the overall photographs were generally done well, and I think they were decent quality photographs. What in large categories was missing, particularly in my opinion, when you got down to the pattern evidence and bloodstain evidence, was close-up photographs of droplets or droplet areas that had scaled rulers in there, that had upper or down or north orientations down there. Specifically the droplets that Agent Deaver selected for his analysis, I believe should have been independently photographed, and then also sketched, beyond photographed and sketched. In addition, the photographs should have been taken throughout their processing. That is, in the areas where they did use luminol, there should have been a series of photographs of precisely before, during, immediately thereafter. Obviously, some of those photographs are really difficult to take because you got to diminish the lights. That's one of the problems with luminol. But you should have, and then after, you should have photographed that whole sequence. With the issue of the medical examiner and removing Kathleen's body from the area, it seems.
Well, I guess if it's not already mixed, then it's not as expensive as I thought. 250 milliliters is not a lot for that price. But if you have to add the water, then it'll last longer. So then maybe not so expensive.
You have a series of photographs and here she is, and then the next photographs we see is she's gone. And in one of those, you see all those items of evidence that had been around her, the shoes and the towels and stuff now are all piled together at the base of the stairs heading into the kitchen. Other activities, such as the stringing exercises by Agent Deaver, if he's going to do the exercise and he's going to use it to help locate an origin or point in space, what you should photograph it. I mean, you should be documenting your work for their perspective, as well as ours, and as well as for your perspective, so that you could physically see this exercise rather than have us sit here and tell you about it.
Okay, was that all?
Yeah, and again, it's going to tie into the enhancements. I don't believe that they properly and thoroughly enhanced all the areas they should have, and that some of the fingerprint or maybe palm print or footprint or footwear evidence simply wasn't enhanced sufficiently that it could be photographed.
Okay. Well, with respect to close-up photographs and putting some measuring device into it, you're aware that we've got a lot. Two on this. On that. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on this of the walls. And maybe some others. One on one of the stairs. I mean, you're aware that there are photographs that have measuring devices in a lot of these close-up photographs, aren't you?
You're good until you said close-up. Those aren't close-up. What those are general and intermediate photographs, and they were really done well, and they did have scale rulers in there. The ones that I'm talking about are missing are primarily the close-up ones.
You want to make those please?
Yes.
Just so I understand, you're telling me that this photograph on a small area of the north wall is not a close-up?
I would still classify that as an intermediate range photograph. That's correct.
Well, isn't that subject to opinion?
Yes, but what's not subject to opinion is that they did identify individual droplets. For example, Agent Devers did talk about 42 droplets that he selected, made calculations from, and then used it to do the stringing. That's what I would be looking for if this is the droplet he chose, I'd be looking for a piece of tape here with a ruler on it, so this is number one. And close-up of that, so that anybody could go back and reconfirm those measurements. And
well, you didn't take photographs, close-ups of specific dots, did you?
Some, but not entirely correct.
And you didn't put measurement devices in all of your photographs, did you?
I would have if I had been the primary scene documenter, yes.
Well, I mean, you've produced a report. You've given this jury various opinions about what was done, what wasn't done in that scene, and about what the blood spatter means and what it does and how it relates to Kathleen Peterson's demise. So are you telling us that because you want the primary, but you've given all these other opinions, that you don't have to do this stuff?
The problem is that the primary people got the first shot at it. That's where this needs to be done correctly. And if it's not done correctly at the primary level, you can't go back and replay it. I mean, you yourself brought up the fact you were concerned with the passage of time and how can we be sure that everything is exactly the same. And to some extent, I said, yeah, you're not entirely sure. So when we go back in our role, what we're doing is evaluating the data that's been given to us. There's nothing we can do if it wasn't done originally correctly. In the areas where we needed to take the close-up photographs, specifically, I did. And a good example of that would be those 2 or 3 droplets that were up outside in the hallway on that north header and on the west wall. To me, those were very important droplets. There was a lot being said about them, and I didn't see any close-up photographs at all taken, submitted by the state. So in that case, yeah, I did take the close-ups.
But you didn't take a measuring device and put them in every single photograph that you photographed of bloodstain patterns, did you?
Correct.
And you wouldn't expect Agent Deaver to do that either, now would you?
The relevant ones I would, absolutely.
Let's stay with the question. You didn't put a measuring device in every photograph where you photographed pattern, and neither did he, right?
That's true.
He put measuring devices in many photographs. We got like 6 right here on this front board. He put measuring device in many of his photographs, didn't he?
Objection to characterization manual.
Didn't he?
Yes.
But we have some dispute about whether he should have taken even more close-up photographs. And in your opinion, he didn't take enough of those. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, isn't that something that is based on the officer's discretion about how close and where and what angle to take those photographs? Isn't that his discretion?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't believe that an officer has some discretion in which photographs to take?
Oh, yes, he has discretion in that.
Okay. Now, with respect to the deficiency you described as it relates to photographing luminol, are you aware that the State Bureau of Investigation doesn't do that?
That doesn't surprise me.
Are you aware they don't do it?
Well, I haven't seen a written procedure, no.
Okay. Well, if I told you that they didn't photograph luminol processing, that doesn't surprise you now?
No.
Okay. And it's kind of tough to do, isn't it?
Possible, but difficult to do, yes.
Okay. And if they don't use other reagents out of the serology section or the blood spatter section, they're kind of stuck with what they can use, right? Wouldn't you agree with that?
If that's what their policy says, yeah, they have to live with their policy.
Okay. Now, with respect to the stringing exercise that Agent Deaver engaged in, he did it, right? He did one.
Yes, it's been reported he has, correct.
Okay. You did not conduct the stringing exercise, now did you?
And are you saying a corporate you as in Dr. Lee and myself? Because
he's already testified that he didn't.
Correct.
Now, I'm trying to find out whether you did.
I did not.
Okay. So neither one of you did.
Correct.
And he's already indicated that he didn't use a computer-generated software program that apparently is now available to conduct bloodstain pattern analysis. He didn't do that.
Correct.
And I'm assuming you didn't do that either.
Correct.
Okay. He indicated that he just looked at the patterns to determine what they were. Did you do the same thing?
Yes, understand. Certainly, I did look at the patterns, and absolutely, I did assist Dr. Lee, and I was there for the entire thing. We had a separation of duties. Very much his focus when he was there today was very strongly on doing the bloodstain interpretation. Not to say I wasn't cognizant of what was going on, but my focus was on other areas in overall documentation and some of the other issues that directly relate to the scene and the activities at the scene.
But you'd still agree that the stringing process is something that's taught and used in this country today.
Well, like I said, much less than it used to be. Absolutely much less than it used to be. But yes, it is still used occasionally.
Well, if we've got several people here that still talk about its use and advocate its use, you wouldn't be surprised by that, would you?
I'm not so sure I would agree with advocate. I believe in the books, and I'm having a hard time seeing them, but I think I know which ones they are. We'll talk about its use. I'm not so sure that either of those books are going to strongly advocate for it.
Well, you're familiar with Terry Labor and Bart Epstein, aren't you?
Correct.
You're aware that they still teach it and they use it consistently in their work.
That's correct.
And they're very well known in the field of blood spatter analysis.
Yes, they are.
And you're familiar with Stuart James and William Eckert, aren't you? You're familiar with their book, Interpretation of Bloodstain Evidence at Crime Scenes, aren't you?
Correct.
You're aware that they still advocate its use as of 1998.
I'm not. I think you're misstating that. I think if you read Stuart James carefully, you'll see that he is much more of an advocate and a fan of the computer-generated module.
No, I think you're getting confused with Mr. Bevel. Mr. Bevel is the one that talks about using computer-generated bloodstain pattern analysis, and he basically says that stringing is no longer something that should be used because it has limited capability. But Mr. Eckert and Mr. James say that it still should be used.
You're correct in that Bevel is absolutely the stronger of the two. You're right. Bevel really comes out and says no, and I would prefer to use computer programs. Eckert, I believe, is a little more moderate, but I think if you look at his book in totality, you'll see that he would lean as well more often toward the computer model than he would the stringing model.
Well, would you be aware of a recent interview that he gave with respect to this case as it relates to stringing and said that it was still viable?
He may have said
a viable technique.
He may have said it's viable, yes, and I'm not disagreeing that it's not viable.
Okay, and in fact, even in your book on page 288, you all still talk about using stringing lines or graphic tape for this process.
Yes.
So you'd agree that it's still used and taught?
Yes, I would.
Okay. But you and Dr. Lee didn't use either the strings or the computer process?
Correct.
You just looked at it?
A little more look at it, but yes, neither of those two methods were utilized. Correct.
Okay. Now, you've talked quite a bit about documentation and how important it is in a case, and you've obviously described numerous deficiencies that, at least in your opinion, existed as it relates to aspects of what was done in this case. So I think I can take it that you believe that being precise and accurate in documentation is very important.
True and accurate is the requirement for documentation, yes.
Okay. Well, tell me what impact it would have on your report. You produced a report, right?
Well, I can't see that far, but
You know, may I approach the witness, please?
yes.
It's got my scribblings all over it. But Market Estates Exhibit 218. Absent my scribblings, does this look like your report?
Yes. Well, my and Dr. Lee's reports is a co-report.
Okay. And I think he indicated that he didn't sign it because he was out of the country, and you actually signed it.
Well, yes, as well as the fact that that was a preliminary report, but yes, that's correct.
All right. Well, are you aware that your report indicates that the date of this incident is July the 24th of 2000 and not December the 9th of 2001?
I figured you asked that question, and I'm totally aware of it, and for the love of me, I can't figure out why or how.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you think that the date of the incident would be something that people would be
Hi,
concerned
Carla.
about?
Good luck.
Yes, absolutely. That's a reporting, not a documentation issue.
And I think you indicated that you looked at various items of clothing. On page 4 of Todd Peterson, those being blue jeans, Eastland shoes, Champion socks, and purple plaid Brooks Brothers shirt. Do you recall looking at a gray T-shirt?
I believe there was another gray T-shirt, and I'm almost sure what the problem was it wasn't labeled on the bag, and we had no idea to whom it belonged or where it came.
So
I
you
think
didn't,
there was another shirt that we examined independently, and we just didn't know who it belonged to.
well, you had property reports, and you could have matched the property report with item, couldn't you?
They were less than easy to follow.
Okay, well, if the shirt was number 5 on the property report and it's listed as number 5 on the property report, they would have corresponded, wouldn't they?
The numbering may have corresponded, but I don't believe there was a description. That was the issue.
Okay, but you don't show anywhere on this report that you looked at that item, right?
Correct, and simply because we really didn't know whose shirt it was.
Now, with respect to your activities in this case, I want to make sure I understand you. You went to the scene in February and in May, and then I think there was another time before you produced this report. Is that right?
Before I produced the report?
Yes.
Not the scene, I don't believe so.
Okay. And with respect to your activities at the scene, you produced notes, which you've already identified, I think, as State's Exhibit 209. You
Yes.
agree these are yours?
Well, I can't. I'm going to take your word for it there. I've seen it before.
Please.
Well, why don't we take a break right
Yes,
here? I don't want to get too deep into
Yes, sir.
this before lunch. All right, members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. We'll see you at 1:15. Yes, sir. Do you have further questions, Mr. Hart?
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Palmbach, we were talking about the effort that you had engaged in regarding your analysis and the preparation of the reconstruction report that you had indicated earlier you prepared for this case. What I want to understand is exactly what the sum total of that documented effort is. And you correct me if I'm wrong. We've got the actual report that you produce. It's 8 pages. We have the notes that you prepared that are marked here, State's Exhibit 209. And then we have a series of photographs. Is that the sum total of all the documented effort that you engaged in to draw your conclusions and complete this analysis?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you indicated that you didn't involve yourself in either a stringing process or a computer process. And I want to make sure you didn't conduct any testing of any aspect of the analysis that you engaged in. Is that correct?
The last part of your question confused me. I didn't do any stringing clearly, but can you repeat the last part of the question?
Okay. What did you engage in any testing of any material, whether it be fiber evidence, hair, flesh? I think you indicated you didn't test anything related to what you thought was luminol.
You're talking about subsequent testing of anything that we
Any testing
derived.
whatsoever?
Correct. No, I did not.
Okay. Did you conduct any testing as it relates to the reproduction or replication of the bloodstain patterns that were seen in that scene?
Well, that's vague. I think what our process was designed to do was to evaluate the reconstructive efforts of the state's witnesses.
Well, what I'm asking is whether you reproduced or attempted to replicate any of the bloodstain patterns with testing or experiments.
I understand. Correct. No.
Okay. And with respect to experimentation and the replication of patterns. You've done that in the past, haven't you?
Yes.
And in fact, you all talk about that in your book about how that's done and how valuable that can be, don't you?
Correct.
Okay. And I think also in your book you talk about the fact gathering process, and I also asked Dr. Lee about this, and it's a multi-phased process that you go through in order for you to draw a final conclusion and create a reconstruction. You familiar with that on
Yes.
page 278?
I don't remember exactly what 278 has, but
Do you remember that cycle?
yes, I do.
And it has multiple phases.
Correct.
And you'd agree that at least some of the phases relate to evidence collection, observation, coordination of information, the creation of hypothesis, which is conjecture beginning at the initiation of the reconstruction hypothesis, the actual formulation of the hypothesis, and then testing of information or data from the event. And then further down into your process, you have forensic lab testing, identifications, comparisons, individualizations, and then you have the development of the theory, and then finally the reconstruction. You recall that, don't you?
Yes.
And that's something that I'm assuming that you crafted with Dr. Lee in this book. Is that correct?
Correct.
But in this case, you chose not to do any testing.
Not independent experimental designs to look at patterns, correct.
Okay, and I think you indicated that you didn't do any experimentation either. Is that correct?
And again, I'm going to define that as subsequent laboratory examination. That's correct.
Okay. So just to make sure I'm clear, the sum total of your documented effort is the notes, the report, and the photographs.
Correct.
Okay, and then the rest of what you produced is essentially based on your observations. Is that right?
Well as all the materials that were submitted to us. Yes.
And with respect to this reconstruction, would you consider this a full reconstruction or a partial reconstruction?
Partial.
Okay, and why would you call it a partial reconstruction?
Did not have the level of documentation and information that was necessary, in my opinion, to do a full reconstruction.
Okay, but at least as it relates to what you did gather, what you looked at, even though you didn't do any stringing, you didn't do any testing, you didn't do any experiments, you rendered multiple opinions and conclusions in this report that have been testified to. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's even though you didn't even follow your own cycle of fact gathering and reconstruction.
That should have been done by the primary people in charge with the investigation or the states. Our role is very different. Our role is to come in and evaluate the work that they did and to corroborate it or glean new information from it. It's not our primary objective to come in there and do that full from beginning to end.
So you're saying you can take bits and pieces and craft your own opinions after somebody else has already done the work.
No, our opinions are developed in exactly the same scientific model and theory. What I'm saying is that we don't per se go through the same level of experimentation and documentation because that's not our function. That's the function of the primary investigators at the scene.
But you've rendered opinions about what they did or didn't do, and those opinions in some respects are 180 degrees divergent from Deborah Radish's, which said this death was due to blunt force trauma and not consistent with an accident, and 180 degrees from what Dwayne Deaver opined to this jury, which was that these blood-staining patterns are consistent with a beating and not an accidental fall. You're aware of that.
Yes, I am.
And you hold opinions that are 180 degrees apart from Deborah Radish's and Dwayne Deaver's in particular, right?
Pretty much, yes.
And they are the people that did all of the work.
Or didn't do all the work, but yes, we're tasked to do it.
In your opinion?
Correct.
Okay. No, I don't have no other questions of the witness.
Redirect.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Major Palmbach, you were asked some questions about your experience testifying as a witness outside your official role with the state of Connecticut. Other than this case that you testified in before this jury, have you ever testified in any criminal case for a defendant outside of your role for the state of Connecticut?
No.
Have you testified in civil cases through the Forensic Training Center?
Yes.
And who have you been testifying on behalf of in those civil cases?
2 occasions for the defendants who were, again, actually the police officers and their agencies, and it involved police shooting cases.
Okay, so were those civil cases in which the police had been sued by somebody?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked something about Dr. Lee's testimony about his hourly rate. Are you aware, at least in general terms, of the total amount that's been billed for the work that you and Dr. Lee have put in this case?
Yes, my understanding that the total, including expenses, is $27,000.
Okay, now, you were asked a series of questions about how long it would take to control the scene at a 10,000 square foot house. When the police arrive at a house such as 1810 Cedar Street, do you have an opinion about whether they have any obligation to initially identify the most crucial areas at which the scene must be controlled?
Yes, they don't have an obligation. I think common sense would tell you you're going to look for the crucial areas.
And was there, in your opinion, a crucial area that needed to be maintained and controlled in this case?
Obviously, you have the body of Kathleen Peterson. That's without a doubt going to be a crucial area.
Do you have any idea how many square feet that stairwell is? Or the bottom of the stairwell?
Objection, speculation. Overruled if he has an opinion.
It's less than a 10 by 10 foot area.
And how long would it take, in your opinion, law enforcement officers to be able to take control of that crucial area in this scene?
I think as soon as they walked through the door and made the observation there's a body there, from that second on, they should be taking control over it.
Now, I think you were asking questions about your knowledge of whether the State Bureau of Investigation takes photographs of luminol reactions. Let me, if I may, approach with what's previously been introduced, I believe, as Defendant's Exhibit 118, which is an evidence manual titled A Guide to the Services of the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation. What I'd like to do first is ask you to take a look at whether this guide or manual sets out whether it is describing the services that are available to law enforcement through the State Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, according to the introduction, it does. It says it outlines specific evidence submission procedures and services.
Okay, and let me ask what the SBI's own manual that's given to law enforcement says about what they can do with luminol reactions.
Okay, paragraph 2 under their luminol examination states the luminol reaction can be photographed or displayed in court, but as the glow is very weak, the scene to be examined must be in or near total darkness. Most luminol examinations are performed at night.
At least based on their own manual, would indicate that they are capable of attempting to take photographs of luminol reactions?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about various items of clothing and whether you could point to a specific stain or a specific aspect of the clothing that you could testify to was a result of improper handling of the items or improper collection. For example, the shoes, I think you testified, which were lying near Kathleen's body when her body was being moved and was dripping blood. Is there a problem when you can't identify whether a given stain is the result of actions at the event as opposed to actions that may have taken place after the event.
Well, effectively, that is the problem. If we're saying that hypothetically or possibly contamination or alteration could occur, if we were able to detect it, it really wouldn't be as much of a problem because then we could account for it and in effect eliminate it, so to speak, from our analysis. The problem is, which is the truth, that most oftentimes you can't tell. You just know that the possibility exists and you have no idea whether there was an alteration, or cross-contamination. That in lies the problem. You just simply don't know whether it happened, and if it did happen, you don't know where or to what extent it happened. And if you don't know it, then you can't account for it.
When, for example, clothes that are still damp are improperly packaged, either with other items or for some other reason, is there a real risk that stains may be altered or created because of the packaging?
Well, if items were still damp, I think you go from the scenario of possible to likely that there will be a contamination issue. And just simply think that you have an item that's bloody and you're going to fold it over on itself. You obviously, it's going to come in contact and it's going to be a cross contact or cross transfer. So if items absolutely are damp or still in any capacity not dried, that likelihood increases very, very much.
And when you can't specifically identify what stains were created after the crucial event as opposed to during the event because of potential failure to control the scene or how items were collected or how they were packaged, do you have to take into account the likelihood or possibility that stains may have come into existence after the event when you analyze the scene?
Yes.
And you were asked about the fact that you go ahead and process scenes even if they haven't been properly or perfectly maintained. Do you still take into account the possibility or likelihood that the scene has been altered when you analyze those scenes?
I think you always have to take that into account as a possibility, yes.
No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Hart?
Just a few. Yeah, I have that SBI.
Stupid. So stupid.
Are you aware, Mr. Palmbach, that this evidence manual was from September of 1991?
No.
Would it surprise you to know that some of this material is out of date?
No.
Would it surprise you to know that Agent Susie Barker, who is a serologist with the State Bureau of Investigation, testified before this jury that the SBI doesn't photograph luminol anymore?
I am surprised at that. I don't understand the rationale behind that, but if she said it, she said it.
Well, as they indicate here, it's difficult to do, right?
Yeah, it's the whole purpose of it is to make an enhancement of a pattern. So there's no other reason to do it other than to enhance it. You got to document it once it's enhanced. Just because it's difficult doesn't excuse you from that. That's why early on I said that we avoid the luminol because it's difficult.
Okay, but again, going back to what the State Bureau of Investigation does, they've got policies that are apparently different from those of the state of Connecticut, and they've got to operate within those policies, correct?
Well, I think they're different from mainstream in a lot of areas, but yeah, bottom line is, I would assume they do need to operate within their policies.
Okay. You had indicated that when officers got to the scene of 1810 Cedar Street, they should have identified the crucial area to secure first. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Well, isn't it true that with a 10,000 square foot house, to identify the crucial areas, at least at some point, they'd have to be in some of those areas to determine whether they were crucial or not?
I don't think there's any doubt that Kathleen Peterson's body is if not the most crucial area. And I think that at the point that was recognized, they should have never relinquished control of that. They should have effectively waited until they got additional help or additional resources to search the rest of the house.
Okay, even though there are multiple people in the house and there are only 2 officers?
All the more reason not to go wandering off with multiple people in the house.
Okay, but you would agree that, at least theoretically, there could be other crucial areas in the house where at least potentially bloodshed occurred or some criminal activity occurred that would have needed to be secured?
Yes.
Young man, approach the clerk, please. Let me show you these again. These are State's Exhibit 1. Now, exactly where do you see on these pants area where there was fold over contamination of this article? Where, anywhere on it, do you see that?
As I said earlier, the problem is that I can't pick an area and articulate that.
Anything else, Mr.
Very
Moore?
briefly, Major Combat, are you aware that Eric Campen, who testified before this jury, indicated that he has in fact taken pictures of luminol?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Has taking photographs of luminol gotten any more difficult since 1991, assuming that in fact dates from 1991?
So the process is effectively the same, yes, as it was then.
And the fact that it may be difficult, in your opinion, did that justify having a blanket policy of not even attempting to take pictures?
No, and particularly if that's the only enhancement agent you're allowing, then you have to take the pictures. I mean, bottom line is you're going to have to document this one way or another, regardless of how difficult it is.
Thank you.
Anything else? No. All right, sir, you can come down.
Thank you.
Major Combat, excuse to return.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
I think our other witnesses, next witness is on the way, so.
If we have maybe 5 minutes.
All right, 10-minute break, Mr. Day.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 10-minute break. Please allow the jury section for courtroom reporters.
Good afternoon, Mr. Anderson. If you could introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Clyde Anderson. My last name is spelled Andrson.
And where do you live?
I live in Durham.
How'd you come to live in Durham?
I had a brother in a wheelchair. I come to help him out.
Okay. Do you currently have a full-time job?
Yeah, at Shoney's.
Okay. What do you do at Shoney's?
Cook, prep, whatever.
And how many hours a week are you working at Shoney's now?
It's right at 40, 38, 40.
Have you had other employment over the last several years?
Like
other part-time employment?
Yeah, just outside work.
Okay, and tell the jury what kind of other work you've done over the last several years.
I do yard maintenance, cutting grass, house maintenance, cleaning folks' houses, windows, gutters, whatever.
And
just an odd job.
Okay, and do you know Mr. Michael Peterson?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how do you know Mr. Peterson?
By the neighbors. I was working for his neighbors, and they told me about Mike needs some help.
Okay, did you then start working for the Petersons?
Yeah, in 99.
Okay, and in general, what type of work would you do at the Peterson house?
I would do the yard and inside the house, cut the grass. Then I go inside and clean up. I would work there 2 days a week, Mondays and Thursdays.
Okay, and is that 2-day-a-week schedule lasted up until the present?
Yeah, it's still there.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you, if I may approach, during the years, you said you started sometime in 1999?
June of 99.
Okay. during the years you worked in the Peterson house, did you ever see a blowpoke like this inside the house?
I've never seen it. No.
Did the house have fireplaces?
Yeah.
What was by the fireplaces?
Well, not about the rest of them. He only had 2 canes, and the one in the kitchen area. There's the only one had some beside it. The rest of it was decorations.
Let me show you defense exhibits 182 and 183 and ask if you recognize these 2 exhibits.
Yeah, that's what he has downstairs.
Okay, were these by the fireplace?
Yeah, on each side.
Let me approach, if I may, with 2 pictures. Let me show you what's previously been introduced is Exhibit 228, and ask if you recognize the area that's shown there.
This is right outside of the kitchen area.
Okay, if we could put that up, they're going to be able to see it up there. Okay, and where is this fireplace located?
Right next to the kitchen table.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got your closet, your linen closet thing right there, wash machine, dryer.
Okay, and do you recognize the people in the photograph?
Clayton and his girlfriend.
Okay, and let me show you what's also been marked as Exhibit 229 and ask if you recognize the people in that picture and whether that was taken at the house.
Yeah, it was taken at his house, but this is Kathleen. I don't really know that.
Okay, if we could put 229 up. Now, in both 228, which we previously had up, in 229, do you recognize what's by the fireplace?
Yeah, the cane.
Are the canes that are in those 2 pictures
right there?
These 2 canes?
Same 2 right there.
And throughout the time that you worked there,
they've always been there.
Now, I'll take this back. Is there a pool at the Peterson's house?
Yeah, nice pool.
Okay, and is that out? Where is that?
Out front as you coming in. That's out front of the driveway.
Okay. While you've been there, is there pool furniture kept out by the pool?
Yep, always.
Okay, let me approach with what I've marked as Defense Exhibit 278. Let me ask if you recognize this picture as being where that is.
Yeah, it's right there's a pool on the outside of the pool. Yeah.
Okay, and can you see pool furniture in that picture?
Yep, always been there.
Is this the Peterson residence?
Yes, it.
Okay, Your Honor, we would move to admit 278.
So
If we could put that up. You see the pool furniture that lines there?
Uh-huh.
How is that furniture stored, if at all?
It's not stored. We have covers over the pool, over the furniture.
Mm-hmm.
So if people sit on, it's covers. We just take the covers off. And out back on the side, it's a pool house. We put the covers in the pool house right over out back right there.
Okay, would the furniture itself always stay out?
Always, so where to put it.
Okay.
Why is this relevant? What does this have to do with anything?
Now, when did you learn that Kathleen Peterson had died?
She died. I learned that Sunday morning.
Okay, and how did you learn about that?
I was going to work for one of Mike's neighbors, and she told me to go look at Mike's house. I saw the tape around the house. So I walked up to the house, and the police told me I couldn't go in. They wouldn't tell me what was going on, told me I had to leave. So I left, and this lady the neighbor across the street called me over her house and explained to me what was going on.
Okay. Did you go back in the house after that Sunday?
Yeah, we went back that Tuesday.
Okay, and what did you do in the house on that Tuesday?
What she felt at, it was some blood on the outside of the wall. So I went and cleaned it off the outside of the wall and cleaned Mike's office and stuff up like that.
Who asked you to clean that hallway that was outside?
Kathleen's sister Candace.
Okay, did she help you clean?
No, she didn't. She was in the back.
Did you see her doing any cleaning in that area?
No, she was on the phone the whole time. She did mostly.
Was there any kind of thing that protected the stairwell itself?
Yeah, a piece of plastic hanging up. That was it, just a piece of plastic.
Okay, was something later put up to replace the plastic?
Ron put up a wood board. the cupboard.
Okay, and is that wood board basically been there since then?
Yep, been there.
Now I want to go back and ask you, at the time that Kathleen died and in the week following her death, was the pool furniture still out by the pool?
Yeah, we don't ever move the pool furniture.
So
we just move the covers. That's it. I move the covers. Not we. I do.
Has there ever been a time when the pool furniture wasn't out by the pool?
Never. Since '99.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Questions for Star? Yes, sir.
Oh, proof that they didn't move the pool furniture. But he cleaned up the blood of the crime scene. Good Lord.
Let's see, Mr. Anderson, you say you started working for the Petersons in June of 1999?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, what were you doing? Was it just yard work, or were you doing inside work as well?
I do both the same way.
Okay, and you've kind of continued to do that throughout the time that
you've
been there? Okay. You remember talking to Detective Holland?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you remember talking with him about putting up the Christmas tree over at the Peterson's house?
Uh-huh.
Do you recall telling him that you put the Christmas tree, that you purchased the Christmas tree with Todd Peterson?
Me and Todd, when Mike bought it, me and Todd picked it up.
Okay. And then you put it up?
Me and Todd set it up in the house.
Okay. And I'm assuming then that would have been after Kathleen Peterson's death,
yes, according
to your statement to Detective Holland. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, she was dead when we put it up.
Well, if we have a videotape of the tree being up right after Kathleen Peterson's death on the 10th of December, and we have a statement from Mr. Boyette, Mr. Percy Boyette, who actually sold the Christmas tree and said that he put it up. Would you just be remembering that wrong, or would the tape be wrong? Or
Me and Todd went and got a tree because Mike paid for it. Me and Todd picked the tree up. Me and Todd put the tree in the house.
After Kathleen's death?
After her death. Yeah.
Well, so I guess the videotape on the tape is wrong. No. What's shown on the videotape is wrong?
I'm telling you what I did.
Okay.
No.
And Mr. Boyette saying that he put the tree up?
I'm telling you what I done.
Okay. All right.
All right.
So these things are wrong.
That's already up.
They're wrong.
They have to be. If I said I did.
How many fireplaces are there at that house?
I think one in each room should be probably 4 or 5.
Well, where are they located?
In the front, in Mike's office.
All right.
And then in the living room, in the TV room. Don't think about it. And then Mike got one in his bedroom. And there's also one outside.
Okay, so we got one in the office, one in the living room, one in the TV room, one in his bedroom, one out on the patio, and then one right there in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Did I understand you to say that you've not seen fireplace tools at any of these fireplaces?
Mm-hmm. I said I haven't seen that blowport back there.
Have you seen fireplace tools?
That's some sort of small, like a show set. When I first saw a little show set sitting up there, that was it.
And where would they have been? Where would they have been?
They would have been right there on the picture like he showed me. They used to be right there.
A show set?
Yeah, that's what I call it.
What do they look like?
It was gold with black and small pan and dustpan and stuff like that.
And exactly which fireplace would they have been located?
Right there at the one in the kitchen, right there at the kitchen.
Okay, when was that there?
It was back there in 99, when I first started working there.
When in 99?
Huh?
When in 99?
Well, not for sure, but it's about the end of 99.
Okay. Now, if Miss Zamperini, have you met Candace Zamperini?
Uh-huh.
She's the lady that directed you to clean up in the hallway?
Uh-huh.
Did she help you at all?
No, she was on the phone. She was busy. I cleaned that whole thing by myself.
Okay. Where exactly did you clean?
Just the floor and on side of the wall.
Inside the stairway?
No, outside the stairway.
Outside the stairway. Yeah. Did you clean anywhere in the stairway?
No, nothing.
What kind of cleaning solution
soap
did you
and
use?
water.
What type
I mean
of soap?
water. I'm sorry, I ain't use soap over there.
And using soap?
No.
How about any spray cleaner like Windex?
Sponge.
Did you use any Windex?
No.
How about
it
Ajax?
was stained the wall.
Excuse me?
It was stained the wall.
Windex wood?
Yeah.
Okay.
They just had that part painted.
With respect to that blowpoke, if Mrs. Zamperini said that she was at the Peterson house in November of 1999 and that they used that in that fireplace, would she just be wrong?
No, that's not wrong. That's what she put it after you use it. I haven't seen it.
You've never seen it?
I haven't seen it. She could might have had it there. That's what she put it after you use it. I haven't seen it.
Okay. So it could have been in the house, but you never saw it?
I never seen it the whole time in there.
Okay. But the point is, could it have been in the house and you just not see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we saw it. What do y'all think?
How many fireplaces in that residence do they have fires? Do you know?
I believe the only ones they use is the one in the kitchen, if they use that.
Okay. And how long has Kane's been there? You say since you've been working there?
Yep, since I started working.
I don't have any other questions. Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Anderson, when you approached the house on that Sunday back in December of 2001, did the police ask you any questions or interview you?
No, they just told me I couldn't go in for me to leave the premises. That's all they told me.
Were you contacted by Detective Holland or any police officer during 2001?
No.
How about 2002?
No.
When was the first time that Detective Holland came to speak to you?
Saturday.
This Saturday?
Saturday, yep.
And did he pay you the courtesy of coming to your home to talk to you?
Okay. Came to my job.
Came to your job? And did he inform the people you work for that he was a detective coming to spep with you?
No, not right off.
Okay, well, did the people you work for realize you were being questioned at your work by detectives?
They did.
How'd you feel about having him come to your work?
Objection.
Well, there's nothing too much I can do about it, but.
Okay. Now.
He said he couldn't find me the whole time he was looking for me, so I guess the only time he could find me was Saturday.
Since December of 2001?
That's right.
Now, you were asked about putting up this Christmas tree. You were giving that information to Detective Holland on September 20th of 2003?
Yeah.
Okay, is it possible that you're remembering Christmas of 2002 as opposed to Christmas of 2001?
It couldn't be, but the last one I remember putting up, me and Todd put it up.
Okay, and would the last one you put up have been last Christmas 2002?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's possible that the Christmas tree was put up in 2001 differently than what you just told the jury you remember.
I'm saying the last one I put up was me and Todd when people up.
Okay, and that was in December of 2002.
All right.
Okay. Now, this other, did you say it was a show set of fireplace stuff?
Yeah.
What kind of tools were they?
It's like gold trim, like the broom, dustpan. I didn't really notice too much about it.
What happened to those?
Kathleen and Mike took it to a rental house. When they rent out a house, sometimes they put something there to make it look, show it off. And they put it in the car and took it to the rental house.
Okay, did you actually help her put it in the car?
I went out there with them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
As you understand, and there are no fireplace tools at the kitchen fireplace in 99 after you take the show set somewhere.
No. When I went there with the canes.
Okay. No fireplace tools?
No.
Okay. No other questions?
Nothing more.
All right, sir, you can come down.
That still ticks me off. Because, and it's in the documentary, actually, I guess I have no way to know if it really happened or not, because this is what Rudolph told Peterson at the Alford plea, I think, that the cops knew where the blowpoke was the whole entire time, and they knew it wasn't the murder weapon. Yet the whole entire trial, they've talked about the stupid blowpoke and the fireplace tools. And it just makes me angry that our justice system isn't supposed to work this way. It's supposed to work correctly. And if they knew, I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm just saying he didn't use a blowpoke. But they pretended like he used a blowpoke. I guess because saying that he used a specific thing made him look more guilty. I don't know why they did it, but it makes me mad. Every time they start talking about fireplace tools, I just want to scream, because the cops, they took it from wherever it was, and they put it in the garage. And then they kept coming back to him and saying, "Where's your blowpoke? Where's your blowpoke?" And I know I've said this more than once since we watched this trial, but it irritates me. That's not how the justice system is supposed to work. And these police clearly had an agenda. I don't know if it was personal. I don't know if they didn't like this man, or they just wanted to get a conviction. I don't know what their deal was, but the blowpoke thing just irritates me.
All right. A number of exhibits that we want to make sure are in evidence. Do you want us to do that in front of the jury or before the jury comes out?
It doesn't matter, whatever you want to do.
It may be simpler, quite frankly, to do it outside the presence of the jury in case we need to pass copies over. We don't plan on republishing any of these to the jury, so it'll take probably 3 or 4 minutes.
All right.
And what we did was yesterday I went through clerk's list to see what they did not have indicated as admitted. And out of that group, I've identified some which, quite frankly, I believe we may have offered, but we neglected to. We wanted to clear up. First is exhibit number 30, which is a list of credit card balances that were due in early 2001 that were during Steve Young's testimony. He identified as being something that he had also prepared. So we moved to admit exhibit 30.
Just go through. Okay. We don't need to spend on each one.
All right. Do you anticipate some objection?
Yeah, just tell me the numbers. Just tell me the numbers.
Who's allowed?
Okay, exhibit 49, which is, I guess you all have a list. Is a financial document. We move to admit exhibit 49. Admitted exhibit 56, which is the bond documents from this case. We move to admit. Exhibit 57, which is once again a financial document. We move to admit. Exhibit 58, which is also a financial document. We move to admit. Exhibit 66 is the typed crime scene log. We'd move to admit. Exhibit 94 is a report from Officer Pascal. Exhibit 97 was a statement from Heather Whitson that was testified to. Exhibit 98 is a report from Gregory. Exhibit 100 is one of the search warrants. Exhibit 101 is a newspaper report about the services for Kathleen Peterson. Exhibit 105 is another search warrant, I believe. 106 is autopsy report for Kathleen Peterson. 107 is a lab report from the FBI. 108 is a renunciation.
Exactly. That's the only reason it irritates me. If I hadn't watched the documentary, I wouldn't know. And the jury didn't know. Nobody knew until, I don't think anybody knew until after, till I think Rudolph said he didn't know till a week before the Alford plea hearing. So that was 8-9 years later, because he'd been in prison for 8 years. And then I think it was a couple years later, because he was on house arrest for a while before he took the Alford plea. So that was like 9 or 10 years later they found out that the cops did that. So yeah, so nobody knew at the time. It was after the fact, so nobody knew. But I'm wondering if the DA knew. Like, if the DA knew and he kept talking about the blow poke through the whole trial, I don't know if the cops did that and kept it to themselves. But then the cops knew, they moved it, and they were the ones that kept coming back and saying, where's the blow poke? But maybe they didn't share that information with the district attorney. I would hope they didn't. I would hope that the district attorney is acting on good faith and didn't know about that. I would hope. Doesn't mean it's true.
Right to qualify as an administrator of the estate. Hello. 109 is a homeowner's policy. Hello. 110 was a CD that contained pictures that were shown to the jury. Hello. 111 and 112 are both documents relating to possessions in the house. Hello. 113 was an attachment from Kathleen Peterson's estate. Hello. 118 is the SBI manual. Hello. 124 is a diagram with measurements of the stairwell. Hello. 134, 135, 136, and 133 are all photographs taken by the state at the scene. 137 is a photograph from Warner Spitz's book involving blood loss from a victim. 142 and 141 are both pictures from the stairwell taken by the state. 144 is a report from Agent Deaver. 150 and 149 are pictures taken by the state at the scene. 151 is a medical examiner's report. 155 is a picture of the north wall taken by Dr. Lee or Tim Palmbach. 165 is some testimony by VP Bynum. 172 is Warner Spitz's opinion letter. 173 is a report from Bullock. 174 are notes, I believe, from Detective Holland. 176 was a web page that was identified or shown to the computer expert. 178 is a transcript of Agent Deaver's training. 179 is a typed list of opinions that Agent Deaver reviewed on the stand. 180 is handwritten notes by Agent Deaver from December 9th. 184 is a photograph that Agent Deaver marked on. 185 is a copy of the bloodstain interpretation book. This is from the board here. We ought to withdraw that. Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Rudolph has indicated that 179 probably is not properly admitted because I think Agent Deaver only testified about this on his voir dire, not before the jury. All right. So we'll withdraw 179. 186 is a printout of pictures that were used as a PowerPoint presentation during the testimony of the witnesses. 193 is a picture of the wall in the house in Germany. 197 and 198 are pages from Agent Deaver's drop information of the drops he used. 209 is medical records relating to Elizabeth Ratliff. 210 is also information concerning Elizabeth Ratliff. 211 was George Ratliff's will. 212 was a letter from the defendant to Margaret Blair. 218 was a telex identified by Lyons. 220 is the indictment in this case. 226 is a termite warranty. 227 is an enlargement of a prior photograph that was admitted showing the object by the fireplace. 230 was an email from Caitlin Atwater to Detective Holland. 234 is Detective Holland's notes. 237 and 238 are Dr. Snell's testimony and report involving red neurons in the Odom case. 252 and 253 are pictures that were taken of the scene. 260 is Dr. Lee's CV. 262 and 263 are also photographs from the scene.
It's allowed.
And then finally, there's a number of physical objects to make sure that they've been admitted. Would go through those. There are number 91, a pair of glasses.
It's allowed.
93 is some keys.
Allowed.
How is that in alternate content?
Sure. Then there was 182 and 183, I believe, are the canes.
Allowed.
The bottles that were identified.
Oh, YouTube needs to get their act together. That's ridiculous.
166 and 167, I believe.
Allowed.
And I believe those are the exhibits that had not been recorded as admitted that we would move for admission at this time.
All right, it's allowed. Oh, is there further evidence from the defendant?
Yes, sir. At this time, the defense would call Detective Art Holland to the stand.
All right.
Sound will swear the testimony you're about to give the court and the jury case now being heard to be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please be seated.
Do they think that he like pulled the picture off of somebody else's website like so many of us have done during the Karen Reed trial? But he was actually there. Like, it's not like when we do that kind of stuff, like that was publicity for him because he was there representing her. That is crazy. Of all things to get removed, that is ridiculous. YouTube, if everybody that stuff happens to needs to complain so that YouTube will get rid of these bots and put real people in control of figuring this out. Because this is stupid.
Detective Holland, good morning, first of all.
Good morning.
You are the lead detective in this particular matter, are you not?
Yes, sir.
And you have been so since December 9th of 2001, I believe.
Yes, sir.
You've kept some notes as things have gone on, correct?
That's correct.
And I think back in October of 2002, you testified that you had not yet prepared a report because things were still going on, but that you had your notes and you were going to prepare a report.
That's correct.
And have you now prepared that report?
That's correct.
And do you?
It started already. Bots are AI. Now they're claiming that humans are AI. AI is taking over. Skynet has come. It is happening. Where's Arnold Schwarzenegger?
You have either your notes or your report with you today?
I don't have my notes.
Okay, you have your report with you.
I have a copy of the report, yes.
Awesome. I want to talk a little bit, first of all, about the stairwell, that model stairwell, the replica that was built by West Durham Lumber Company.
Yes, sir.
You were involved in getting that thing built, talking with West Durham Lumber, were you not?
Indirectly, as far as communicating with West Durham Lumber Company, but I was associated with the staircase in general.
And Mr. Harden has asked a number of our expert witnesses, for example, about monies that we've paid them and bills and sort of thing. Just so the jury has a complete picture, just taking that one stairway, that replica, that was $7,700 to build that, was it not?
That's possibly correct.
Well, there's a receipt in the discovery for $7,700, isn't there?
I'm sure it is, but I don't recall the exact total bill.
In that area?
It's in that area.
Of course, you meaning the state's paid its experts when they've come in, correct?
I don't know whether they paid them yet or not. So
All right, well, let me show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 279. You're familiar that the way state's witnesses get paid is through the administrative office of the courts?
I believe that's correct.
Let me show you State Defense Exhibit 279. And ask you if you recognize that as a group exhibit, which contains a total amount paid to date, as well as some orders signed by Judge Hudson authorizing the AOC to pay various expenses, for example, for Bart Epstein, for Terry Labor, for CompuSleuth, for climatological consulting. That would be Mr. Haggard.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, objection to the foundation and the hearsay nature of the document.
Overruled. Move 279 to have it, Your Honor. So, now, for example, Mr. Hardin asked Dr. Lee about how much he charged per hour and what the total amount billed in this case was. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And I think Dr. Lee indicated it was $27,000.
That's correct.
Now, for example, you all, again, I'm using the generic you.
I understand.
Had two blood spatter experts in addition to Dwayne Deaver, did you not? Terry Labor and Bart Epstein?
That's correct.
And for example, up through May 28th, Mr. Labor, and he was this gentleman who was sitting here in court when Dr. Lee and Major Kalmbach testified.
That's correct.
He had been paid $13,000 through May 28th, had he not?
Epstein's in Miami. Haven't you heard? He was seen
Which
driving a
document are you
convertible.
referring
I'm referring to the very, I'm sorry, may I approach you on the
I do. On the first page.
It's summarized on the first page, but then there's an order.
See this?
There's an order right there.
Okay. Yes, that's correct.
13,000 for Terry Labor.
That's what the order states, yes.
All right, and 9,000 for Bart Epstein. 9,300, correct?
That's what the order states, yes, sir.
All right, so that would have been through May.
I saw the picture. It does look like him.
22,300 total to those two folks, right?
If the math is correct, yes.
All right, sir. And of course, that wouldn't have included Terry Labor's time here in court in August and September, correct?
I'm not familiar with it.
All right. In addition to that, for example, and there may have been some testimony about this, CompuSleuth got paid $11,230, did they not? The computer folks from Ohio?
That's what this document states.
And for example, the folks, you all went and had these graphic things done up by a company in Greensboro, did you not?
That's correct.
And they've been paid to date almost $7,000 for that, right?
Yes, sir.
And the gentleman who came in from Asheville, the forensic meteorologist who testified about what the temperature was that night,
Yes.
he was paid over $5,200.
That's what the document states.
And of course, none of that includes, for example, fees. You all know that you've listed as other witnesses and consulted with witnesses like Professor McElhaney from Duke, right?
Yes, sir.
And Sammy Shabani, another biomechanical engineer.
That's correct.
And Dr. Patrick Lance.
That's correct.
And none of that's even listed yet because they haven't submitted their bills yet, right?
I believe that's correct.
And of course, in addition to all that, the state had access to Dr. Butts and Dr. Snell and Dr. Gleckman and Dr. Bolden, right?
Yes.
And Dwayne Deaver, of course.
Yes, sir.
And none of this includes what their per diem daily salary would have been for the time they've spent on the case.
No, sir.
Or all the people at the SBI who helped Dwayne Deaver do various things, for example, in those experiments and all that, right?
That's correct.
Now, in addition to all those expert fees, there were also other expenses, for example, costs of exhumation. That was borne by the state of North Carolina, correct?
That's correct.
And travel when you all went over to Germany.
That's correct.
And when you brought witnesses back over here, that's going to be picked up by the state of North Carolina, correct?
That's correct.
For example, I think Billy Allen, she came in and she testified basically that there was floor heating in that house. That was her testimony, right?
Yes.
And do you have any idea how many thousands of dollars you all spent bringing her here to testify that there was floor heating in that house?
I have no idea. I'm not involved in the billing process.
All right, sir. In any event, it would be fair to say that the state has spent a fair amount of its resources prosecuting this case, just the way the defense has spent resources trying to defend the case, correct?
It's true.
Now, you're aware, are you not, that in September of 2002, Candace Zamperini, Kathleen's sister, gave an interview to a reporter from WTVD TV.
Objection to the roll.
I think I can tie it up, Your Honor.
Let's make sure you can tie it up.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury to the deliberation room.
Yeah, I'd rather let me rephrase the question. We don't need to send everybody out. Let me try to rephrase it. You're aware, are you not, that there were claims made or statements made in September of 2002 about the existence of an alleged murder weapon? Do you remember that?
I remember that, yes.
And indeed, in October 4th of 2002, we had a hearing in court. Mr. Hardin stood up and said that there was no murder weapon. You remember that?
Yes, and I think what you were referencing to in September, I think that was taken out of context.
Oh, fair enough. I don't want to. That's not my point. My point is simply that there was talk about that, right? About whether there was a murder weapon or, right?
Yes.
And then October 4th, we had a hearing, and Mr. Hardin said that the police had not found or seized a murder weapon.
It's true.
And then you testified in October, I think it was October 18th, that there was no murder weapon that you all had, right?
That's correct.
But of course, at the time those statements were being made in October of 2002, you all had in your possession State's Exhibit 72, correct?
Yes.
I think Ms. Zamperini had actually given you State's Exhibit 72 in April of 2002, correct? April the 24th?
Sounds right, yes.
And Mr. Palmbach, Major Palmbach, and myself and Dr. Lee, we came to the Durham Police Department October 22nd and October 23rd of 2002, did we not?
Yes.
That would have been about 4 days after you testified that there was no murder weapon.
Yes.
And we came to look at all the physical evidence in the case, did we not?
Yes.
And what happened was we walked to a room at the Durham Police Department, and the property people brought us all the items of physical evidence that we were told existed, right?
Correct.
And you were there.
Correct.
And making sure that we didn't do anything to the evidence and that sort of thing, right?
Yes, sir.
And this exhibit, State's Exhibit 72, that wasn't brought out that day, was it?
I'm not sure to my knowledge, they brought out all the evidence.
Well, this wasn't brought out that day, was it?
I don't recall y'all looking at it.
Right. And indeed, at that point, we hadn't even been told anything about Candace Zamperini giving you this stuff and claiming that something like this was a murder weapon happened back in October 2002.
I don't recall.
Well, the truth is that it wasn't until May the 16th of 2003, after we were in the middle of jury selection in this case, that we were finally allowed to come over to the police department. And this was shown to myself, Mr. Maher, and Mr. Jurek. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And we were finally allowed to take a picture of it. Remember that?
Correct.
Several pictures.
Yes.
And that would have been the first time, to your knowledge, that any of us ever saw this item, right?
That item should have been in the property room when y'all observed the evidence the first time. And whether it was brought out, I do recall wondering myself why y'all did not look at that item. Now, if it wasn't brought out?
Well, if it wasn't brought out, we wouldn't have any way of knowing it was there.
That's very true.
Now, have you all given any thought, you personally, have you given any thought to what would happen? This is a pretty light item, isn't it?
It's fairly light, yes.
Hollow. Then flexible. Have you given any thought to what would happen to an item like this if someone hit somebody over the head 3, 4, 5 times hard enough to cause the lacerations on the scalp?
Probably mangled up.
And you heard Mr. Harden ask Clyde Anderson yesterday whether it was possible that a blow poker like that was in the house somewhere and that he just hadn't seen it. Remember that?
Yes.
And indeed, in an email that she sent to you, Caitlin Atwater told you that she didn't remember when the last time she saw that was, right?
In one of the original emails from her, yes.
And indeed, in a interview that she conducted with you in late December of 2001, just a few weeks after her mom died, she told you that she couldn't place any fireplace tools being at that fireplace in the kitchen, didn't she?
Objection for reading that questions. I don't think this is his witness.
Correct?
Correct.
And she told you that the only fireplace they used was the one in the kitchen, but she just couldn't place any tools being there. Remember that?
At that time, she could not. That's correct.
Yes. Now, after you showed us the
rules of evidence, Judge, he cannot lead on direct. This witness may have been called by the prosecution originally, but now he's being called by the defense. Doesn't matter. He's still on direct. He has to, he can't lead. Doesn't matter if that's his original, whatever. Oh my God.
Item in May that the district attorney was contending was similar to the murder weapon. Did you ever ask?
Yeah, he said he wasn't his witness, but he called him because this is the defense's case in chief, and this is a police officer that was originally called by the prosecution, but now the defense has called him. So yeah, he's not really a defense witness, but for the purposes of right now, he is. and Rudolph's on direct. So you can't lead on direct, even though, well, you can but you have to ask permission. This is where the term hostile witness comes in. If you ask the judge, may I treat the witness as a hostile witness, then you can lead. And he didn't ask that. So he's not supposed to lead, but apparently the judge is letting him treat him like a hostile witness.
Either myself or Mr. Maher or Mr. Jarrett, whether after having looked at it and seen it finally in May, whether we ever had located the blowpoke?
No, I didn't.
Did you just assume that it was gone?
Gone or put up somewhere.
Oh, this is the real one they found in the garage.
Let me show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 280. See that?
Yes, sir.
Now, this 280, that's a blowpoke, isn't it? Is that what it appears to be?
Appears to be a blowpoke.
And the metal tip at the end that's on this one isn't on that one, right?
That's correct.
But other than that, if we look at the handle, for example, that's pretty much the same thing, isn't it? See this end here you blow into?
No, sure. Just looking at them. Appears to be.
And appears to be the same sort of brass, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
You see a bunch of spider web looking things on it. You see in the handle area there? See that?
It's hard to tell from the plastic.
All right. Can you see the dead bugs in the little plastic thing there?
Appears to be.
Appear to be about the same length, roughly, except for the tip.
A minute, please.
Yes, sir.
Rudolph thinks this is his gotcha moment.
The one difference that I do see, there's no screws in the end of it that would hold the tip.
Yes, sir.
But other than that, it is the same length. So I would say that it's not exactly consistent with that blowpoke.
Mm-hmm. And do you know where Defendant's Exhibit 280 has been for the last 20 months or longer?
No, I don't.
You know where it's been since we finally got to see State's Exhibit 72 in May?
No, I don't.
Is this assuming that this is found? Well, first of all, we move Exhibit 280 into evidence, you know.
allowed.
Let me show you.
I don't know, Judy. If that's true, then forget everything I said. I was wrong.
Well, it's now marked as defendant exhibit 281. You recognize that as a court order allowing the removal of a blow poker?
If it's cross, he's allowed to lead. So why would Hardin object? You're allowed to lead on cross. So why would Hardin object? I don't know. How is he going to get this in that they found it in the garage? He's going to have to call. It was Clayton that found it. He's going to have to call whoever found it, but I don't think Clayton testifies. And he can't in closing say they found it in the garage, because then Hardin can object, say facts not in evidence. So I have no idea. They didn't really say in the documentary how they got it in. The reason why it's in that plastic tube is because they wanted to preserve all the spider webs and bugs and everything, because it'd been in the garage for so long.
It's an order, yes, sir. So Your Honor, yes.
Dated September 21st, 2003.
Yes, sir.
2 days ago, Sunday.
Yes, sir.
And does it give the defendant permission to remove this from his home to bring it?
Hang on. I'm going to back it up just a tiny bit.
Yes, sir.
September 21st, 2003.
Yes, sir. It's an order, yes, sir. So Your Honor, yes.
Dated September 21st, 2003.
Yes, sir.
2 days ago, Sunday.
Yes, sir.
And does it give the defendant permission to remove this from his home to bring it to court for purposes of introducing it into evidence and showing it to the jury and having it tested if that's what needs to be done?
Appears to be, yes, sir.
Move the exhibit 281 into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, we got in evidence it was allowed to be removed from his home. Are you going to get in evidence how it was misplaced and then found in the garage?
This doesn't appear to you to be mangled, does it?
It's not mangled, no, sir.
It's not even dented, is it? See any dents in there? Even like a tiny little indentation?
Doesn't appear to have any dents in it.
Does this appear to you, 280, to be the blow poke that Mr. Hardin has been talking about being mysteriously missing since this trial began?
Objection to the characterization.
Sustained. Does this appear to you to be the blow poke that Mr. Hardin stated in his opening statement was mysteriously missing?
Objection. Sustained.
Quit saying mysteriously.
Passes to the jury.
Just don't use the word mysteriously.
If you will go to the deliberation room.
Okay, this does make sense now.
Well, the reason the objections were sustained because that's
That does make sense now, Marty. If this is a guy that he said he was going to cross later, then yeah, that makes sense. When Hardin objected to leading, and for the judge to say, well, it's not his witness because he's allowed to lead on cross. And I was confused. I was confused because he called him. Like he said, I call whatever the guy's name is. So I was thinking it was his witness, but it's not. If he's examining him. So that makes sense why the judge said it wasn't his witness. I got confused. This stupid thing, and I'm sure the jury got confused too, because this stupid trials lasted forever. Forever and ever and ever. Yeah, don't use the word mysterious. Use the word suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Kom, kritiken stannas upp! Kom grabbar! Kritiken stannas upp! Kritiken stannas upp!
closing argument kind of stuff. That's not cross-exam. What is the state's position as to this exhibit?
Well, Your Honor, there's no
I
foundation.
take it you've seen the court order for the first time.
I'm just seeing it now. I don't have any idea. I mean, I'm seeing this very moment. Certainly, we would like to look at it. There's no foundation for where it came from, other than questions of Detective Holland. He's obviously not going to know where it came from. We would like to consider the order and make some decisions about how to proceed with respect to the item before it's passed to the jury.
Your Honor, I think it's already been admitted without objection by the state.
Well,
it's
yeah,
in evidence.
I understand that, and
But
it may be
place on the
admitted. However,
stand. So far you were impounded.
from a standpoint of fairness, I think we have to look at this situation. I mean, obviously the court knew that at some point in time, the defendant may try to introduce, well, actually before that, there's an issue about revealing the existence of this document. And I think defense counsel correctly saw what might be some problems ethically with that blowpoke. That is, of course, why the state is surprised probably at this particular time. You know, there are a lot of times when the court is able to ex parte have communications with defendant's lawyer. That's not that unusual. Sometimes it does happen under unusual circumstances. One time might be when there are things that involve the defense case that is shielded from view from the state until an appropriate time or until the appropriate time. I mean, all of you know the case Akey versus Oklahoma that allows the defense to have communications with the court. The North Carolina equivalent of that is state versus ballot, which of course I was the judge in, and your office was involved in that case, Mr. Hart. There are some other kinds of cases, and this is one of those kinds of cases. Ask yourself ethically, Mr. Hardin, how you could have been involved with that blowpoke before today. How could you have knowledge of that? I mean, I think the defendant came into possession of this blowpoke in a way that he would not have to tell the state about the existence of this exhibit unless he introduced it in the evidence for some reason. And that's why we're having this conversation now about it. From an ethics standpoint, you don't know where that
exhibit has come in. I mean, I know, and the defendant knows, what that situation was about. But from an ethical standpoint, I'm not sure the defendant, I'm positive the defendant did not have to alert the state about the existence of that instrument unless he was going to try to introduce it in evidence. And the reason we talk about it now is because, as you will read in that order, the defendant, had he so desired, and still might, I don't know what his position is actually, because I didn't know whether he was going to introduce it in evidence. Certain things happens if he attempts to introduce it in evidence. That's why the jury's out right now. It has a provision about the testing of that document, that exhibit, that would allow the state to conduct an examination of that exhibit under certain circumstances. I don't know. It allows the defendant to test. I don't know whether the defendant has tested or not. I wasn't really concerned about that aspect of it. That's something that he can choose to do or not do, or he could have chosen not to introduce it in evidence. That's his decision. But some things happen when he does do that. So I want to give you an opportunity to read that order, because there are things in that order that you probably could not digest in 2 minutes before it's introduced in evidence. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break. You take a look at that court order, and we'll take up the issue as to the admissibility of the exhibit in 10 minutes. Yes. So you can come down. Yes, sir.
No, the order indicates that there were photographs taken of the location of this. I've not been provided those.
We have a witness who we're about to call, and we'll be introducing and authenticating the exhibits through that witness.
Well, I still think I'd be entitled to them under reciprocal discovery, and would like an opportunity to look at those before the next witness is called.
Fine. No problem.
No, these photographs do not orient to where the article is actually found. I think I'd be entitled to that information as well.
Let me see the photos.
Yes, sir.
Let me have counsel approach the bench.
At this time, I renew my request to allow this to be passed to the jury so that they can examine it through the tubing.
So allowed.
We ask that what's marked as State's Exhibit 72 be passed among the jurors as well. And we would also ask that the tubing be cut off of the defendant's exhibit so that they can examine both items more fully.
Well, there are spider webs and cobwebs and bugs in there. I'm happy to have that done at some point, but for right now, since I'm one in the exhibit, I'd ask that it be passed to the jury, and at some point, when it's appropriate, it's in evidence, and you can certainly take it out and compare it to whatever they'd like.
All right, let me have counsel approach the bench. You have questions, Mr. Hart?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you have more. All right.
Investigator Holland, you saw at the end of this order, the court provided that if the state wishes to test this particular blow poke in any way, that would be permitted. You saw that, right?
Yes, sir.
And over lunchtime, did the state make a decision that they did not wish to test this any further?
To send it off to the SBI, I'm not sure that decision's been made. I think we came to the conclusion that it needed to be taken out of that plastic for better observation.
I'm talking about forensic testing.
Forensic testing, no decision's been made.
So if Mr. Hardin indicated that the state did not wish to test that, that's not your understanding?
Well, I wasn't with Mr. Hardin the whole time during lunch. I mean, if he told you that, I would say that that's the decision.
And of course, you're aware that fingerprints stay on a blow poke like this for some period of time. You can't always get them, but you might be able to.
Possible.
Or if somebody blew into it, you might have DNA inside. You might.
Depends on how long it's been unattended.
Thank you.
All right. Questions for someone?
Yes, sir. Detective Holland, if we were to have the SBI examine what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 280 with respect to DNA testing, are you aware that testing takes about 6 months now?
That's correct.
And if we were to have it tested, that means this jury would have to be disbanded or at least released for 6 months until we...
I object to that. I think that the state, according to the AOC, has contracted with the Lab Corp to do at least some testing. And if they'd like to have it tested more quickly, we'll be happy to send it off to Lab Corp and get it done as quickly as possible.
Gentlemen, please, overrule.
You aware of that?
Yes, sir.
And if it needed to be fingerprinted, there's at least some time that it would take for the State Bureau of Investigation to conduct fingerprint analysis, if they can even get fingerprints off of it. And during that time period, the jury would obviously be sitting idle. Are you aware of that?
So.
That's correct.
Do you think those kinds of issues would at least be important in this point in this trial as it relates to whether to proceed without that testing being conducted?
Yes, sir.
Now,
Dry up and flake off, I guess. I don't know.
Mr. Rudolph tried to give the impression to the jury
Object to the argument.
Well, I don't know what your question is, but find another way to answer it.
Yes, sir. With respect to the seizure or taking into custody of what's marked here as State's Exhibit 72, you received that from Candace Zamperini and put it into property with the Durham Police Department on the 26th of April of last year.
That sounds correct, yes.
And you are aware that Mr. Rudolph and several members of the defense team went to the Durham Police Department on October the 22nd and 23rd of this past year to see items of evidence that had been secured and placed in custody with the Durham Police Department?
That's correct.
Was this item among those that could have been looked at by Mr. Rudolph if he had chosen to look at it?
Object to the phraseology of that question. I didn't choose to look at anything. I asked
Objection to the comments.
Well, I object to the phraseology of the question.
Gentlemen. Find another way to ask your question.
Was this, along with other items, made available to the defense?
Objection. May we approach?
Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury deliberation. January, all of y'all to get a chance to argue to the jury, you know, your closing arguments where you will tie it all up and explain what your points are. But right now, you're supposed to be asking questions and getting answers to piece in what you're going to argue maybe in February when we get to it. So, no, you don't make your closing arguments necessarily at this point in the trial. Now, there seems to be some contention about whether this item was there on the date they came in? Mr. Harden, you were saying what?
Your Honor, Mr. Rudolph has tried to suggest to this jury in a very strong fashion that either the police department or somebody connected with law enforcement withheld this so that they couldn't look at it. I have two witnesses who are the property custodians who will say that on 2 different days, this was made available to them and they didn't look at it. They've got where they documented what they pulled out for these folks to look at and what they in fact looked at. This was made available to them. Mr. Rudolph has suggested that it wasn't and that it was somehow hidden from them, and I need to clear that up with this jury.
Okay, but the way you cleared up with this witness, you ask him the question and he answers it. And you make your argument in March. Mr. Rudolph?
Yes, sir.
You have some kind of contention that you're saying it wasn't there when you went?
Not only wasn't it made available in the sense of brought out to us, and we said, oh, we don't really want to see that. That didn't happen, and Detective Holland knows it didn't happen because he testified on direct that he was surprised we, quote, didn't ask for it. We asked for all the evidence to be brought out. We didn't say bring us part. We asked for every piece of it. Dr. Lee and Major Palmbach made diagrams of every single item they saw. So to suggest in a question that it was made available as though it was brought out, and we said, oh, no, we don't really want to see that. I mean, who wants to see a potential weapon in a murder case? Is ridiculous and unfair. Moreover, it was not listed on the property sheets that we were given. We weren't given the property sheets that had that listed on there until April and May. The property sheets that we originally had didn't have those 2 items on there. And I think that's intentional, but I didn't even get into that. The point of the matter is it wasn't, quote, made available to us. If he wants to establish that it was there in the bowels of the property section, I don't have any dispute with that. All I know is what they brought out to show us.
Okay. And you can ask the witness those questions to establish that. So what you gentlemen have is a factual problem that you two have to resolve, and the jury's going to decide it. So my only issue is make your closing arguments at the time for closing arguments, not right now. Bring the jury back. It's in April. You two can wait till April. All right, questions, Mr. Hall?
Yes, sir. Detective Holland, are you aware of the property custodians that were working and presenting this evidence so that it could be viewed by the defense on the 22nd and 23rd of October of last year?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hall, you're going to talk a little bit louder or come a little bit closer? I'm not sure.
Yes, sir. Who are those persons?
Portia Sitberry and Ruth. Last name has left me for some reason or another.
Is it Miss Brown?
Ruth Brown, correct.
And did you remain with the defense the entire time that they looked at items of evidence that were made available?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a specific recollection of whether this item was presented to them or at least made available to them?
Objection, that's a compound question. Is it between presented or made available?
Yeah, give him one choice, Mr. Harden.
Were you present when this item was made available to them?
I recollect it being in the training room where they observed the evidence.
And were certain members of that defense team there looking at items of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with respect to the accumulation of your file, that was in several banker's boxes, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Did you make that available at some point to the defendant so that he could have a copy of whatever he chose out of that investigative file?
I made it available to Your Honor, and I think it was then released to your office, and then Mr. Rudolph had access to the complete file.
Do you recall that was in early April of this year?
I think that's correct.
Madam, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Madam, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
This said yes. Listen.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 218 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
This was a document.
First of all, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do recognize it.
Generally, what is it?
This is a fax document from Candace Zamperini concerning the blowpoke, and it consists of the diagram sketch of the blowpoke and its measurements.
Did she fax that to you sometime prior to actually giving you the blowpoke so that you could take it into your possession?
This was faxed on February the 11th of 2002.
And you actually put it into property April the 26th?
I believe that's correct.
And you received it sometime prior to that? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 218.
So,
with respect to that, would you please read what the document says?
The message on the form, the fax form says, I gave this blowpoke fireplace tool to Kathleen. It is 40 inches long, round long tube, rounded, hollow, solid brass. You blow through the top. It's got number 1 as an identification, and air comes out at the bottom, bottom being described as number 4, through a small hole. It is used to help get air into the fire, but is strong enough to move logs around in a fireplace. Solid in construction. I traced my blowpoke, put pictures end to end. Stay in touch. Be careful, Candace.
All right. Was this part of the file that you made available to the defendant in early April of this year?
Yes, sir.
No other questions?
Yes.
Did you not tell the jury on direct examination that you were wondering why we didn't ask that this be brought out when we were at the police department?
If I said brought out, I didn't mean it that way. I meant that it struck me strange that you did not want to look at it.
I see. So what happened? You took this out and laid it down, and Dr. Lee and Major Palmback and I went over and went, just for blowpoke, we don't need to see that, take it away. Is that what happened?
No.
Well, did we go over to it and look at it and say, nah, we don't need to look at that. We don't need to sketch that.
I never saw you look at it.
Oh, I see. It was just sort of laying in the room and we just missed it?
I believe it was in a box.
It was in a box?
I believe so.
And how were the boxes being opened, sir? Who was opening the boxes there in that room?
Who was opening the box? I don't think that was concealed in a box.
I thought you just said it was in a box.
Well, it could be in a box with the top of it cut out and just articles being inside the box. We can just reach in and get them.
Who was opening the box? The boxes were sealed with evidence tape, were they not, sir?
Some of the evidence was sealed.
And who was opening the boxes?
It could be Portia Sidbury or Ruth Brain.
Marcus, you saw Major Palmback and Dr. Lee making diagrams of every item that would, let's just, so we get this straight, what would happen is, we were sitting at a big table, right?
Yep.
And Portia or Ruth would bring an item over to us for us to look at, right?
When you called for that item, yes.
Well, sir, we asked for all the items. We didn't ask for particular items, did we?
All the items were together in that room.
Yes,
and as
sir.
you wanted to observe them, you told them what item, they pulled it and gave it to you.
Sir, all that happened was they opened up boxes. There was a butcher block paper on the table, right?
I recall that. Yeah.
Right. And we were all sitting there, right? And Ruth or Portia would lay an item down on the butcher block paper, and Dr. Lee and Major Palmback would photograph it and make notes and diagram. Isn't that what happened?
To the items that you observed, yes.
Let me mark this as Defendant's Exhibit 282 is the notes. Let me show you what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit 282. And I ask you, look through there and tell me if it seems to you to be handwritten diagrams and notes done by Tim Pomback and Henry Lee on October 22nd and 23rd, 2002, showing every piece of evidence that you all had, including things like the grenade taken off the desk and the knife sharpener and all the other things you at one point thought were weapons, except for that blowpoke.
Those items that you mentioned are documented in this documentation.
The only thing that's not documented is this, right?
Objection.
Overruled. Right?
It's true.
Now, putting aside whether I'm obsessive compulsive, do you think that Henry Lee and Timothy Pomback are meticulous enough to have diagrammed or photographed this if it had been taken out? They strike you that way?
Objection.
I'll withdraw the question. Is it just happenstance, sir, that on oath, under oath, on October 18th, 4 days before we came to see this evidence, is it just happenstance that I asked you under oath, question, is it fair to say that no murder weapon has been identified by the Durham Police or the SBI? Answer, that's correct. Is that the answer you gave on October 18th?
No murder weapon has been identified.
Well, you had identified a murder weapon being something similar to this. Right?
It's not saying that that's the murder weapon.
That wasn't the question, sir. The question was, is it fair to say that no murder weapon has been identified by the Durham Police or the SBI? And you said that's correct.
Objection. Ask and answer. Overruled.
Isn't that what you said?
There's no murder weapon that's been identified.
Well, were we playing semantical games when I asked you that question?
To the argument. Sustained.
Are you aware that every piece of paper that we copied from the file, we put a bait stamp number on and returned to the state so that they would have a record of exactly what we had looked at so we could avoid disputes like what we're about to have here? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Has Mr. Harden produced for you a bait stamped copy with an RMWF number or an MP number of this document?
Objection.
Have you seen it?
I've seen some of those letters and numbers on some documents, but I have not been provided with anything. No, sir.
Do you know that Mr. Harden got a disk, a computer disk, with every single document that we had gotten scanned on there with an MP number for the documents we got from the state and an RMWF number with every document that we had provided to the state? Were you aware of that?
Objection to the relevance. Well, he can answer the question. Overruled.
I'm not aware of that.
So if Mr. Harden can't produce for this jury a bait stamp copy off of his CD-ROM of this document with an MP number or an RMWF number, do you have any explanation for how it is that we would have seen this and copied it in
Sustain.
By the way, when we were given the file was April of 2003, right?
I don't recall the date. I just know that you had some of your employees running copies. That's all I know.
Well, Mr. Jarrett was there, right?
I think I recall him coming up there, yes. I don't think I saw him, but somebody said he was up there running copies.
I'm just going to go to it. Is it your testimony to the jury that Major Pomback and Henry Lee and I simply didn't want to see what the supposed murder weapon might look like when we went up to the Durham Police Department?
Objection to the question calls for speculation. Well, he can tell if that's his testimony. Overruled.
It is my recollection that on the day that Mr. Rudolph and Dr. Lee and Mr. Pomback looked at all the evidence in this case, that they did not ask to see that blowpoke. To my knowledge, it was present in that room, but they did not ask to see it. That is my testimony.
Of course, at that point, no one had told us anything about a blowpoke, had they?
Objection. Overruled.
Had they?
Objection.
Now, with regard to this delay in doing DNA or fingerprint analysis, if we could get it done up at the Connecticut State Police Lab more quickly, would that be okay?
That's up to Mr. Harden.
Okay. Or LabCorp. You have used LabCorp in this case, have you?
In this case?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
They do DNA testing, don't they?
Sure do.
Anything else, Tom? That's all I have.
Any other questions?
No, sir, not at this time.
All right, you can come down, sir.
Your full name and spell it for the court reporter.
Yeah, John Leslie Rosenthal, LESLIE ROSENTHAL.
And where do you live and work, Mr. Rosenthal?
I live and work in Chapel Hill.
And what is your profession?
I'm a professional photographer.
And how long have you been a professional photographer?
Approximately 25 years.
And without going into a whole lot of detail, could you briefly describe to the members of the jury what kind of photography you do, what your business is? Just give them an overview of what you've done in the field of photography.
All right. I'm a commercial photographer as well as an exhibiting photographer. I have had many one-man shows in various museums and galleries. I also do commercial work. I freelance, essentially. That means architectural work, portraits, things like that. Whatever jobs come my way.
And have you ever been asked to come and document the scene of a event of some sort, like what happened here in this case?
No, I haven't.
I want to direct your attention to this past Sunday, September 21st, 2003. Did you receive a call on Sunday from my secretary inquiring as to your availability to take some photographs?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe to the members of the jury what you were told both by my secretary and then by myself and what you did as a result of that?
Objection here, sir.
Not being offered for the truth, right?
Overruled.
I was told that there was a piece of evidence that they would like me to photograph.
Involved how? As in trying to help, or as in an attorney that got in trouble by YouTube?
That they thought they needed a professional. It was kind of a situation that was going to be dark. I needed to have close-up lenses. And they just wanted a professional, basically.
And what did you do in response to that?
Packed up a few lights, a few micro lenses, threw my camera in the car, and drove over to Cedar Street in Durham.
And what time did you get there? About?
I'm guessing 2:30. I could be off on that, but I'm guessing 2:30.
All right. When you got there, were you brought to a particular place within the residence at 1810 Cedar?
I was. I was brought into a two-car garage that had no lights. It was pitch black. And I was directed to a particular place in the garage, and we got some lights.
Well, when you were directed, first of all, let me ask you, who was doing the directing?
I believe you were.
All right. And did we have any kind of lighting with us at all?
The best we had at first was a flashlight.
All right.
And then I believe Ron opened up. I'd actually, there might have been one of the garage doors already open, but it was only admitting a very faint light.
Okay.
And then we got the other garage door open, and it was still pretty dark.
All right. Was there any overhead lighting that could be turned on in the garage?
No, there wasn't.
What did you do at that point in order to get additional lighting to do what you needed to do?
Well, we had a couple of flashlights. I plugged in some strobes that I had. Basically used the modeling light to find my way around. And that was essentially it. Quite a few of the photographs were taken with the flashlight only.
All right. Now, when you were brought down to where this, and let's record that. Let me show you Exhibit 280. Does Exhibit 280 appear to you to be what's inside it, the plastic? Does that appear to you to be what you were shown down in that garage area?
Yes. Yes.
All right. And when you were shown this, were there specific items that you were asked to try to document in terms of establishing how long this had been in that location?
Yes. I think the point of my photography was to establish that there was various cobwebs that attached to the object itself and to the wall. There were also desiccated, dried insects on that thing, and there was a lot of dust, a fine amount of sifted dust on the very top, and I was asked to basically photograph that kind of thing.
Let me show you what has been marked as a group exhibit, Defense Exhibit 283, which is a series of photographs. And ask you whether these are the close-up photos that you took of Defense Exhibit 280 as it sat against a wall in that garage area.
Yes, definitely.
Move exhibit 283 into evidence, Your Honor.
It's allowed.
Your Honor, may the witness come down so that he can explain to the jury what each photograph is?
Yes.
If you could step down, Mr. Rosenthal, and with regard to each photograph, and we'll start at the top and sort of work our way down, and if you could explain it to this side of the jury and then perhaps move over and show them, and if you could show them in particular the detail that you were trying to capture in terms of debris and spider webs and bugs and that sort of thing. Right. And by the way, to your eye, did it look like that had been there for some period of time?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right.
What I saw when I was looking at this clearly was an accumulation of dust, of some kind of friable, crumbly matter, and I photographed that because as an image, it indicated that some debris over a period of time had fallen on that.
Sustained. Members of the jury disregard the witness's testimony. I don't think that's what they want you to say. They do want you to say that, but the court's not going to let you say that.
That's all right. If you could just try to describe, for example, what you took and why you focused in on a particular image. Let's take the next image there.
It's a spider web. And the specific reason why I took the image of the spider web is it basically suggested that some time had existed between the time the object was there and a spider had built the web.
Your Honor, I will continue to object this type of testimony.
All right, Mr. Deputy, if you'll take the jury to the deliberation room.
He told why he took the picture.
Yes, Ms. Black.
Well, Your Honor, in response to each of the questions asked thus far, he's very strongly tried to suggest about a passage of time, unless he's some type of expert in the passage of time or how long it takes for dust to accumulate or cobwebs to form or bugs to die in a garage or basement area. I just think it's inappropriate for this man, who obviously is a professional photographer but would not have sufficient information to continue to say that he took a photo because of, in his opinion, a passage of time had elapsed in between when the item arguably was placed there and when he was called in just a few days ago to take some photographs of it. I think that surely is something that could be suggested and close an argument with Mr. Rudolph at the appropriate time.
Judge, he's not trying to suggest any particular length of time. He's simply trying to explain.
I understand, but Mr. Rudolph, you really don't need help. You don't need his help. I mean, if he just testifies that he saw dust on there, bugs, spider webs. He doesn't know how long it's been there. You gonna tell the jury how long it's been there?
I understand. I'm simply trying to establish why he took these particular photos. I mean, so that he can point the jury's attention to what it is on each photo he was focusing in on. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to proffer him as an expert on the creation of spider webs.
But he is doing a little bit of editorializing.
Well, I guess I disagree with that, but all I'm trying to do
I
is
just don't think the jury needs his editorializing.
Yes, sir.
The jury can figure this thing out, and you're going to tie up any loose ends about,
Yes, sir.
about that. I mean, I think it's clear that the jury believes you had him go out there to take pictures, and he's telling what they want. He doesn't have to tell them why he took them.
Very well.
And
that's fine. I'll
let him say, he's got dead bugs out there on it. He's got spider webs on it. He's got dust on it.
Yes, sir.
You gonna tell the jury what all that means?
I might do that. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you gonna tell them what it means. Okay. Are you gonna ask him more questions?
Yes, sir.
You think? Mr. Rosenthal, you can come on down. Yes, sir. Further questions?
Yes, sir. If you could take the next photo and just describe in detail what it was that you were focusing in on when you took that picture.
This is a photograph of a, I expect it's a dead inchworm. And it seems to have been entangled in some way in a spider web.
Thank you. Next one.
Just photographed a small accumulation of dust.
Next one.
This is a photograph taken, I believe, near the bottom of the object. It's a photograph of a spider web that connected the object to, I believe, a water pipe.
And the last one.
Again, it's a photograph of a desiccated, dried insect at the very top of that object.
Now you may take your seat. And was all of that debris and insects and spider web attached to Defendant's Exhibit 280 and connecting it to the wall and various other structures when you took these photographs on Sunday?
Yes.
At this time, I'd ask permission to publish these to the jury so they can look at them individually.
It's allowed.
I'm not supposed to yell at mommy.
That's all the questions we have. Please answer whatever questions they may have, Ms. Rosenbaum.
Sir, prior to September 21st, did you know Mr. Rudolph?
No. I think 20 years ago, I might have photographed his family, but he looked a lot younger then.
We probably all did. Okay. So it was not unusual for you to receive a telephone call on a Sunday and immediately pack your things up and go to
It was very unusual.
It was unusual?
Very unusual.
You just happened to be free that day to be able to do what he requested?
Right, right.
Okay. Now, when you got there then to 1810 Cedar Street, who else was there?
Who else was at the residence?
Yes, sir.
Ron, Mr. Rudolph, and two guys who were making a film.
What do you mean, two men making a film?
The documentary guy.
Photographers.
So the French documentary.
The French documentary team.
Yes.
Okay.
They were there.
Now you're calling Ron by his first name. Is he someone that you've known before?
No, I don't. I was introduced to him as Ron, and I didn't get the last name. I just met him on Sunday.
So what was the French crew doing while you were there at Mr. Peterson's house?
Well, they weren't doing much.
Well, then why were they there?
They were talking to Mr. Rudolph when I got there.
Okay. Did they come into the garage where you were trying to take these photographs you've described?
They did go into the garage, but I don't believe they continued to work in there at all. When I was doing all my work in there,
It's in the
they were
documentary.
not in there.
All right. Now, when you first entered the garage, then were you taken to this specific location where you're saying that you took photographs of that particular item of evidence?
I was.
All right, by whom?
Mr. Rudolph, I believe.
All right. And did he ask you to take a photograph of certain areas of that item to show cobwebs and
Yes.
dead bugs and things like
Yes,
that?
yes.
Okay. So you didn't actually make these decisions on your own, I take it.
Well, it wasn't pointed out to me in absolutely precise detail, but there would be a couple of indications. You see that bug there? We're looking for that kind of thing, and so I think I probably took more photographs than was originally indicated.
So when you say that someone was saying we're looking for that kind of thing, that was Mr. Rudolph saying that?
Yes.
Correct. You don't have any earthly idea how long it would take for dust to collect on an item like this in somebody's garage, do you?
I don't.
You don't have any earthly idea how long it would take for a cobweb to form on an item like that, do you?
I don't.
Do you have any earthly idea how long it would take for a bug to die in somebody's garage like this? Okay. So you were just taking pictures of what Mr. Rudolph suggested to you as far as things he could use here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Now, when you first saw that item of evidence, did it have this plastic covering around it?
No, it did not.
All right. Have you even seen it since it had the plastic covering on it before
No,
today?
I haven't.
So that was not done in your presence at all?
It wasn't.
Was there any reason why you didn't, once you took the item in this particular location, why you then didn't take it somewhere else where you could get a better photograph as far as its condition or in full form?
I just think it wasn't what anybody wanted me to do. It seemed to me that its location was important, and I had no business disturbing that.
Were you ever asked by Mr. Rudolph or anyone else there, for that matter, to put some better lighting there in the garage so that you could step back and show actually where that was located instead of just bits and pieces of it that's showing dead bugs and cobwebs?
Mm-hmm.
Were you ever asked to do that?
I took a flash photograph at some point of the general location.
Okay, now is that one of the photographs that's up there in front of you?
No.
And once you took a picture of it in its particular location, were you ever asked to then take it, for instance, outside where there would be better lighting for you to see the whole
not
thing?
at all. It was pretty well understood that I wasn't to disturb that item whatsoever.
Now, did you make the decision to make these photographs in black and white, or were you allowed to do it either in color or black and white?
I made the decision to do it in black and white, fundamentally because it was a very difficult shooting situation, and the film that I had on a Sunday afternoon that would be most effective, that would give me the largest depth of field, was a black and white 1600 ASA film.
So that was pretty much your decision.
That was my decision.
Now, did you look around the entire garage?
I did not.
All right. How much of the garage did you see?
Pretty much focused on the single area where that object, the wall against which that object was leaning.
In relationship, for instance, to the garage doors, are you able to say where this item was in relationship to the garage doors?
Yes.
Where?
If you were to walk into the garage
from the outside?
From the outside, the left-hand side of the garage door, or the left garage door, and walk about 10 feet in, this object was leaning against the wall on the left.
When you first observed the item, was there anything in front of it obscuring your vision of it?
There wasn't. There was a water pipe that I needed to work around.
That's the pipe that you took a picture of the cobweb joining?
Yes, I think so. It was jutting out, and I didn't want to bump my camera against it. So.
What other items did you see in the garage, if you were able to see any more?
An automobile that seemed to be in a seriously deteriorated condition. Its trunk was filled with debris. And there was another car, I think it might have been a little Triumph, on the other side of the garage.
Any other items sitting around on the floor or against walls?
No, mainly just junk, things like cardboard on the floor.
Would it be fair to say that as far as what you could see there, and I realized it was quite dark, that garage was pretty dirty,
It's very dirty,
filthy even?
filthy.
Yes.
When we entered the garage area, did we walk down some steps coming off the main part of the house?
Yes, we did.
Well, in any event, was this garage area when you first walked down there? Was that an area that was sort of underneath the main part of the house? In other words, it wasn't a detached garage. It was.
No, it was not a detached garage. I think that no, I don't know the house, so
okay.
It seemed to be.
But we came in through the house and walked downstairs.
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Brown? All right, sir, you can come down.
Your Honor, at this time, on behalf of Mr. Peterson, the defense rests.
All right.
Woohoo!
Will there
Oh,
be
we got
further
a
evidence
rebuttal.
from the state, Mr. Hart?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you ready to proceed today or?
Yes, sir.
No. All right.
Your Honor, we would call Detective Holland again, please.
All right. He remains under oath.
Mr. Peterson, the defense rests.
All right. Will there be further evidence from the state, Mr. Hart?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you ready to proceed today or?
Yes, sir.
No. All right.
Your Honor, we would call Detective Holland again, please.
All right. He remains under oath.
Detective Holland, you've been the lead investigator on this case since December the 9th of 2001.
That's correct.
From other evidence from earlier witnesses, they've indicated that you arrived with a search warrant to enter that house about 6 o'clock that morning. Is that your recollection?
That's correct.
With respect to that, did you have the occasion to search that house from December the 9th until about 8:30 or so on December the 10th of 2001?
Yes.
Did you search every area of the house?
Yes, I did.
How many occasions during that time period did you search the house?
I would say approximately twice.
Did you go into the basement?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what you saw in the basement?
Yes, I did.
What did you see?
As the last witness stated, that lighting was pretty much an issue down there. There was a car parked in the left. Well, I won't say parked. I mean, it was a car that looked like, I think it was an old Mustang that it looks like it was being restored to some effect. Was parked in the left side of the garage, and it was, I recall, automobile parts being in the trunk. The trunk was open where you can just look in visually in plain view and see items in the trunk. There was not another vehicle in the garage at that time on the right-hand side, I think, as he stated. A trunk was. It was not. I think that was actually out in front or the back of the house. It was cluttered. Not cluttered. It was just dusty, dirty basement.
Okay.
Several different areas went off from the main part of the garage that were pretty empty.
Did you look into those?
Yes, I did.
Did you
Flashlight.
Did you look from corner to corner in that garage area?
Check the leading.
Yes, I did.
What were you looking for?
Any type of object or weapon that could cause injury to an individual.
Were you looking in other portions of the house with that in mind as well?
Yes, I was.
Did you see in the garage anything that looked like either one of these blood hoods in the garage?
No, I didn't.
Did you see anything in any part of the house that looked like either of these things otherwise?
No, I didn't.
Other officers looking through the house for something that might be identified as a weapon, just as you were?
Yes, sir.
Approximately how many officers were looking through the house to locate potential evidence, if you know?
When we went back the next day on the 10th, while we still had possession of the house, it was basically detectives that I worked with that went through the house. I would say no more than 6 detectives assisted on the 10th before we released the house back to Mr. Peterson.
And what were they looking for?
Any evidence related to Kathleen's death.
Would that include any potential weapon that they might have seen in that location?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, did others go down into the basement to search just as you had during that time period?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who any of those persons might have been?
I can't. I know ID technician Eric Campen, he went down there because he checked the steps going down into the garage with luminol to see if there was any presence of blood going down into the basement. I know he went down there. I can't recall exactly who else went down there besides myself and
do you recall persons telling you that they'd gone down in the garage section?
Sustain.
With respect to any other search that was conducted, did you have the occasion to go back to that location for the purpose of measuring the residence on the 27th of June of 2002?
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, who was with you on that occasion?
On that occasion, we had a limited or more limited amount of people inside the house on that day. I know precisely my supervisor, Sergeant Brett Hallam, he was present. Our forensic technicians were there, photographing, documenting the house, particularly the staircase, because that was the main reason. And going back is so we could get precise measurements of the staircase so one could be reconstructed.
Were you also told to measure from the attic to the basement? Or was someone told there?
The house was fully measured, or completely measured.
So based on your recollection, did anyone that you know of go down into the basement?
Yes, I even went down into the basement on that day.
Did you look from corner to corner in the basement on June the 27th of 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did you see anything that looked like either of these blowpokes in the basement on June the 27th of 2002?
No, I didn't.
Now, over lunch, did you have an opportunity to look at these two items?
I did.
Did you have the occasion to make some comparisons of them, given the fact that at least one of them is in that plastic tube?
I did, yes.
With respect to what you saw, could you describe, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
What differences did you see in what's marked as Exhibit 280 and what's marked as State's Exhibit 72?
Well, the first thing is that if you look to where the tip or the poker is on the end of this poker here, the tubing is actually longer. If you line it up butt to butt or end to end, this end is longer than this end.
Now, you got to be specific on which one you're comparing with. Is that Defendant's Exhibit 280?
Defendant's Exhibit is longer from what we have before us to observe, it's longer than where the poke protrudes out from the inside the cylinder. As I mentioned earlier, State's exhibit, I think it's 72, has two, well, this one only has one screw in it, but it has two holes for two screws to attach the poke. If you look at the defendant's exhibit, you know, the end of it is bent in, but still you see no two holes for two screws to attach the poker to. And then looking at the opposite end, if you hold the two items and look at them straight down, it's still hard to get a good view because of the way the plates of glass or plastic is kind of bent, preventing us from taking it out.
Would it help you to compare it if we took the plastic off of what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 280?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may we have permission to do that, please?
Your Honor, as long as they're not going to request that it be tested at all, then I have no objection to that. If they're going to request any testing, then I'd ask that it be remain in there until the testing be completed.
Let me ask Counsel Hoster.
Plastic off.
Just for the record, I think the district attorney has stipulated that he does not wish to do any testing on this item. I just want to make that clear for the record. You don't need to cut it. You can just get it out. It's fine. Yes. What's that? Yeah, we probably should mark it separately. We mark 288.
With respect to what's marked here, Exhibit 72, hear that, we have what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 280A out of the container, which is marked as Defendant's Exhibit.
Your Honor, may I step back?
Yes, sir.
Well, as I stated, if you put them end to end, you can see where that, you know, the end of this doesn't look like it's been cut or broken off. It's fairly smooth and straight. So you can see that, you know, if you take the poker out of this end, it's shorter. State's Exhibit 72 is definitely shorter than the Defendant's Exhibit 288. And you can also see that there's no screws, you know, on Defendant's Exhibit. And as I stated, getting ready to state that if you look straight down on both exhibits, defense exhibit has around the inner diameter of the circle, it seems to be beveled, kind of a mountain shape around that end, where on State's Exhibit 72, well, you can't see it, but it's smooth around here rather than being beveled. And it also looks like the colors are somewhat not consistent with each other. Also, State's Exhibit 72 appears to be much shinier metal or aluminum than Defendant's Exhibit 280A.
Anything else that you can just look at visually and see as differences and compare those two items?
Well, the end down here, this part from here to here on both State's Exhibit seems to be a little, if you want to say, fatter than the end here. This one's a little bit more narrower than the end of State's Exhibit 72. That's pretty much all the inconsistencies that I can observe.
I don't have any other questions of the witness.
I've got questions. All right.
You said that when you did your searches, you were looking for any items, weapons. Is that right?
Well, any item that we felt could be used as a weapon.
You got an email from Fred Atwater in February of 2002, did you not? About a potential weapon?
I've received several emails from him.
Objection to hearsay nature.
Correspondence.
That's right.
Yes.
The State's Exhibit 218 was that facts that you got from Candace Zamperini about the blow poke, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was dated February 11th of 2002, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. On February 12th of 2002, the next day, did you not get an email, and let me show you Defendant's Exhibit 284, from Fred Atwater referencing the fact that Candace had asked him to send you information concerning the fireplace tools that Kathleen and he had?
Yes.
And one of the tools he referenced in there was a pair of tongs for moving burning logs, correct?
Yes.
And you got, and he described the tongs, correct?
I don't, if it's in here, he described them.
Well, it says here, the tongs were telescoping, accordion style. They were all black. One arm had two prongs, opposed to single prong on the other arm. Hold that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And also said in here, when I talked with Caitlin about the tool, she reminded me that there was also a long brass tube for blowing on the fire to keep it going. After she mentioned this, I could recall it, but I had forgotten about it. See that? Mm-hmm. Okay, now, you got this in February of 2002, correct?
Yes.
And you went back out to the house in June of 2002, correct?
Yes.
Okay, this makes me feel
Let
a
me show
little
you.
better.
What I marked as Defense Exhibit 285.
Because this is not one of the cops that found it the night she died.
Overruled.
Maybe they didn't tell anybody.
Does Defense Exhibit 285 appear to you to be the kind of tongs that are described in Mr. Atwater's email?
Yes, sir.
I've never seen
And,
fireplace tongs like that.
Are you aware that these tongs were in the outdoor fireplace at the Peterson residence?
No, sir.
You didn't see them in the outdoor fireplace when you went out there in June?
No, sir.
Even though you had that information, you were supposedly looking for weapons? Or were you looking for weapons in June?
In June?
Yeah.
Not specifically, no.
And in December, of course, you didn't have any description of a blowpoke, did you?
That's correct.
And I think you said that there was an issue with the lighting downstairs?
There wasn't a lot of lights downstairs, if any.
There weren't any lights.
That could be true.
You searched with a flashlight.
True.
And if this thing was standing in a corner somewhere, that wouldn't necessarily struck you as anything other than a curtain rod, would it?
Objection, that's not the testimony of where it was located.
In a corner in the garage, assuming you even saw it.
Objection.
Ask the question once. What's your question? Ask your question.
You didn't have, when you were down in December looking with a flashlight in the garage, you didn't have any description of a blowpoke, right?
Description, no, sir.
You didn't have any information about a blowpoke at that time.
That's correct.
And if this thing had been laying up against a corner in the garage, like that,
Objection, that's not the testimony.
Go ahead, ask your question.
would you have even considered this to be anything other than, say, a curtain rod?
Overruled.
I specifically remember walking around that Mustang and where the last witness stated that he took those photographs from. It would be very visible to be able to acknowledge what it is.
Would have been visible to see the tongs in the outdoor fireplace too, right?
I didn't see any tongs in the outside
I
fireplace.
understand that. By the way,
Oh, maybe that's why.
we've seen a lot of pictures
looking at it like that.
that were taken
They're cool
during
looking.
December. Were any pictures taken downstairs in the basement or garage?
Don't think so.
And no one ever told you that there were two blowpokes in the house, did they?
No.
And Michael Peterson ordered 2 more. I don't know why he ordered more.
Would it be fair to say, you said that this one is a little different color. You know what oxidation is? Yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
For example, the green things here, that appears to be oxidation.
Yes.
And of course, if Mrs. Amperini, for example, kept hers in her house and polished it from time to time, and this one was kept in a garage, you would expect this to be more tarnished and darker, would you not?
That's true.
Speculation. Overruled.
Is it fair to say to you that this appeared natural?
Yes.
This appears to be old, does it not?
Yes, sir.
Has some paint on the handle there.
Appears to be.
Not something you particularly want to keep by a fireplace in your kitchen. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Well, you'd use the other end to put it in the fire, so I don't think the paint would really matter.
Well, if someone were concerned about how their house looked and stuff, this had sort of paint stuff on it, right?
Yes.
And even on this one, that
screw, and I realized this one doesn't have a screw. This one has some, looks like it's some threads inside the end that would have been holding whatever the point was. You see that?
Yes.
And of course, Ms. Zamperini testified she didn't buy the one for Kathleen at the exact same time she bought the one for her, right?
I don't recall if that's her testimony or not.
Well, do you recall her saying that she actually got the blow pokes for her other relatives next year?
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of her buying the similar same type blow pokes, yes.
Do you remember her saying in front of the jury that she bought them the next year because she enjoyed her so much?
Objection.
Answer.
Well, either he remembers or he
Hey
doesn't
now,
remember.
this is a detective.
I mean, I honestly do not recall.
Yes, sir. And
This is a detective on the case. This is the defense is rested. So this is the rebuttal, the state's rebuttal. But this witness was just on the stand earlier for, well, not for the defense. Judy reminded me that he was being cross-examined because Rudolph didn't cross-examine him at the time of his direct examination. And they found the blow poke that they had misplaced, or the cops had misplaced, or whatever. And so he showed it to him on the stand. And so now they're talking about the fireplace tools again. But now he's the state's witness. Well, he always was a state's witness. So he's a rebuttal witness. And they're talking about the fireplace tools. And we're almost done, I think. But it seems like there's some more. It's probably going to be more experts rebutting Peterson's experts. But we're on the home stretch now. But they're talking about fireplace tools right now.
that garage area, basement area, whatever you want to call it, that's at the bottom of some stairs, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is the best view we have, but the stairs go down behind there, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Eric Campen luminoled that area down there, right?
That's true.
And visually, I gotta thank you. And visually inspected it for blood, right?
Yes.
There was no visible blood?
That was his testimony, yes.
And no reaction to luminol?
It's true.
No indication anyone had gone down there with any kind of blood on their clothes, pants, shoes, feet, or anything else, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Mr. Campen didn't go all the way down the steps. He only went down part of the way to determine that there wasn't any blood or luminol reaction.
I believe that's correct.
Yes. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Anything else? Investigator Holland, did you look in the outside patio fireplace when you were there on the 9th and 10th of December of 2001?
Yes, I recall going out on that terrace off the utility room area, yes.
And you don't recall seeing those at all?
No, sir.
Would you have seen something like that if you'd seen it?
At that point, yes, sir.
No other questions?
What did he say? Would you have seen something like that if you'd seen it?
All right, so you can come back.
That doesn't even make sense. Unless I
taking you have
misheard
further
him.
evidence tomorrow. All right, members of the jury, we'll go on our overnight recess. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of this trial. If I can ask you, those of you who normally have a conflict past 3 o'clock or so, if you know now whether we can go late on Thursday or you haven't had a chance to find out, or you can't do it. Does anybody? Say it again, 4:30? Okay. Anybody else? Do you have a conflict? Okay, then I guess we can go to 4:30 on Thursdays. Was that the question? Okay. Yes.
On tomorrow, I have a 3:30 appointment, so can we make sure we get out at 3 Saturday?
On tomorrow? Okay. Anything else? See you tomorrow, 9:30.
They've been going to 3 o'clock every day. No wonder this trial took so long. I mean, aside from Rudolph making everything go longer.
Durham is a property custodian for the Durham Police Department.
Tell us, please, what you do as a property custodian.
And one of my main functions is to maintain a chain of custody of all property that is turned into the police department by our police officers, as well as our ID techs, once it's stored and then properly disposed of.
All right, now, how long have you been employed in that capacity?
5 years.
Tell us, please, Ms. Brown, did you have the occasion to show some property to the defense in this case, Mr. Rudolph and his investigator?
Yes, I did.
And some other people that came with him?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember whether that was in October of 2002?
Yes, it was October 22nd.
All right, how did you all go about doing that?
First, I was contacted by Investigator Holland in regards to setting up an appointment. And then I was eventually contacted by Mr. Rudolph's office in regards to a date and time. And once that was established, we actually inventoried the property the day before. And then on the day of, we initiated by taking all the property up to the conference room located in the headquarters.
Who went with you?
It was myself, Portia Sidbury, the supervisor of property, and Dave Glisson, another property custodian.
Now, how did you decide what items of property to take upstairs to show to Mr. Rudolph and his experts?
Well, actually, I would say all property that was involved in this case was taken to the conference room. So there were no, once Mr. Rudolph contacted us, he did not specify which items he wanted to see at that time. So they didn't generate a list. So we actually took all the property to the conference room.
How was it packaged?
All property was sealed in paper bags, pilfer cans, whatever we needed to package it in at that time.
Now, as far as the way that you all catalog things in the property,
Good gravy, Marie. Stupid computer.
Entry is processed, then it's stored on what we call a bin location, in which these particular items were stored in a 33 by 17 by 18 box and then placed on a shelf.
Now, when you took the property up there to show it to Mr. Rudolph and the people that were with him, did you leave any of the property in this case behind in the property room?
No, we did not.
And how did you go about showing him the items that he wanted to see?
Okay, on that particular day, Mr. Garrett, I believe, had a list of items that he actually asked for. And then as they asked for a particular item, I removed the item out of the box and then opened it. And then once they looked at it, sealed it back and placed it back into the box.
And was all the property there, was it visible to them?
Yes, everything was visible.
Did you have a list with you?
Yes, I did.
On how many different days did you show them property back in October?
2.
And how did you keep up with what they did see and what they did not see?
Okay, as I was called out a particular item, I would put check marks. So I had a checklist for what particular items they asked for.
Now approach the witness.
Yes.
I'll show you what's the marked States Exhibit 219 and 220. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
This is actually a print off of the initial property that was turned into the property room.
Okay, now I notice here that some items have checks and others do not. What does that mean?
Okay, the check marks were the actual items that Mr. Garrett had asked to see at that time. So I placed check marks by any items that they saw that day.
Now I notice here too that some of the items are highlighted in yellow. What does that mean?
Yes, the highlighted items were the actual items they had asked for, but they weren't present because they were still located at the lab.
And why do we have two lists here?
We have two lists because they came on 2 different days. So one, okay.
Well, it says here on the top right-hand corner, October 22nd on both lists.
Yeah, I actually made copies of 2 separate lists, but they were actually both printed out on October the 22nd, which was the initial date of, we didn't realize this was going to go into a second day. And since we ran late the first day, then they asked if they could come back the next day.
All right, I move to introduce States Exhibit 219 and 220 in evidence.
Hello.
Judge, I haven't had a chance to look at those. Maybe and I probably have no objection to it, but I would like a chance to look at it before it's actually offered into evidence. I just haven't had copies.
Sure.
I didn't make a copy.
All right.
I probably won't have an objection, but I just like to look at it before it comes in.
All right, we'll deal with that. Go ahead.
Now, it looks like there, with what's before you, that there are a number of items that are not checked.
Yes, there's quite a few.
Okay. Tell us, please, what items are not checked, representing the items of evidence that Mr. Rudolph and his, the people that were with him that day, or those 2 days, did not look at. If you could read out the item numbers that they did not look at, and what description you have there for the items.
Yes, quite a few
talking about
items. Item 17. Well, actually, they looked at that on the following day. Item 18 is towels.
Okay.
Item 20, knives. Item 21.
Are you talking about the witness or are you talking about Black? Because Black was giving him all kinds of look yesterday. It was so fun. The look and the side eye and everything. It was hilarious yesterday, the look she was throwing at Rudolph.
Hair with blood from diet can. Item 22.
Oh, the witness. Okay.
Used condom. Item 23 is a handbag, pocketbook. Item 24, currency. Item 25, a portfolio. Item 26, paper towel. Item 27, a towel from master bedroom. Item 28, other documents, paperwork from study. Item 30, a sheet from the master bedroom. Item 31, a Tachi case.
What?
Well, actually, they saw the Tachi case. I'm sorry. Item 34, some prints. Item 35, DNA. Item 36, hair. Item 37, actually, item 38, tube of blood. Item 39, victim rape kit. Item 41, books from study. Item 42 is paperweight. Item 43, staples from stairway. Item 44, because it was at the lab but was requested, a blood from right wall. Item 45, cedar needle from first step. Item 46, staples from third step. Item 53, they did not see because it was at the lab, the blood swab from couch. Item 54, condoms found in bookcase. Item 55, swab of blood from kitchen. That was also at the lab. Item 56, cedar needles from second step. Item 61, cedar tree standard. Item 63, computer, laptop from upstairs. Item 64, computer from upstairs. Item 65, a computer from the den. Item 66, a mop. Item 67, a towel. Item 68, suspect kit. Item 69 was a sub item created from the lab. Item 70, another sub item from the lab. 71, computer data copies of item 71, documents. Item 72, a fireplace blow poker. Item 73, imitation CD disc. Item 74, CD disc. 75 is a sub item. 76, a sub item for fingerprint card. 77, fiber samples. 78, fiber samples. 79, they did not see, and we actually did not have, this item was still at the lab. It's 11-piece stairwell. Item 80 is a sub item created from the lab. Item 81 is a sub item from lab. Item 82, sub item from lab. Item 83, a sub item. And item 84, fireplace tool.
Now, in regards to items that they did not see, how did you all go about doing that as far as what they would see and what they didn't see that day?
Okay, at the end, once they went through everything that they had asked for, then I asked towards the end, was there anything else that they were going to need to see or want to see? Mm-hmm. And at that time, they were finished. So it was complete.
So did you spend as much time as they wanted to spend with you as far as looking at the items of property?
Yes.
And item 72, take a look at that specifically, please. The one you described as a blow poke.
Yes.
Was that actually there in the room?
Yes, it was.
Where was it in the room?
When we transported the items up, we had two 33 by 17 by 18 boxes, as well as a small side box, an item that was actually sealed by the ID tech. And the blow poke was located in one of the 33 by 17 by 18 boxes. And actually, when we transported, it wouldn't go in all the way into the box because the boxes were so full. So it actually was sticking out of the box towards the end of the box.
And where did it remain during the time that you were offering them the opportunity to look at the items of evidence?
Well, as I was going through the boxes and having to remove the evidence, as we were removing the items, that particular item was removed from the box and placed on the conference room table.
Did they ever ask you to see it?
Yes, you could see it.
Did they ask you to see the blow poke?
No, they did not.
Did you ever hide it from them in any way?
No, I did not.
And how much time did you all spend during those 2 days looking at the property?
I said a good 6 hours.
No further questions.
Questions? Morning, Ms. Brown.
Good morning.
Can I haven't seen those lists. Can I take a look at those? Yes. Just so we're clear, States Exhibit 219 and 220 were not given to us in the property room, correct?
It was not requested, no.
No, I mean these lists.
No, they were not.
They were lists that you had for your own purposes, right?
Yeah, I had it the day of, yes.
Right, and what we had was what had been given to us as the inventory. Remember that we had a list of inventory items?
Yes, it's the same, but yes.
Well, let's take a look at it and see if it's the same.
Okay.
$286.
Yes.
Can you take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 286? You see that there's date stamp numbers on there?
I don't know what that number
Well, you
is.
see there's an MP 0054,
Yes.
and it actually starts back at MP 00. Let's see, the first number here looks like it's MP 0049. Then it goes to 0050, 0051, 0052, 0053, 0054, 0055, and 0056. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Could you take a look at that and tell me what's the last number on the inventory that's labeled with those base numbers?
66.
Does that have any of the items after number 66 listed on there?
No, it does not.
All right. Now let me show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 287. By the way, are you aware that the computers had already been returned? For example, you had that.
Yes, they were being returned, yes. But you didn't see it. I mean, yes.
Right, they weren't in the room there because they had already been returned, right?
Right.
Let me show you Defense Exhibit 287. And you see the date stamp numbers on here are MP 5072, 5073, and 5074. See the difference? These start with 00549, and these start with 5074. See that?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Do you know when we got the inventory that's date stamped MP 5072, 5073, and 5074?
I mean, I wouldn't know. I don't even know what the MP 5074 and those numbers mean.
I understand.
Okay.
You have no idea. You didn't see the inventory sheets that we had there in the October, did you?
I mean, you were reading, I mean, whoever was reading off a highlighted sheet of items because there were, based on our agency numbers and the numbers that you had,
Yes,
there
ma'am.
was a discrepancy, but
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know.
We had these property sheets that Mr. Jarrett was reading off of, and he would say, we want item number 1, khaki shorts, right?
Well, that's not the way it started. When we initiated the initial item numbers, there was a discrepancy in what was being called out to me because what you had at the time were lab numbers, and I had to make a correction into making sure that my numbers were matching up with exactly what it is that you all wanted to see.
Right.
So
And
that's
then
what.
And then once we got that straight, we were basing it off of these numbers here, which were the property sheet numbers, correct?
I don't recall seeing the property sheet.
All right. But do you remember whether or not our property sheets, whatever we had with us on that date, went beyond item number 65, the Dell computer?
I can't say if I didn't see the property sheets. I really cannot say.
Okay. And of course, if we didn't have these sheets that are marked Defense Exhibit 287, we would have had no way of calling out numbers 72 and 73 and 74 and 77 and 78, would we?
Not based on your property sheets. No.
Right. And by the way, our property sheets here, they jump from 65 or 66 to 72. Do you know why that is?
Well, it looks like you don't have a copy of all your code 3s.
Right, and then ours ended at 78, but I thought yours went up to 80 something.
That would be correct because when we generate numbers, especially items that are created from the lab, sometimes even the investigator are not aware that if it's something that we pick up, we do not generate a report from that. That's just something that we would enter into the computer far as a sub item being created.
I see. So, so when you were talking about sub items, like from the lab and stuff, like 80 and 81 and 82, those would never appear on the sheets that we were given.
Yeah, but they will be on the initial lab report.
Well, you know that we didn't get our lab reports until like a few months ago.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Objections overruled. She had already answered the question.
Did you say that we didn't look at item number 42, the paperweight? Because it's not checked on your list there?
Yeah, it's not checked. If it was one of those last minute, I know there were a couple of last minute items that you did see that were made available to you at that time when I asked, was there any other items that you would like to see? But by that time, I had already collected all my stuff and put it up. So that could be one of the items that you did see that I did not check off.
Well, I understand, Ms. Brown, but I mean, you just testified under oath in front of the jury that you didn't see that because it wasn't on your list. And
on my checklist, and I know there was paperwork. This was my checklist of items that I showed you, but there were also Dave Liston, another property custodian, was also available that also showed you items that I would not have been made aware of.
Well, let me show you Dr. Lee's sketch. You see it says here item 42, paperweight, and there's a whole sketch that has the dimensions and the
yes.
What's on it? You see that?
I see that.
So apparently that list is not accurate.
I mean, is as accurate as far as doing a check off and how we determine what it is that you were going to see that day. That's as accurate as it gets.
Well, I understand maybe as accurate as it gets, but it's not accurate because it doesn't have at least one of the items that we actually looked at.
At least one out of 84, yes.
Okay. Well, let's see what others. Hold on one second.
You just said you put your stuff away, and then they asked for
Did you say we didn't see number 34?
Material from hair.
Yeah, do you see Dr. Lee's notes here? Item number 34, material from hair.
Okay, yes, I do see that.
Okay, so it doesn't have that one. That one's wrong too, right?
Now be careful with Dr. Lee. He'll put evidence in his pocket.
So I don't have a lot of other questions, I don't think, but I would like a chance to compare this with our list so I can see if there's anything else. So at this point, I don't have any other questions, but I would like a chance to have a few minutes to look at this just so I can compare it.
All right, well, let's figure out exactly what you need.
Well,
If you'll take the jury to the deliberation room.
The jury needs to know what he saw and what he didn't because he lied under oath.
Oh, yeah. I need about, well, I'm going to need a little bit of time. 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
All right. 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Court's in recess for 10 minutes.
All right, Ms. Black, did you have a motion as to your exhibit?
I moved to introduce him.
All right, it's loud.
Thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, let me give you back your sheets up here. States Exhibit 219 and 220. Now, and I've had a chance over the break to find a couple of items I wanted to
show you. Let me show you first of all. What I'm going to mark is Defense Exhibit 288. I asked you whether that appears to be an original sheet with similar handwriting dated 10/22/22 with the initials HCL for Henry C. Lee and TMP for Timothy M. Pomback, describing items 47, 48, and 59.
Yes.
All right, and let me also show you Defendant's Exhibit 289, which is another property listing, date stamped 4488 through 4498, MP 4488 through MP 4498, and ask you if you can take a look at that and tell me whether that appears to you to be a listing of various property records going up through, again, item number, I think, 68 on that one.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And now, do you have a copy of the original of these?
Yes, I don't have it with me, but yes.
Where is the original?
I mean, the original is filed in records.
So I guess the prosecutor could get a hold of that if he wanted to.
Yes.
And have you ever looked at the originals?
Yes, I would have to if I've taken in some of the property. Yes.
All right. Well, for example, I noticed here that all the ones up through number 68 are all signed by Dan George, right? Sure. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Not all.
Sorry, there's some that's signed by somebody else.
Yes. There's one signed by someone else.
I'm sorry, you should point that out to me. That's a sexual assault kit
Yes.
that was taken from the funeral home.
I'm not sure where it was. Oh, that's what it states. Yes.
All right. And all the others, then that would be number 39, correct?
Yes.
And all the others would be signed by Mr. George.
Yes.
All right. And I noticed that up through pretty much up through item 65, they're pretty much in order, I guess, with the one exception being that sexual assault kit. They just go in sort of order down the page, right? There's not a separate page for each one. They're just listed in chronological order, right?
Well, it actually depends on when the actual item came into property.
I see. Now, with regard to 286 and 289, which are the two listings of property reports going up, 286 goes up to item number 60. Does it appear to be 66 to you? $65.
65.
All right. And then the other listing, which was MP 4488 through 98, that one goes up to item number 68, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know if there are property sheets that have items 70, 69, and 70, and 79, and 80, and 84, and all the other
Yes, there would be, if the items were turned in by either ID Tech or an officer or the investigator, then those items would generate a property sheet. The only item that may not generate a property sheet would be a sub item created from the SBI if it was directly brought in by myself or the other property custodian.
All right. And do you know, for example, I see here there's a couple of sub items, 69 and 70 are both look like they're sub-items from the SBI.
That's correct.
And is there some listing of when those came in somewhere?
It would actually, I mean, that would be something that I have to go into the computer or check the property card. And I do have a copy of the property card.
You have a copy of that with you?
Yes, as to when that item came in.
Yes, that's
Yes.
when items 69 and 70 came back from the SBI lab.
Yes.
Do you have that here?
Yes.
All right. Could you take a moment, Your Honor, just to see if we could locate that?
Yes.
And what you're looking through now are those actually?
These were actually the property cards for the chain of custody in reference to any of the property that was turned into.
I see. And do you have one then for item number 72 as well? Perhaps you can take out the ones for 69, 70, 71, and 72.
It says 69, 70.
69, 70, 71, and 72.
We had another card.
All right. Okay.
69.
All right, thank you. And just so I can check, just to see how, for example, can you take out the one for number 1? Would that be on top there? Or? Thank you. You have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And the where it says items 69 and 70 from SBI Lab, I don't see a date on the front.
There wouldn't be a date on the front. The initial date of 2/22. This is the actual chain of custody when that item came in, 2/21/02. So it actually be on the back of the card.
All right. Thank you very much. And now, thank you. I wanted to get those out of order.
Okay.
Now, with regard to the items that you had checked off on your list there, let me give that back to you. You don't have a check mark number next to number 16, do you?
No, I do not.
And that would be a wine bottle, a champagne bottle, and 2 glasses, correct?
Actually, I do. Item 16 on the other sheet, wine bottle, wine glass.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And how about number 20?
No, I do not.
Okay, but in fact, that was a metal knife sharpener, correct?
Yes, knife. It says steel knife. Yes.
And do you see the worksheet done by Dr. Lee and Major Pomback that shows item number 20, wood handle metal knife sharpener?
Yes.
And item 34. You don't have that one checked.
No, I do not.
And do you see the description here of a metal canister?
Yes.
And I think we already covered item 42. Is that
Yes.
correct? So there were at least a number of items that Dr. Lee and Major Pomback looked at that were not checked off on your list, correct?
That's correct.
And as you sit there right now, you have no way of knowing what was on the inventory we had at that point versus what was on your list that's marked States Exhibit 219, 220, correct?
Are you asking me what was there or what was on the?
No, well, in other words, what was on the list that we were working off of?
Yeah, I don't know what was on your list.
And what was brought up were a bunch of boxes, correct?
With packages in them, yes. 2 boxes.
And the way it worked was that we were seated at a table, correct?
Not seated, more or less moving around.
Well, there was a table that usually has chairs around it. The chairs were moved
Yes.
away.
Mm-hmm.
There was some butcher block paper on it, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Jarrett would say, could you bring over item number 1 or whatever the item number was?
Or he'd come over to where I was, yes.
And you would have to take it out of the packaging, correct?
Yes.
And then it would be given to Mr. Jarrett or Dr. Lee or Major Pomback, correct?
Correct.
They would look at it. Dr. Lee had a microscope there, correct?
He sure did.
There'd be photographs taken.
Yes.
And then it would be returned to you.
Returned, repackaged, resealed, and placed back into the box.
And there was also a videographer there, was there not? Someone actually shooting a video?
Yes, there was.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect. All right, you can come down.
Is this the other?
For the record, please state your name.
Lori Hunt Campbell.
Would you please spell your last name?
Yes, Campell. There's no B.
Now, ma'am, where do you live?
Manassas, Virginia.
And how long have you lived there?
I moved to Manassas Park, which is like a mile away. Since 1992, I've been up in that area.
All right. With whom do you live in your home?
My husband, Bruce Campbell, and my 2 boys, William and Edward.
All right. Now, how old are William and Edward?
William is 10 and Eddie is 7.
All right. Now, if you would please describe to the jury what your relationship is, if any, to Kathleen Peterson.
Well, she was my eldest sister, my big sister.
Now, with respect to the number of siblings in your family, how many are there or have there been?
My brother Stephen was firstborn, and then Kathleen, and my sister Candace, and myself.
Okay. And now, how much age separates you from Kathleen?
We were 9 years apart.
All right. With respect to Kathleen's relationship with this defendant, at what point did you become aware of her involvement with him?
I was living in California. No. Listen. I think it was either 1987 or 1988 that that I became aware that Kathleen and Michael liked each other.
All right.
But I was, so 87 or 88. I'm trying to think where I was living at the time. It was a long time ago. I know the date they got married, but
In the late 80s, you became aware of the relationship?
yes.
Okay.
Maybe approach them.
All right.
Gentlemen, may I proceed? Oh, excuse me.
Not until she sits down.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Campbell, did you have the occasion to visit with Kathleen at the various homes that she's lived in here in Durham?
Yes, I have.
Would you please just briefly tell the jury which homes you've visited her in while she was living here in Durham?
Well, when she got married to Fred, they lived in a little house really close to Cedar Street. I can't remember the name of the street it was, Woodbridge or something. And I visited that home, and then I also visited the other home she lived in with Fred on Hermitage Court, and then the one on Cedar Street.
Right. Now, with respect to visiting in the home, did you ever see anything like, John, may I approach the
Yes.
anything like either of these items, what's marked as State's Exhibit 72 and Defendant's Exhibit 280A?
Yes, I did.
When was the first time that you recall seeing either of these things? Or something like this?
Probably in Hermitage Court. She didn't have it in the little house, I don't think.
And approximately how long ago would that have been?
Wow. Shoot. I couldn't tell you exactly the first time that I saw it at Hermitage Court. I mean, it was probably, this is 2003. Caitlin was a little girl, so, and she's grown up now, so.
Okay. Did you
gotta be over
also
10 years
see,
ago.
excuse me, did you also see something like this blow poke in the home on 1810 Cedar Street?
Yes, I did.
And with respect to your visiting in the home, generally when would you have done that?
Cedar Street, well, when the children weren't, well, let's see, they're in school now. We usually visited around my mother's birthday in September. That was a very common time to visit. I remember it wasn't a usual time that I'd visit, but mostly summertime, late spring, and then for my mother's birthday, September.
Approximately how many times do you recall visiting Kathleen at 1810 Cedar Street?
Well, I haven't counted that up in my mind, but I'd say she moved there in 92. I probably, and this is 2003, I'd say I'd been there 10 times.
Okay, do you have a general memory of the layout of the home?
Yes.
Do you have a memory of the kitchen den area at
Yes.
1810 Cedar Street? Do you recall seeing something like State's Exhibit 72 in that area?
Yes, I do.
Let me direct your attention to July of 2001 and ask whether you had the occasion to visit with Kathleen during that time.
Yes, I did that. That was the last time I saw my sister alive, was July 2001.
And generally, what was the reason why you were visiting with Kathleen at that time?
Well, I want to see her, so I went to visit.
Who was with you when you went?
I took our mother and my sons, William and Edward. My husband was on a business trip in West Virginia, so I thought this would be a good time to go see her.
All right. And for what period of time did you stay at Kathleen's home with her?
Well, I stayed July 10th through, I think I got there the evening of July 9th, and I left on July 13th.
Okay. And during that time period, did y'all essentially stay at the home, or did you do some things around it?
I slept in the house.
Okay, all right. Now, with respect to seeing something in that home that looks like what's marked here as State's Exhibit 72, if you would please describe to the jury what you recall with respect to noticing this item in the home.
Well, my son Eddie was just turned 5, graduated from preschool, and he likes to play with sticks and swords and guns. And we were hanging out in the kitchen, and Eddie was picking up and swinging it around, and I had to tell him, stop playing with it. You're going to break something. I was thinking of the glass table that's in the kitchen or the slate in front of the fireplace, and I had to make him put it down and quit swinging it around.
Do you recall whether you saw something like what's marked here, State's Exhibit 72, at that location prior to Eddie picking it up?
Well, when William was younger, I was worried about that too. Kathleen's house was not baby-proofed. And I don't remember William swinging around, but I remember being concerned that he would, because it was in the kitchen and that's where we all hung out, and I didn't want him to break anything in her house either. And so I couldn't say specifically when. It was just generally when the kids were there and they were young, I was conscious about, don't mess up in Kathleen's house. So.
And with respect to seeing something like this item in that particular room in the house, do you have a memory of where it was generally located?
Well, when Eddie had it, it was propped up to the right side of the fireplace.
Okay. And when you were aware that your son had the item that looks like what's marked here, State's Exhibit 72, exactly what did you do? Did you take it from him, or did you tell him to put it back, or how'd that happen?
I told him to put it back.
Okay. Did you look at it, or did you see it?
Oh, yeah.
With respect to it, do you recall whether it generally looked like what's marked here, State's Exhibit 72?
It looked like it, only it was much shinier, like it hadn't been used in a fireplace as much as that one.
Okay. Do you recall whether it had a tip on it?
Yeah, it had a tip on it.
Do you recall anything else specifically about the blowpoke that you saw in the July of 2001 time frame?
No.
Okay. And you indicate that was the last time that you were in the home at 1810 Cedar Street?
Well, when we went down for a funeral. That was the last time I was in the house.
Okay. And do you recall seeing this item or something like this in the home when you went down for Kathleen's funeral?
I wasn't looking for it, but no, so I can't say I recall. I don't recall seeing it, but my children weren't with me in the house at that time, and I didn't spend a whole lot of time in the house myself.
We have other questions of the witness.
Questions, Mr. Rowe?
Can I have just a couple minutes to dig out some files on Ms. Campbell?
Yes, sir. How many minutes?
5 minutes would be fine.
All right, Mr. Deputy, you'll take the jury to the deliberation. You can come down if you want.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Rudolph, you have questions?
Yes, sir. Is it pronounced Campbell?
Yes.
Ms. Campbell, I think you probably know my name is Dave Rudolph, and I represent Mr. Peterson. In July of 2001 is, I think, when you say you recall this trip down to the Petersons.
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not Caitlin or Margaret were there?
No, they weren't.
Where were they?
I think they were up in Virginia working.
And
DC.
Okay. Do you recall Michael and Kathleen coming up to DC to visit Candace Zamperini and Caitlin and Margaret in July of 2001.
Yes.
And do you recall that was July 4th weekend?
Yeah, except it wasn't a weekend, middle of the week.
Right, July 4th was a Wednesday that day, correct?
Well, I do have my calendar, but yeah, I know it wasn't a weekend. But yeah, it was the 4th of July.
And do you remember whether or not Michael and Kathleen had brought your mom, Veronica Hunt, up on that trip or not?
I think that's how she got up there, yeah.
That's not a weekend.
And do you remember them coming to your home on July the 7th, 6th or 7th, either that Friday or Saturday, to have a brunch?
I don't know. I remember Michael being at my house and Kathleen, and I don't remember the brunch necessarily.
Okay. Remember Kathleen taking a picture in your driveway with the Jaguar?
That was that's what you have me confused about. That actually wasn't the 4th of July. That was my mother's birthday in September that I had the brunch at my house.
Okay.
I don't believe I had a brunch on the 4th of July. I think they went back, and that's when I went down to Kathleen's house the next week. I actually have that picture of Kathleen with the Jaguar in the driveway in my bag, and it's possible that there's a date on it. I know it was my mother's birthday.
Okay, so you think that may have been...
That's when I had the brunch.
Okay. And is it your testimony then that after Michael and Kathleen had been up in July, that you then drove back down?
Yes.
A few days later?
Yes.
Now, I think you said, by the way, you've known, of course, for a number of months that whether or not there was a fireplace blow poker in the house was an issue in this trial, right?
Yes.
And you've known that the district attorney was trying to establish that it was actually at the fireplace there in the kitchen area for a number of months, right?
I don't know if he was trying to establish that it was in the kitchen area or anything.
Well, you know that he was claiming in his opening, you were here for opening statements.
So it was.
And remember he said in opening statement that it had been there at the fireplace and then it was suddenly mysteriously missing.
Again.
Well,
characterization of the argument. It's for the jury.
Step if you take the jury to the
I'll rephrase the question. Right?
I want to do it again.
Oh, okay.
I just want to remind all the lawyers to be careful how you ask your questions to the witness. I mean, you can't ask the question and withdraw it in front of the jury because it's there, it's ringing in their ears. I mean, if that's the question you want to ask, then I mean that's fine. But
I thought that's what Mr. Harden said in his opening statement. If he has a different recollection of it, it's not that big a point for me. I mean, we'll get the transcript and we'll see what it says for closing, but that's just my recollection of what he said.
Actually, I was trying to avoid that, so I don't want to do that.
Yes,
sir. I mean, as I told both lawyers, you're going to have a chance to make your closing argument. So just ask the question that you need to ask and be careful about characterizing. All right, Mr. Rudolph, further questions?
Yes, sir. You knew from opening statement, of course, that Mr. Harden was alleging that blow poker was missing.
Apparently the blow poker was not in the house when the police did a search.
Right. And do you remember
Ms. Zamperini coming up during the state's case in chief and testifying about when she last saw the blow poker in the house.
I was here.
And that was, I think she testified it was Thanksgiving of 1999.
I think that's what she said.
And at that point, had you recalled seeing it in July of 2001?
Yes.
And who did you tell about that at that point?
That point? I mean, when my sister testified?
Well, prior to your sister, when did you recall seeing it in July of 2001?
Well, it came to my attention when I heard that the police couldn't find any fireplace tools in the house.
And when did you recall that you saw this particular blow poker in the kitchen with your son playing with it in July of 2001?
Well, that's when I started thinking about it. It's like, oh, yeah, you know, it was there when I was there in July 2001.
And when was that? When did you come to that realization?
I think, I don't know exactly when it was. I think it was the end of January or February when I heard that the police hadn't found any fireplace tools in the house.
Okay. So back as early as, say, January or February of 2002, you recalled seeing a poker in the kitchen as of July of 2001?
Yes.
And did you inform Detective Holland of that?
I know I spoke to lots of people. I don't know if it was Art that I talked to or Mr. Hardin. You know, I don't know which one I mentioned it to.
This is Kathleen's sister. The sane sister, not the crazy sister. The sane sister. But now we know, how they decided it was the blowpoke. Because Candace, who was a crazy sister, told her ex-husband that he should get in touch with the DA's office to tell them, or the police to tell them about the fireplace tools. And so now they're asking her questions about the fireplace tools. Good gravy, Marie. I'm so sick of hearing about the fireplace tools.
Well, have you seen any report that either of them have written?
I haven't seen any of their reports.
Hold on. Prior to getting up on the witness stand, did either of them show you any notes?
I have not seen any notes.
Are you aware of whether there are any notes of you telling, for example, Detective Holland about this?
I don't know. I haven't seen Detective Holland's notes.
And did the district attorney talk with you, say in June or July, about the fact that it would have been useful for you to get on the witness stand and tell the jury that the blow poker was actually in the house in July of 2001?
Objection. Sustained.
Well,
Reword it.
do you understand or know why? Well, I'll withdraw that. Your Honor, at this time, since we've not received any prior statements of Ms. Campbell indicating what she's now testified to, we'd ask, pursuant to discovery statutes, that if there are such statements from Ms. Campbell, that we be provided with that so that we can cross-examine that.
Mr. Howard? No, I'd like to be heard, please. All right, let's
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rudolph continues to like to make closing arguments to this jury about aspects of either the testimony or what the state has or hasn't done. He knows he's not supposed to do that in front of the jury. He should ask for them to either go out or us come to the bench to address that question. What he's trying to do is intentionally make us look before this jury as though we're hiding things from him. That's not the case, but he continues to do it. I think it's inappropriate, and I'd ask the court to caution him about it so that it doesn't happen anymore. We're at the end of this case, and it's been going on now for 5 months.
Okay, well, I've already told both of you about your closing arguments, which I presume, since both of you are making them at this point, that they're going to be Friday. You know, you can't wait to get to your closing arguments. I don't think it's going to be Friday, but you two are like racehorses trying to get your closing arguments in front of this jury. I've told both of you. I don't think anything else needs to be said about that. What about the statement that the state is required to give the defendant under State versus Hardy, Mr. Hardy?
I don't know that she's ever given that statement or that information to someone and we have documented it. I'll be glad to go upstairs and pull everything that I have as it relates to any communication from Ms. Campbell. I believe they already have it all, but I'll be glad to go look and confirm that. I can't do that in just a minute or two.
I think the law requires you to turn it over to defense counsel if you know of its existence.
I do not know of its existence, Judge. In fact, I suspect that there isn't any more communication from this witness other than some email communication that's already been given to the defendant with respect to this particular information. I'm confident that that's never been documented, and I don't know of it otherwise. So,
whether it's been documented in writing or not, if Mr. Holland or the district attorney is aware of a prior statement and the date, I think I'm entitled to that information.
Well, I said that. I said if he's aware of it.
But even if it's not, it doesn't have to be written down. If he's aware, if for example, Ms. Campbell told him about this sometime in the last 30 days, and that's the first he heard of it, we're entitled to know that.
Yeah, probably. There does become an issue, Mr. Rudolph, as to whether this is the most important document, even if it exists in the world.
Well,
I mean, Mr. Harding's talking about he has to go pull out, I presume, the two banker's boxes of evidence he keeps referring to. And he was accurate about that because I looked through, as you very well know, all that evidence. But nonetheless, you know, we're about 10 minutes away from lunch. If this is something that can be done over lunch, I will order Mr. Hardin to do so. But otherwise, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time him looking for that statement, if it exists. Yes.
We also asked, Investigator Holland didn't have his notes with him yesterday, so we couldn't cross-examine him about that. We'd like to get, I think we were entitled to his notes, even though I didn't make a big deal about it yesterday, and I'd asked that his notes be provided. I've got them up through October of 2002. I don't have them from October 2002 on, and I'd ask that those be provided over lunchtime so that I can go through those and see if Ms. Campbell ever, or at least if Investigator Holland ever documented Ms. Campbell saying this to him at any point over the last 2.5 years or 2 years.
I'm not sure that word you used there, entitlement. What you said you were entitled to.
Well, I think when he was on the witness stand, as prior statements of his, we should have been. I mean, if I had pressed it at that point, I think I would have been entitled to his prior statements since he was a witness. But my
you might have been.
Yeah.
You might have been, but he's not up there now.
I understand.
All right. And your request then is
My request is that a copy of the notes that he did not have with him yesterday from October of 2002 to the present be provided. And to the extent that his notes do not reflect any statements from Ms. Campbell, I think that absence is Brady and exculpatory, and we'd be entitled to it.
It's not. No, it's not.
You got a strained definition of Brady there, Mr.
Yes, sir.
No, it's
Mr. Harden.
not.
Your Honor, Investigator Holland's here. I'll see whether he has notes. My recollection is that these notes were turned over at or around the time of the suppression hearing, which was at the end of March. So it's my impression that they would have had notes at least through that point.
Judy's in the
But I'll be
Prosecco
glad to
again.
check.
I don't know how either one of you keep up with all that information, but you do what you have to do over the lunch break. We'll address it when we get back, I guess. You can come down, ma'am. I think we're going to go to lunch at this point. You come down. All right, members of the jury, we'll take our lunch break at this time. Remember the instructions that I've given you throughout the course of this trial. We'll see you at 12:45. All right, now, Mr. Harden, what is it you're agreeing to do over the lunch break?
I'm going to check to see whether Art Holland has additional notes beyond October of last year. If he does, I'll provide those, and I'll also see whether he took a statement from Ms. Campbell about the issue of seeing the blowpoke in the Peterson home in July of 2001. And like I said, I don't think there is one, but I'm glad to check.
Is there anything else, Mr. Rudolph?
There is one other thing that I would like, Your Honor. Mr. Rudolph showed to the jury a photograph of Bill Peterson with a blowpoke at what appears to be 1810 Cedar Street. I don't think they entered it into evidence, but I never received a copy of it.
Just the one that's for the height.
Okay, and your request is what?
I know why you said it. It was just funny.
12:45.
All stand. Oh, yes. Superior Court, County of Durham, stand in recess until 12:45 this afternoon. God save the state and this honorable court.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. I think that we have, and I wanted to inform the court of that. With respect to communications between Art Holland and Lori Campbell, I've provided to the defendant some documentation with respect to that, their telephone conversations and email conversations. I have also provided to the defense, Detective Holland's handwritten notes from June of 2002 through April 28th of 2003, and I've already informed Mr. Maher of this, but at that point, instead of making handwritten notations, Investigator Holland directly inputted information into the computer as it relates to other activities that he engaged in. I've prepared and provided to the defense a copy of those typed notes. Also, he indicates to Detective Holland indicates to me that he has never taken a statement from Ms. Campbell as it relates to the subject that she was just testifying about. And at the luncheon recess, she reminded me that she had left me a note. Contained in that note is 2 sentences describing generally the subject that she was talking about, that being the July 2001 visit to the Peterson residence. I provided that to the defense as well. So I think we've done everything that we indicated we were. I'd forgotten about this handwritten note, but we were able to look at it at lunch, and I provided it.
I do have a copy of everything Mr. Harden has just indicated. And with regard to the note, it addresses several factors, so I've redacted the portions that don't deal with the fireplace poker. And just for the record, it does not have a date anywhere on the document, whether the redacted portion or the unredacted document does not have any date. So I just wanted that to be clear for the record.
Okay, counsel, that is how the system is supposed to work. Now, you need time to review that, or you're ready to go? All right. Yes, sir. All right, further questions?
Yes, sir. I wanted to get back to your recollection of dates, if I could. I think you said that Michael and Kathleen may have been up in September rather than in July for that brunch.
They were up in July and then they were up in September. The brunch was connected with my mother's birthday.
And when is your mom's birthday?
It's going to be, she'll be 83 this Saturday.
So it's
the 27th of September.
End of September.
Mm-hmm.
And so would they have been up then the end of September?
Yeah.
Now, just to remind you, September 11th, 2001 was obviously
I remember the day.
A significant date. And is it your testimony that Kathleen and Michael came up to your house after that date?
Well, if you want, I do have a picture that I can look at on me to see what the date is.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine. May the witness step down.
Well, she's halfway down.
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask.
That's all.
And also, just to orient you a little bit, in May of 2001 is when your mom's companion, Carl, would have passed away, correct? Is it your recollection that your mom traveled out of Florida within a couple of months after Carl passing away?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. As a matter of fact, we attended another funeral in Virginia. Okay. All right. So I'm thinking, okay, let me find a picture. Okay. All right. This picture is dated 2000, September 2000.
September 2000?
Yes.
So that would have actually been the year before.
Yeah. So let me see. This is my 2001 calendar, and I'll see what I have written in September. September. Well, let's see. I have, Mom was here. Yeah, Mom came to my, I don't know if Mom came to my house the 25th. Actually, she might have been staying at Candace's. I think she went back and forth. And then their birthday was Thursday, the 27th. And
is there a notation there about Michael and Kathleen coming up on that?
No, I don't have a notation about Michael and Kathleen coming up.
And indeed, Kathleen was, that was after an empty nest party. Do you recall that?
I wasn't at an empty nest party, but
well,
I heard that there was
telling
one.
you about that, correct?
I heard there was one.
And you remember her telling you that she had dove into the pool and hurt her neck, and that on 9/11, actually she was at the emergency room at Duke having x-rays.
Yeah, she did tell me.
Sustain.
Well, she didn't travel up to your house after she sustained that injury, did you?
No.
So she wasn't up at your house in September of 2001.
No, but you were trying to say I had a brunch in July, and I didn't have a brunch in July. So I was thinking about the brunch I had, which obviously was in September 2000, not September 2001. So that's why I got those dates mixed up. Okay. I did not have a brunch when Kathleen and Mike were up July 4th, 2001.
Okay. In any event, Kathleen and Mike were not up in September of 2001.
No, because July 2001 was the last time I saw her alive.
And is it your testimony, just so we get the sequence right, July 4th was a Wednesday that day, that year.
I can look since
All
I
right,
have this.
that'd be fine.
Yes, it was.
And do you have written in your calendar that you went down to North Carolina then?
Yes, I do.
And would that have been something that you would have written before you actually went?
Yes.
So that would have been something that you had planned?
Yes.
And do you have a specific memory of whether or not, in fact, even though Michael and Kathleen came up
to Washington for July 4th that year that you still went down?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, and is it your testimony that your mom was with you on that occasion?
Yes, she was.
So within, what you're saying is that within 2 months of Carl's death, that she had traveled and come down to Michael and Kathleen's house with you?
After Carl died, Kathleen took all of the care of all the arrangements for the service we had for Carl, and she did a really nice job. And she came up, I believe she flew up to Raleigh to Kathleen and Michael's house in July, and then they brought her up to Candace's, and then I had planned, my husband was going to a seminar in West Virginia, and I wanted to see more of my sister Kathleen, so I thought, well, this would be a good opportunity, because I wouldn't be away from my husband, leaving him alone. I'll take the boys down, and I'll go spend a week with Kathleen, and I'll take Mom back with me, and then she can fly home from Raleigh. So, yeah, if you're trying to say that it's not true, I've got a picture with a date. I was here, so.
I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just asking you questions, ma'am. If I could see the picture, I'd be happy to take a look at it.
Yes.
And this picture was taken at Nortel, is that right?
That's her office.
What is the point of this testimony?
With regard to the fireplace poker, let me show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 228. It's actually been introduced into evidence as 228. Do you recognize that photograph?
Well, I saw it during the course of this trial for the first time.
All right, and do you recognize Clayton and Becky?
Yes, I do.
And the dog?
Clancy.
And do you know when Clancy died?
I'm not completely sure. I believe it was the summer of 2000 that he drowned.
Okay, and do you see any sort of blow poker there by the fireplace? Maybe we put that up on the...
No, I can't see one.
You do see the two canes, though, on the
I
right.
see the canes.
All right. And let me show you what's been introduced as Exhibit 229, Defense Exhibit 229.
Yes.
Say, you recognize Kathleen and the fireplace, of course. Can we put that up, please? And that's a picture taken in November of 2000. That's Associate Dean at Vassar sitting there with Kathleen in front of the fireplace. Do you see the blow poker there?
No, I don't see it.
All right. And of course you heard Clyde's testimony.
I heard Clyde say he didn't remember whether it was there or not.
Well, did you not hear Clyde say that he had been working there for 4 or 5 years and he had never seen that?
I heard him say he didn't remember seeing it.
Okay, so you don't remember him saying he hadn't seen it?
I just told you what I remembered hearing Clyde say.
Okay. And do you remember the videotape? You know Margaret, your...
Yeah, I knew Margaret.
And do you remember seeing the videotape that she took in Christmas of '99?
Are you talking about what you played here in court?
Yes.
I was here the day it was played, I believe.
Can we put that up? You heard that, right? It said
It's Christmas 1999. All right. Could you back it up just a little bit? That's good. And do you see the blow poke in that?
I don't see it where it was when Eddie had it.
Or do you see it at all?
I know, it's a dark picture.
You do see the two canes, though, right?
I see the canes.
All right, you can continue that. Now, you were here in court when we were showing these photos and playing the tape, correct?
Yes.
And you knew you've been in contact with Candace about events relating to the trial since this all happened back in December of 2001, have you not?
I've been close with my sister my whole life.
You knew when she found, you knew when she communicated to Art Holland that she had this blow poker in her house that she had given to Kathleen, a similar one or the same one or something like that. You knew about that, right?
Yeah.
And did you get one?
No.
Is there any particular reason for that?
I was living in a house that didn't have a fireplace.
Okay. You knew when Candace and Mark came to Durham in April of 2002 with their own blow poker to give to the police, correct?
I wasn't with them at the time.
I know, but you heard that they had done that.
Yes.
You knew that there was going to be an issue in this trial about whether the blow poker that Candace had given to Kathleen back in 1985 or 86 was still in the house or not. You knew that, right?
I don't know what the district attorney was going to do with the evidence that was available to him.
I understand you didn't know what he exactly was going to do, but you knew that one of the issues was the blow poke that Kathleen had gotten from Candace in the mid-'80s still in the house, or had it disappeared? You knew
We
that.
all wondered what had happened to it.
Right. You were here when Candace testified that the last time she had seen it was November of 1999, correct?
I believe I was in the courtroom because I know you put her through a voir dire and I wasn't here that day. So I don't know which day it was she actually said that.
Okay. And you've spoken with Art Holland a number of times, correct?
I've spoken with Art.
Before the trial?
Yes.
On the telephone?
Yes.
In person?
Yes.
Via emails?
What are you talking about?
I believe the only email I sent to Art was my statement.
Well, actually,
I don't know. The one I remember is the statement that I did to him. If I did another one, I'm not sure.
All right. Well, for example, you sent him one in, I guess it was May of 2002 about von Willebrand's disease. Remember that one?
Yes, now that you pointed out, yes, I do remember that.
And one in February 2002 about Todd's cell phone number.
I don't remember that one as well, but if you have it, I guess I did.
In any event, you certainly had his email address.
Yes, I did.
And you did communicate with him some by email.
I think that's, unless you have more, I think that's the limit of it.
Well, the bottom line is you knew how to get a hold of him by email if you wanted to.
Yes.
And never once
did you ever tell Art Holland that you had seen this blowpoke in the house in July of 2001, did you?
I don't remember who all I said that to because I said it to many people. Since December 9th, I have been on the phone constantly with my family members and people who are prosecuting this trial, and many things have been said repeatedly. I didn't keep notes of who I said what to. I know I spoke about the blowpoke. I don't know specifically who I said it to at what time. And I can't even be sure that I actually said it to Art.
At all?
Right. Because I've said it so much, I figured that I knew that the prosecution was aware of the blowpoke.
My question, though, was, would it be fair to say that you can't say to the jury that you ever told Art Holland that you had seen that particular blowpoke in the house in July of 2001?
It's possible that it wasn't Art that I told, that it was Mr. Hardin that I told.
And in fact, the first time you told Mr. Hardin that was after this trial was already underway.
I cannot say that. I believe I told Mr. Hardin about it before the trial was underway, but that note that you have in your hand was something I want to remind Mr. Hardin about. There were different areas that I felt my testimony would be effective for you all to hear. And he has, I wrote him a note to remind him saying, Jim, I could testify to certain things that I think are really relevant to this case. And one of them concerns the blowpoke.
And that note was given to him recently, wasn't it?
It was after the trial started, yes.
Well, it was well after the trial started, wasn't it?
I don't consider the jury selection the actual trial, even though I did try to be here for the first day that jury showed up. I didn't know that it would take as long as it did. But when the actual opening arguments started, yes, I wanted to reinforce that I could be used as a witness.
Well, it wasn't given to him right after the opening statements were given, was it?
I don't think so, no.
It was a number of weeks after that, wasn't it?
I don't remember exactly when.
I understand you don't remember exactly, but it was a number of weeks after opening statements, was it not?
Well, I'd say it was probably more than 2 weeks afterwards, yeah.
Right. It was after Candace's testimony, wasn't it?
I don't know about that. Because Candace just testified in September, and I'm pretty sure I wrote that before that.
Well, did you date it?
No, I said it was just a note saying, look, I can be a witness. Use me. I know things that...
I want to show you the portion of that note that deals with what you're testifying about here.
Yes.
Right now, which I've marked as Defense Exhibit 290. Can I put it? Yes, thank you. Showing you 290, is that a copy of the portion of the note that deals with the fireplace program?
Yes.
And is that all you wrote with regard to it?
No, you got rid of the rest of the note.
With regard to the fireplace
already.
Yeah.
And is there a date anywhere on that document or on the original document?
No, I didn't date it.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions?
The head.
Can I request my picture of my sister back? Thank you.
You can come down.
actually. My official title is Hudson Professor of Biomedical Engineering and Surgery at Duke University, Emeritus. Emeritus means I'm in the process of retiring. But I still have an office at Duke, and I go in when I feel like it.
Now, I'm going to show you Sex Exhibit 221. Take a look at that, please, and tell me what it is.
Yes, this is a summary of my professional activities over the last 40 years.
I move to introduce that into evidence.
Hello.
Tell us, please, about your educational background.
I have received a Bachelor of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering from Villanova University in 1955, a Master of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering from the University of Pennsylvania in 1960, a doctor's degree in mechanics and biomechanics from West Virginia University in 1964.
Now, tell us about your past employment.
I've been a professor at Duke University for the last 30 years. I was chairman of the Department of Biomedical Engineering for 12 years, and professor in surgery, Department of Surgery, for about 20 years. Now, I'm an engineer and a scientist. I'm not a physician, so I don't have anything to do with treating people and actually hands-on. But as an engineer, I've designed a lot of things that surgeons use, and I've also lectured in biomechanics to the medical school. And professor really means teacher, so I teach medical students and surgical residents, mostly orthopedic residents. So I have that title and appointment.
Have you actually had publications or produced publications?
Yes, I have.
What type?
I have published, I haven't counted them recently, 100, 150 papers in the field of biomechanics, specializing in head injuries, head and neck injuries. These are injuries that occur from impacts to the head. And also 3 books. Last book I just finished last year as a co-author was a book studying falls and diving injuries into water, where we looked at in that book over 600 incidents where people mostly broke their necks from falling or diving into shallow water. And we studied each of these cases, trying to develop biomechanical criteria to assess the strength of the head and neck from real world accidents. A lot of other papers involve studying what happens to cadavers. These are bodies of people that have died and have donated their bodies to science, studying how strong the body is, how it breaks, what happens in harsh environments, automobiles, football, any type of a situation whereby people can suffer impacts to the head, resulting in lacerations of the scalp, fractures of the skull, injuries to the brain, and frequently fractured vertebrae in the neck.
This time I tender him as an expert in injury biomechanics.
In what?
Injury biomechanics.
It's allowed.
Now, sir, you know Fear Spandac, don't you?
I do.
Okay. And before we get into that a little bit further, how many times have you testified before as an expert in your field?
Well, this will be the first criminal trial that I've testified in. But over the years, approximately 30 years, I've testified in court somewhat over 100 times in civil trials where mostly where there's a question of product liability, product safety.
Now, how do you know Ferris Spandak?
Professionally, I know him. I've met him at meetings, and I read some of his papers.
Did you read the report he produced in this case? Or were you made aware of an opinion he formed regarding Ms. Peterson and the injuries she received in this case?
Yes, I had the opportunity to see his testimony and hear his testimony on the computer upstairs.
So you're aware of the opinion and the testimony that he gave before this jury?
Yes, I am.
Now, as an expert in this field, do you agree or disagree with the opinion that he formed in this case?
I basically disagree with his bottom line opinion in this case.
And why is that?
Because what information I've reviewed in this case has led me to the other side of his opinion, and that is that the injuries, lacerations, bruises, and contusions, to my mind, are inconsistent with a fall down the steps, but are consistent with a beating with a blunt instrument, most likely a rounded instrument. Whereas his opinion is that they're consistent with a fall down the steps.
Now, as an expert in this field, tell us, please, upon what do you base your opinion?
I base these opinions, first of all, on my experience and experience in doing experiments that create lacerations to the head, and also my experience in studying injuries over many years. I indicated 600 injuries where people struck their heads on the bottom of pools or other things underwater. And also my review of the autopsy photographs, police photographs, review of the model of the scene down in Raleigh, the SBI headquarters, and I considered 6 factors in trying to determine the pattern of these lacerations. First of all, I wanted to emphasize that there are 33 places noted in the autopsy, 33 places noted in the autopsy where there were bruises, abrasions, or lacerations. Reviewing those, I conclude at least 15 impact sites. That is, places on her body that were impacted by something or impacted something and left a bruise or a contusion or a laceration. In considering lacerations, she had 7 major lacerations on the back of her head, and there are 6 factors that I associate with lacerations in trying to understand how they happen. The first is location. Second is length of the laceration. The third are the number of lacerations. The fourth are the direction of the lacerations. The fifth is the velocity, how fast her head was going when it struck something, or how fast what was going and struck her. And the sixth is the amount of energy associated with the injury. In this case, the lacerations, 3 of the major lacerations start fairly high on the head. That is almost to the vertex. So they start high and they go down. And some of them are 5 inches long, another one 4 inches long. So that covers across the bulge, the so-called occipital bulge of her head, covers that area. Now, if you just have a straight, flat impact, you don't get a laceration that long. In order to get a laceration that long and cover that curvature, the head has to roll. The lacerating object has to cause the head to flex forward and roll.
Let me stop you there, Dr. McElhaney. Your Honor, may I approach him? We have a little head here, marked State Exhibit 225. If you could use that, please state your testimony to the jury.
Okay. What I mean is that 3 of these lacerations start above this bulge. This is a plastic model, but molded from an actual skull, so that this is a fairly good replica of what the skull of a person looked like. This is relatively small, so it's the size of a small woman's head. And what I'm talking about is impact is here. We have that conformation of this surface, and that can, if it's a flat surface or an edge or what have you, it can cause a laceration. But the laceration is going to be relatively short. In order to get a long laceration, the head has to roll, can strike, and then roll down. Or, conversely, something could strike the head, cause it to flex forward, bend forward, and roll. So that's one consideration in trying to establish what caused these lacerations. Location. We have location. Second consideration is the length. They're not only are they long, but they're mostly up and down.
Now let me stop you there, Dr.
Horizontal.
Dr. McElhaney. May I approach him? I'll show you 2 photographs, exhibit 223 and 224. Do you recognize those?
I do.
Did you produce those?
I produced those, and I prepared these from the autopsy photos.
I moved to introduce State Exhibit 223 and 224 into evidence.
So,
now, when you're talking about length, use State Exhibit 223 if you would, please, and tell us what you've developed there.
Okay, what I have here is a reproduction of the photograph taken at autopsy showing these lacerations. I'm sorry to have to show you this, but I don't think you can really understand these lacerations without seeing pictures of them. And then I have enlarged this to the point where it's approximately full size.
If you would please step before the jury and let's show them what you're speaking of when you're talking about the length of each laceration.
So this is approximately full size, and there's a dimension given. Let me get this right.
You may need to take them in two halves to show them what you've included there.
Could I just pass it around?
Well, we could, but while you're testifying, if you would just point to the lacerations that you're speaking of and the links that you picked there.
I'll do it to both sides.
Okay.
Dr. Radish indicates on the autopsy report that this distance is 2.5 inches long from this point to this point. So I enlarged this and adjusted it until this is approximately 2 inches long. So this is not exactly to scale because it's a flat picture and the head is curved and these measurements are made on the curvature, so it's approximate. One interesting dimension is that from this laceration to this one is 2 inches. So that means to me that this is caught, and because of the curvatures, these are separate incidents, separate impacts. Another observation, because of the location we have here, is this flap or avulsion. This piece of skin is loose and can hang down. This large piece of skin here. It's about full size. You can see this avulsion down on this side.
So that's what we mean by location, this flap torn here and here. In order to cause this to be avulsed, the forces have to be down, so that something is coming down on the head. When you fall against the wall, like this is the top of that, fall against the wall and hit here, things brush up. So they wouldn't cause, in my opinion, this type of an avulsion. And so I know this is difficult to look at, but that's what we have here.
Now, you've mentioned location and length. Were there some other factors you considered in reaching an opinion?
The next consideration is the number. And Dr. Radish indicates that there's 7 distinct lacerations. I would associate with these lacerations at least 5 separate impact points, 5 separate impacts associated with these lacerations. And that's a significant number when you consider falling down the stairs may or may not result in a laceration or 2 lacerations. So the number is an important consideration in trying to make this determination of how these things happen. Fourth is direction. I think we discussed direction at some length. Now, the 5th is the velocity. And lacerations, the skin, and Dr. Bandak discussed this also with some drawings, if you'll recall. The skin is relatively soft. If we push it slow, it moves away. We sleep on something, an edge or something, and we wake up in the morning, we have a crease in our head where it's moved away. But we don't get a laceration. We get a laceration when we hit it hard and fast. Fast is an important aspect of this. There's a critical speed at which we can hit the scalp, in which it doesn't have time to move out of the way, and then it splits. Now, that critical speed, in my opinion, is equivalent to a 3 to 4 foot drop speed, or about 15 feet per second. So if what strikes us isn't going fast enough, we don't get this splitting type of laceration. So there's a critical velocity. And if we consider falling down the steps, particularly Dr. Bandak's rendition, first impact has her hitting her head along the door jamb. And if she fell 3 feet, that is, her center of gravity went down 3 feet, her head hitting that door jamb would have enough velocity to cause a significant laceration. And the contact would be such that her head could roll. So that could be a long laceration. That's one. However, then she's already used up 3 feet of her 5 feet that she can fall. There's probably not enough energy left to create the speed to create a second laceration on that fall. But when we think of 7 lacerations, even if she could somehow get up to speeds, somehow 6, 7 times to cause these lacerations, I'd say it's a long stretch. It's possible, but it's a long stretch. So there's a critical velocity. Now, there's also then, for head injury and skull fracture, what we would call the critical energy. This is weight times the distance that it falls. Now, in terms of suffering a skull fracture or a brain injury, if you fall and your head hits something from 3 feet, say something fairly rigid like an oak step, something that doesn't have much give in it, you probably would suffer a brain injury
and a skull fracture. If you fall 4 feet or 5 feet onto something hard, you will suffer brain injury and a skull fracture. The head, I would estimate her head at approximately 9 pounds, maybe a little more than 9 pounds. Average male head is 11 pounds, so her head is somewhat less. We think of something heavy now, your head striking something. There's a lot of energy in that because the energy is proportional to how much the head weighs. Now, the blow poker that we have here weighs about 3/4 of a pound, actually a little less than 3/4 of a pound. So it weighs 1/10 or less than what the head weighs. So having an equivalent amount of energy, like for the head falling 3 feet, that blow poke would have to be moved. It would have to fall 3 times or 10 times as far, or 30 feet, to cause a skull fracture. So a light object like this can be brought up to speed to give you the velocity for a laceration, but it doesn't have the energy to cause a serious injury, closed brain injury, a skull fracture. Think of a whip. Whips are lashes. I guess in the British Navy they would lash people. Lashes are designed to be lightweight, but be able to be moved rapidly, and cut the flesh and not break bones. So when I put all of these things together, I conclude, one, that the lack of skull fracture and brain injury tells me that this was a relatively light object striking the head to achieve the velocity necessary for laceration, versus fall down the steps where the velocity of the head necessary to lacerate like this, I would also expect to cause brain injury and or skull fracture. So I think, that's my analysis of these wounds to her scalp.
Now, would it be your opinion that these wounds are consistent with wounds a person would receive from hitting a flat object like a wooden stair?
No.
Why is that?
These wounds are not consistent with hitting the stair surface because they originate at the top of the head. That is the 5 major lacerations are at the top of the head, and you can't hit the flat stair surface with the top of your head in a fall. Now, there are 2 other lacerations down at the base, and they are horizontal. They could occur from hitting the steps crosswise. They could occur from that. Or they could occur from an object being swung such that it contacts pretty much along these lacerations of the skin. So that the skin will split along this pressure ridge. The pressure ridge is determined by the shape of the object and also by the shape of the skull underneath. So we have lumps on our head. If we get hit there, we're more likely to suffer a laceration. It's going to follow the shape of the object plus the shape of the skull. So there are 2 of the 7 that could I think be attributed to contacting a horizontal edge like the stairs. But the others are in the wrong direction, and they start at the wrong place.
Now, sir, did you see the reenactment that was played during Mr. Van Dyck's testimony?
I did.
Did you consider that to be a realistic scenario?
Object whether it was a realistic scenario. I think the jury's in every bit as good a position as the witness to determine that.
By realistic, I mean, I think you mean
realistic to cause the wounds that you looked at.
to be associated with these wounds.
But
The first impact against the door jamb with her on the think it was the third step up from the landing, could cause one of these long lacerations. The head would have to be struck at the top where it originates, and that could happen. And then the head has to roll so that edge rolls down. So I would say one of these could happen that way, but I don't see how the others then could happen with her then coming down and hitting the wall. Recognize that her head hits this door jamb molding and stops. It hits there and stops, and then it can bounce back off. But then, in order to cause another laceration, she has to get the head up to speed, equivalent to about a 3-foot fall. And he doesn't have that happening in the second one. And then the third one, the third impact, also doesn't come up to speed and is in the wrong direction. So I don't see that the speed and directions are correct in that. The contacts are in the general area, the back of the head. But these major lacerations originate higher up from that point.
So based on your area of expertise, you do not consider that to be what he called the most likely scenario of what happened to Ms. Peterson?
No, I don't.
Okay. And the blow poke, you've looked at it, you've examined it, is that correct?
I have. I've measured it and weighed it and determined its center of gravity.
And based on your field of expertise, you believe that an instrument of that sort could have caused these wounds?
Yes, a relatively lightweight instrument that could be brought up to speed associated with the lacerations and their severity, but not have enough energy then to cause skull fracture and or brain damage.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Kathleen. I wanted to just make sure I understood a couple of the points that you seem to agree with Dr. Bandak about, and then we can talk about some of the areas where you disagree. Before I get to that, every time we put up one of our witnesses, and I'm sure you saw with Dr. Bandak, they got cross-examined about fees and getting paid. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
And you've testified a bunch of times in your own career, right?
Yes, I have.
Most of the time you testify for the big motor companies, don't you?
No, I'd say half the time.
All right. And you certainly charge them when you testify.
I have, yes.
On an hourly basis?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say, by the way, do you have an hourly rate that you testify at now?
I'm not doing much of that now, but I do have an hourly rate, yes.
And what's your hourly rate?
$300 an hour. And I want to indicate I'm not seeking compensation for the work I've done on this case.
I understand.
Okay.
But the bottom line is that people who do what you do generally get paid for their time, correct?
Yes.
There's nothing unusual or unethical or strange about that, right?
That's correct.
Now, I think you said that velocity, let me get your words right because I'm outside my area of expertise here. I think you said that fast is important. Right?
For lacerations, yes.
For lacerations. Of course, it's not just fast now, is it? It's fast and mass, right?
Yes, but mass is not as important as the speed.
Well,
and mass alone won't do it.
Sure. But speed alone, if I have a straw, I can whip that straw just as hard as I want, and it's not going to lacerate my scalp, is it?
If you're propelling it, no.
And even something like this, this piece of plastic, that'd be pretty hard, not using the knife end. It's pretty hard to get this going fast enough because it doesn't have much mass, right?
Well, we got to say speed is different than mass. So you said get it going fast enough to cause a laceration, but that's right. I agree with you.
With this amount of mass.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this
Yes.
mass is different than this mass.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You can't just look at the speed. You have to look at the speed and the mass, right?
That's right.
Yeah, but if something flings that straw fast enough, it'll
So
cut
when you talk about a critical speed, the critical speed is dependent on what the mass of the object is as well, right?
Have you guys seen those guys that can throw playing cards and cut things with them? Have you seen that? You've not seen that? Well, it can be done. It can be done. If you throw it fast enough. Now I gotta find a video of a dude throwing a playing card that cut something. If you throw it fast enough, it will. It's velocity plus mass, but they train to do it though. Like, you don't just do it. I gotta find a video now. I swear it can be done.
If you want to determine what the critical speed is for, say, causing a laceration or causing a fracture of the skull, you can't just look at speed. You have to look at speed and mass of the impacting object, right?
Certainly for skull fracture, I agree with you. And for lacerations, the mass required is very much less.
Sure. But of course, the speed required is less too.
Oh, no.
I see. Well, let me just see if I understand it. Are you saying that the amount of mass of an object has no relation to the speed at which it has to travel to cause a scalp laceration?
No.
And for example, I think you were talking about a 3-foot fall generating about 14 feet per second of speed, right?
Yes.
Velocity.
Yes.
And actually, what we really have to be looking at is not just velocity. We have to be looking at momentum, right? When we're talking about lacerations. In other words, the change in momentum.
No.
No? Well, for example, if you hit an object that moves, if both objects are not fixed and it moves, you're going to have a lot harder time lacerating that than if it's a fixed object, aren't you?
I'm always thinking that it's the head we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
So the head has a certain mass and a certain reaction to things.
Yes, sir.
But now if you take a piece of skin and put it over an immovable object, that's going to make a difference.
Okay. For example, the other thing that might make a difference is the area of impact, right? The area of contact.
Yes, the area makes a difference. Certainly, if we have a sharp edge, that's going to be different. The studies have shown that once the area gets above about 1 to 2 square inches, that it doesn't make any difference anymore. So there's an upper threshold there.
So, for example, if you hit your head on a perfectly flat surface, it's going to take more speed, more velocity, if you will, assuming the mass is the same, assuming we're dealing with a head.
Yes.
It's going to take more speed to generate a laceration on a flat surface than, for example, if you've got a surface that has a little ridge to it, right?
That's right.
And this would be something that would you consider something like this a blunt or a sharp object if your head was banging on that?
If when you say something like that,
well, something that has
with
a
that
radius
shape,
like that, yes,
like
sir.
say a piece
of molding.
Piece of molding.
Yeah.
That's sort of in between, I think. It's certainly not sharp.
Not like a knife.
It would be called blunt trauma. What you would get from that,
yeah.
As opposed to because the laceration is a splitting and tearing apart of the tissue versus a knife which it cuts it. So I think the distinction really goes from a knife to almost anything else that causes splits.
Well, surely there are different kinds of blunt objects, right? I mean, the radius would have an impact, both unintended, on what the laceration would be, right?
Yes.
I mean, something with a radius like that would cause a different, or could cause a different laceration than something with a bigger radius, right?
Yes.
And would you consider this surface here to be blunt or sharp in terms of a head impacting on that?
Blunt.
All right. And this one?
In between.
In between. Now, I don't remember whether or not the model, you never actually went to the house, did you?
No, I spent about half a day with the model that was built, with a scale model, full-size model.
And did that model have a metal chair?
No, didn't have a chair. And the molding that simulated that was dimensionally correct, external, but it didn't have the slot for the chairlift.
I see. And did the door jamb molding, do you remember? Did that have a lift, a raised ridge?
Yes, it's my understanding it was replicated the actual molding.
Okay. Do you have a copy of, do you have a photo of what you looked at?
I have a photo, and I also have dimensions of that molding.
Okay, well, if you have a photo, that may make it easier. Have a picture. All right, sir. Now, do you see on the, do you have a better picture of that, or?
I probably do.
All right, sir. And you see how the molding on that model actually has a little sort of piece that comes out?
Yes.
And there's a little corner there, right?
Yes.
And would you consider that a sharp or a blunt corner right there?
Well, that corner is about 0.15 8 inches high.
Now, which corner are we looking at there?
I thought you were pointing to this corner.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. And it again, like the pencil, is in between.
In between.
It's not going to cut, and I think that's the definition that's used in the forensic world. It doesn't cut.
It would create
a blunt. If it doesn't cut, then everything else is taken as blunt. But you're right. There are variations of bluntness.
Okay, and I guess what you're getting at is you're going to have tissue bridging and that kind of thing in the wound as opposed to when you have an incised wound.
That's right. Exactly.
You're going to get the kind of wounds that Kathleen Peterson had.
That's right.
Okay. But of course, if you've got something like a molding coming up, then it's going to take less energy, less velocity, less speed to cause a laceration than if that was a perfectly flat object, wouldn't it?
Depending on the radius, yes. If the radius is less than an inch, then that's correct.
Well, you said that was what?
In the case of that edge, it's less than an inch. Yes.
Right. So you would need less than a 3-foot fall to create a laceration on that door jamb molding, wouldn't you?
Well, yes, but the kind of laceration you're going to get from this edge that we're talking about, because it's very thin.
Yes, sir.
Is going to be different than what we see here. In other words, the laceration isn't going to. is going to involve these other surfaces.
Sure.
And that then to progress that laceration is going to go back to almost a flat surface.
Sure, but there's going to be at least the start of a laceration from that little pointed part, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see when Dr. Vandak showed how if a skull impacted on that door jamb, and then Kathleen Peterson started falling down, right? You would get a torsional, I think he talked about, motion. In other words, an energy.
Shearing, he said.
Shearing, okay.
Not torsional.
Okay.
That's all right.
I know we're in your bailiwick, but in any event, something that could cause the kind of avulsion that you see there.
Well, are we talking about this avulsion that's down low?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Because see, it starts at the top.
Well, and I wanted to ask you about that. Now, you were talking about I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
The shearing. Now, the shearing is going to go in the direction of opposing motion.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're sliding down that door jamb, then the shearing against the head is up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that avulsion is flipped down.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And
so I myself don't see how shearing forces that are pushing up cause that avulsion. Rather, shearing forces that are pushing down can cause it.
Okay. But you did hear Dr. Bandak's explanation of that last week, did you not?
I heard him talk about shearing forces from resisting motion, yes.
Okay, and did you hear him talk about how a head hitting that jamb would have two separate forces at work, and that could cause the avulsion that was on Kathleen Peterson's scalp? Did you hear him?
Yes, he said that in any kind of a force acting on a surface at some angle, there's two what we call components or parts of that force. One is perpendicular, the other is along the surface. Along the surface is a friction force. I've looked at, for example, many cases of people that fly off of motorcycles or out of automobiles and slide along the pavement, and we call what we see there a transfer rug rash. They don't get lacerations like this. Instead, what they get is a very serious abrasions.
Of course, you did agree, did you not, that at least as to the first laceration that he described, you would agree that there was enough force there to cause that particular laceration?
Yes, enough force, surface, and in addition, so that laceration has to occur with her flexing her head,
right,
so that the contact point moves down,
right,
because of the curvature of the skull, and that can occur when she's upright and moving back into that surface.
Right.
When she gets further down the wall and what have you, you don't get that kind of motion.
And we'll talk about that in a second. But of course, the lighter the object, the less head movement there would be if it was struck by something, right?
For a given velocity.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, with regard to the two horizontal laceration. By the way, are you treating these as two separate lacerations, or is that possibly one laceration that's a split?
I'm treating them as two separate lacerations, as did Dr. Radish. And there's a curvature there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very hard to get that as a single laceration from a straight surface, straight edge. But you said possible, and I'm not going to actually go that far because it's very difficult to prove a negative.
Well, for example, you see that bruise, that sort of circular bruise there?
Oh, yes.
Does that look to you like something that could have sort of caused
Yeah, I see two bruises there.
Okay. Well,
there's one there where you pointed, and then over to the other side.
Over on this side?
No,
this side?
Yeah, right there.
You see those two as two separate?
Yes.
All right. Could those be one bruise?
I see them as two separate bruises, but it could.
Somebody else who's trained in your field could see it as one bruise. Fair?
Yes.
And somebody else who's trained in your field could see that as one laceration caused, at least a laceration or two lacerations caused by a single impact. Fair?
I don't know that.
All right. Now, you talked about the lacerations beginning at the vertex of the head?
No. Somewhat back from the vertex. Inch and a half back from the vertex.
Well, you prepared a summary, did you not?
Yes.
And in that summary, you talked about it, the lacerations starting at the vertex, did you not?
No.
I'm sorry, almost to the vertex. Is that right?
Well, and further down, I say two of these lacerations, which are the ones that come up, start about 1.5 inches from the top of the head.
Yes, but the first sentence of the second paragraph is, in this incident, Mrs. Peterson sustained multiple lacerations over the back of her head, extending up almost to the vertex.
Yes, and then I refine that to 1.5 inches. The next paragraph.
Yes, well, in fact, these aren't anywhere near the vertex, are they?
I think they're about 1.5 inches from the vertex.
You do?
Yes.
And what is that based on?
Just observations of these photographs.
Did you see this? And show you this. Those.
No, I didn't see that, but let me look at it.
Yes, sir. Tell me if you think that's where the lacerations are.
Well, it seems to me that in this one, can I stand up?
Yes, sir.
In this one, that's over the vertex.
Right.
And I don't think that's right. It's not quite to the vertex.
Mm-hmm.
These are very close to the vertex.
And is it your understanding that that's where the lacerations actually were?
I mean, you just showed this to me. I have no idea what this purports to show.
Well, I'm just asking you whether you can use this to tell us whether that's where the lacerations were or whether they started someplace else.
If we look at these, they're over the vertex.
Well, I understand, but is it your understanding that's where they were? Or is it your understanding they were somewhere else?
Well, my understanding comes from my own judgment of looking at these photographs and analyzing it. And I conclude that they're about 1.5 inches after the vertex, posterior to the vertex.
And how much time did you spend actually trying to figure out where the lacerations were on the head?
I'd estimate about a day.
8 hours?
Yes.
Just on locating the lacerations?
Playing with the computer and getting the dimensions right of the head. About 8 hours or less, 7 to 8 hours.
Mm-hmm. And do you know how high up this shaved area goes?
No, I don't. That's a problem. You have the ears.
Yes, sir.
You have some dimensions,
yes, sir.
Measurements from from Dr. Radish.
Yes, sir.
And then you have to judge that occipital bulge. So it's you don't have a lot to go on.
And without knowing how much of that head is shaved, it's a little bit tough to figure out how high up the lacerations are. Fair?
I think you're saying where the vertex is.
Yes.
I agree with that.
So you were sort of making an estimate of where the vertex was?
Yes.
Why do you need to announce your presence?
Did anyone show you the diagrams that Dr. Bandak, do you know Dr. Lietzman, Jan Lietzman?
I don't know him, but
You know who he is?
I saw him on court TV.
And you know that he's a forensic neuropathologist?
That's what I gathered, yes.
Okay. You work with folks like that sometimes, do you not?
Oh, yes.
And were you ever shown the diagrams that they did of the actual location of the wounds on the scalp?
No, I did see them on court TV, but not very well.
Did you ask to take a look at those to compare them to your estimates to see how they fit together or not?
No, I didn't.
Now, Judge, I've got another area to go into. This might be a good time to take an afternoon break if we could. Let me organize my notes.
Yes, I would remind all counsel we do have to leave because of the jury right at 3.
Yes, sir.
All right, 10 minutes, Mr. Deputy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Please allow the jury to stay courtroom closed.
Why? I am out of frame. I need to not mess with this camera. Okay. That one has got a barking problem now. I don't know why. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm telling him. I don't know why. I don't know what is wrong with him. I have no idea why he started with this bark. In the middle of the night, too. Every night. Okay. We're going to stop there. Travis will be home soon. Hopefully. What time is it? I think he must have gone to the store to get what I need to make dinner. I don't starve him. I feed this thing constantly. Not thing. He's my baby. I feed him constantly, though. Constantly. I'm seriously considering the next dog I get never, ever feeding him table scraps. Ever. I get no peaceful meals in this house. Ever. Unless I say it's chocolate, and then they go away because they know they can't have chocolate. I was eating something one time. I don't remember what it was. It had something in it. They couldn't have onions or something. And Belle kept begging me and begging me and begging me. And I kept saying, it's onions. You can't have it. You can't have it. It'll make you sick. It's onions. And she just kept begging and kept. And finally I said, it's chocolate. And she turned around and walked away. So they know chocolate is off limits. But anything else, they don't get it. It was either onions or garlic. He has started walking so weird. He walks like a Tennessee Walker horse. Have you ever seen a Tennessee Walker horse? How they pick up their feet really high? That's the way he walks now. I don't know why he started walking like that. I think he's got hip problems. The vet thinks it's his back. He will be 12 next month. I started giving him the I can't say those words. Glucosamine and chondroitin snacks. And he seems to be feeling better. But he still does not feel good. And when I give him the prescription stuff from the vet, it doesn't seem to help at all. So, I don't know. I just feel so bad for him. He's so cute. Such a cute little guy. But he's walking like this. I don't know why. I don't know why he's doing that. I guess he's afraid he's gonna fall. I don't know. Because earlier he was shedding really like I went to pet him and he was shedding really bad. So then I was like petting but harder, not like hurting him harder, but like, to get the like his undercoat cuz he's shedding, to get the undercoat so I could get the old hair out. And he actually like he fell down. He didn't fall down hard, but I wasn't using a whole lot of pressure, but I guess it was too much for his back legs to take. And he just kind of collapsed. So I think it's his hips. I don't think it's his back, but the vet thinks it's his back. I said, well, how about let's do an x-ray? And she said, we don't do x-rays on them because the way we have to hold them and restrain them to do the x-ray, if they have something wrong with their back, then we just hurt their back worse. I was like, okay. I mean, that makes sense, but like, I guess if you've got the money to have back surgery for your dog, then you could afford to have them, put to sleep for a surgery or put to sleep for an x-ray. But she said they don't do it. Hear him? Do you hear that? Oh, now he stops. Oh, there he goes. It's just constant. It's just bark, 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 bark. I guess I'm going to have to take him back to the vet. But what am I going to say? He's barking all the time. Just, I don't know what to do. I feel so bad because I can't fix it. Mommy's supposed to fix it. Okay, guys. I will see you guys in the morning. We stopped in the middle of that one, but there's like another hour to go. Not quite an hour. I think we're about halfway. It was an hour and 22 minutes. We're about halfway, so not quite an hour, but yeah, he's a dog. I'm wondering if, and now not with him, but with Belle. Oh, I will tomorrow. I am wondering if Belle's hallucinating because with the bladder cancer, if she's got like toxins building up in her body, who knows what she's seeing? Because she's doing it now too. I don't know if she's doing it because he's doing it. I have no idea. But I don't know. Okay. I already closed it. I was going to tell you how many more witnesses we have left before closing arguments. We might get to closing arguments tomorrow. And then after that, we're going to do the Letitia Stout trial because I don't know when her new trial is going to start. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if she's going to take a plea deal. I doubt she's going to take a plea deal if she just got granted a new trial. That's what they all want is a new trial. So, but I still want to do the first one again because it's been a couple years. And I'd like to see it again. And this woman is a piece of work. If you guys haven't seen this trial, it's a good one. It's horrifying what she did though. And there is a kid involved. So if that's going to bother you, then you don't want to watch it. But this woman's crazy. Like, she kept changing her story and she made up all kinds of crap. She's almost as bad as if Wiggles was here, she could help me out. What was the guy's name that said Jim McIntyre did it? He had this FBI guy that was controlling everything that happened. What's a love glove? Is that the thing with the sticky stuff? That, not sticky, but but like grippy. So when you pet them, the hair just comes right off on the glove. I have one of those somewhere. This woman is not normal. She got in trouble in court for flipping the bird at people. And then she had her head down with her hair covering her face, and she kept flirting with the attorney. They had to move her to a different seat. Yeah, this woman was a piece of work. And her poor ex-husband, because he of course divorced her after she killed his son. It was her stepson. They played, I don't know how many hours of phone conversations between the two of them. And he had to sit there in the witness stand the whole time they were playing and stare at her. I mean, you didn't have to stare at her, but, like facing her from the witness stand. The whole time they played all of these recordings of their phone conversations. But believe me, those phone conversations were worth it because they were nuts. I know, especially coming from Marty, right? Okay, guys. My husband is home and I have to cook dinner. So I will see you guys in the morning, and hopefully we'll be done with this one tomorrow, and then we can move on to the other one. I guess later I will check and see how many more hours of this one we have. Because we might be done with this and start on the other one tomorrow, or we might start on the other one Thursday. I don't know yet. I have to look at it. Okay, guys. How come I have 7 people in here now, and when the trial was going on, I only had 4? I feel bad when that happens. I feel bad. I want to keep going when that happens. Like, people come in when I'm saying goodbye. I'm so sorry. But I love my lurkers and I love my replay crew, and I think I have all these in a playlist. So if you haven't been with us since the beginning, there is a playlist. So okay. All right. I will see you guys in the morning. Be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, y'all. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow.